This girl was an orphan in her previous life. After death, she transmigrated into a novel and became a princess. Reborn as a baby, she had golden hair and sapphire eyes, yet still couldn't change her tragic fate. Princess Sia's father was a psycho, who not only killed his brother and father, but also slaughtered all the consorts in the palace. Sia's mother was a dancer invited to perform at a palace banquet, later favored by the emperor, but her good fortune didn't last long as she too was killed, leaving only poor Sia to be raised by maids. Facing the disfavored princess, the maid's care was very perfunctory. Only Lillian would comfort Sia every day and teach her to read and write. According to the novel, her father would kill Sia with his own hands when she turned 18. Actually, the protagonist of that novel wasn't Sia, but another princess named Jenna. Jen was a beautiful and kind princess like an angel. Everyone liked her. And among those who deeply loved Jen was her father Claude. Claude was a cold-hearted man who originally didn't know of Jenna's existence. Claude's fiancée, who was also Jenna's mother, was rejected after angering him, and later died in childbirth, delivering Jenna. To protect her, Jenna's aunt hid her away, fostering her in a duke's family. Later, when Claude discovered his daughter's existence, he was initially cold, but because Princess Jen was super likable, eventually the ice-cold Claude was melted by her. Jenna thus lived happily, adored by both her father and husband. In contrast, Grand Princess Sia was the same age as Jen. Claude knew of her existence from birth, but still sent her to the cold palace with no care. The neglected Princess Sia was very fragile, and only met her father for the first time on her 9th birthday. Hearing the sounds of a banquet, she walked out of Ruby Palace late at night and encountered Claude in the palace backyard. Under the moonlight, Claude was radiant. Sia looked up at her father with admiration, but Claude didn't say a word and left heartlessly. For Princess Sia, who craved affection, that was a fateful encounter. She tried her best to gain her father's love, growing into an accomplished and elegant princess. But when 14-year-old Sia attended her first social ball, her hopes were completely shattered. Sia was gloomy and melancholic, while Jen was bright and cheerful. People naturally preferred Jenna, but Sia was also a kind girl. Not only did she not envy Jen, she even helped her adapt to palace life. However, Sia still lost to Jenna the only paternal love she craved, though she had never possessed it in the first place. Poor Princess Sia was eventually killed by her father, accused of poisoning Jen. Of course, Sia was wrongfully accused. The real culprit was Jen's aunt, who wanted to make Jen the empire's first princess. Originally, the aunt only wanted to place Sia under house arrest, making her lose qualification to be the first princess. But Claude executed Sia before the truth was discovered. That day was Sia's 18th birthday. Although the truth eventually came to light, Claude felt no guilt at all, while Jenny felt very remorseful, but after being comforted by her lover, gradually forgot about it. So the story ended. Sia was just a sacrificial pawn who died for nothing. From beginning to end, her father only loved Jen. Recalling the plot, Sia sat in her baby carriage crying her eyes out because she was that unloved princess who was wrongfully accused and died. She must be the most pitiful princess I've ever seen. Not only unloved her entire life but also killed by her own father. She is the Princess Sia who transmigrated into the novel. Sia remembered the novel's plot and broke down crying. Maid Lillian quickly ran in and picked Sia up. Lillian was the only person in the novel who believed in Sia, but she paid for it with her life. Lillian was the second daughter of an earl family, who shouldn't have been a maid, but volunteered to be Sia's nanny. Because of Sia's mother Diana, Lillian was deeply captivated when first seeing Diana's beauty. She admired Diana, who was as free as a bird, but unfortunately Diana was favored by Claude, and eventually died in the palace. Thinking of this, Sia cried even louder. Claude was such a villain. Lillian was at a loss, not knowing what was wrong with Sia. Sia took off her clothes and rolled around on the bed. Transmigrating into this novel, wasn't that equivalent to being doomed? Sister Lillian would also die because of me. Why am I Sia and not Jen? I need to leave this awful place quickly. Please let me grow up soon. In the blink of an eye, Sia was 5 years old, winning the hearts of some maid sisters through cuteness and flattery. Sia used to hate them and deliberately trouble them, but maintaining friendly relationships was actually more beneficial for her. During these years, the gold and silver jewelry in Sia's palace was decreasing, as the servants in the palace had stolen a lot. The servants weren't so bold at first, but gradually they realized the emperor had completely forgotten about Sia. So they began secretly moving palace property. When only Sia was in the palace, they became even more brazen. Not just stealing ornaments, but even gems from the walls started disappearing. Sia thought about complaining to her father, but her father would likely behead her first. In the end, Lillian stepped in to resolve the situation, resulting in the maids being expelled from the palace, with their stolen items confiscated by the steward. Fortunately, the treasures Sia had secretly hidden weren't discovered. On this day, Sia went to the garden to pick flowers. Coming to the pool's edge, she took the opportunity to wash her hands. Looking at her reflection in the water, Sia couldn't believe it. Such a beautiful girl was actually her. It was said she looked exactly like her mother, except for her eyes, which resembled her father's. These sapphire eyes were inherited only by direct imperial family members. Besides Sia, only Jenny had these eyes. Then Sia went to the garden to pick flowers. Walking along, Sia actually got lost and came upon an unfamiliar palace. The palace was clean, looking empty, as if no one lived there. Sia had a sudden inspiration. If there was no owner, it would be perfect to hide her treasures here. It was decided from now on this would be Sia's secret base. As a noble princess, yet still having to smuggle things out of the palace, what exactly had happened? Sia's previous life was very impoverished. She'd already forgotten whether she died from sleeping pills or freezing to death in winter without heating. As an orphan, she had no attachment to her life before transmigrating. If Princess Sia's fate wasn't to die tragically, she would actually be quite satisfied with her current life. Having food to eat and no money worries, everything was much better than her previous life. Sia lay on the floor writing Lillian's name. Learning the language here was easy. But in this world, children as young as Sia wouldn't know how to write, so Sia's casual writing was considered genius by the maids. So Sia began receiving Enlightenment education. Fortunately, news from Ruby Palace didn't spread outside. No one would pay attention to this disfavored princess. Sia set small goals for her future life. Not to encounter Claude in the palace at age 9, then escape with a large sum of money before turning 18. The most important thing was to avoid Claude, and places that were golden and splendid were likely his chambers, so she must never go near them. After a while, the maid left the room to heat milk for Sia. Sia seized the opportunity to get up and pull out the small treasure box hidden under the bed. These secretly hidden treasures were originally going to stay in Ruby Palace, but Sia heard the maids would be doing major cleaning recently, so she had to tie them to her thigh and carry them out. Just a few round trips like this, and all the treasures could be transferred. At noon, Lillian took care of Sia's nap. After Lillian closed the door and left, Sia secretly put on a coat and slipped out with her treasures. This escape was successful. Sia planned to hide the treasures under a big tree, but found she'd forgotten to bring digging tools. If she dug with her hands, the clay would stick to them, and Lillian would notice. After careful consideration, Sia decided to hide the treasures here first, and bury them tomorrow. Then Sia ran back to Ruby Palace with all her might, lying in bed pretending nothing had happened. Soon after, Lillian returned to the room to wake Sia. Seeing Sia covered in sweat, Lillian thought she had a fever. Sia had to make up an excuse that the palace was too hot. Afterwards, Sia sneaked out several more times. Sometimes Sia really wanted to continue living in the palace, but there was a huge time bomb in the palace, Claude. So those treasures were Sia's life insurance. On this day, Sia was walking in the garden as usual. Walking along, she again came to that strange and desolate palace. The palace was completely quiet. Sia decided to try a different path. Unexpectedly, the other side of the palace was decorated with many pure gold angel sculptures. My goodness, these were all real gold! Sia hugged one of the angels and bit it. Just then, a cold voice came from behind Sia. When did my palace get such parasites? Hearing this voice, Sia felt a wave of terror. She turned suddenly and found a tall man standing behind her. This person had the same golden hair and sapphire eyes as Sia. Overwhelming fear made Sia's hand loosen. The bag containing treasures fell to the ground. All the jewels Sia had stolen rolled across the floor. The man before her spoke again. That face seems somewhat familiar. Although she had never met her father, instinct told Sia that he was Emperor Claude. Sia stood there trembling, not daring to make a sound. Claude seemed to recall something. I remember now. That dancer, you look very much like that girl. At this moment, Sia was thunderstruck. How could he appear here? She was only 5 years old, not 9. And this wasn't the back garden of the palace. Claude reached out and gently lifted Sia's chin. I suddenly remember the name that girl gave you. You're called Sia. Looking directly into her father's eyes, Sia felt like the sky was collapsing. She was really scared that Claude would kill her in a fit of rage. Claude recalled the events of 5 years ago, when Sia was just a newborn infant. Sia means immortality. In the Oya Empire, this name was reserved only for the throne's heir, and had to be bestowed by the emperor himself. Claude intended to kill Sia on the day he massacred Ruby Palace, but when he learned Diana had given her daughter an imperial name, it piqued his interest. He wanted to see if Sia could live up to her name. In reality, Claude squatted down to look at Sia. You've grown up quite a bit now. Claude's actions terrified Sia, who trembled with cold sweat pouring down. Grown up quite a bit, does that mean you've lived long enough and can die now? The next second, all the treasures tied to Sia's thigh fell out. Colorful gems rolled all over the floor. Claude glanced at a ruby that rolled to his foot, raised his toe slightly, and crushed the gem to pieces. Then Claude reached out to Sia, picking up the young princess. Faced with her father's unusual behavior, Sia's mind went blank. Claude muttered, "You're quite heavy. No wonder your face is so chubby." Hearing this, Sia's inner volcano erupted. She didn't know why Claude was talking to her. According to the novel, Claude was a cold-blooded tyrant, and Claude favored Jen, treating Sia as a villain. What was happening now? Claude then asked, "What are you doing in my palace?" Sia was dumbfounded. My palace? Could it be that this palace, even more shabby than Ruby Palace, is the Emperor's residence? Sia was utterly shocked. She met Claude's gaze, and Claude glanced at the tooth marks on the golden sculpture. Sia didn't dare breathe. Fortunately, the knight behind Claude helped her out. He probably thought those jewels were toys. Sia was devastated inside. Would Claude kill her because she left tooth marks on the angel sculpture? Then Claude threw Sia to Knight Felix? He told Felix to take Sia back to the palace. In the palace, Sia faced a table full of desserts, not daring to say a word. Claude observed Sia with interest. Since meeting Sia, she hadn't said a single word, and he hadn't heard that his daughter was mute. After a while, Claude felt a bit bored. The palace was too quiet. Sia began to overthink again. Is he bored and wants to kill me? To save her life, Sia put on a brilliant smile. Hearing his daughter finally speak, Claude asked Sia why she had been silent. Felix continued to smooth things over. I heard children the princess's age are often shy with strangers. Looking at Claude's piercing blue eyes, Sia was about to cry. She just wanted to return to Ruby Palace quickly. Claude changed his posture and stared at Sia. His body seemed to emit a murderous aura. Sia trembled like a little white rabbit. A few minutes later, Claude sent Felix out, leaving only the two of them in the palace, making the atmosphere even more tense. Claude rested his chin on one hand and murmured, "Sia, do you know what this name means?" Sia's hands gripped her dress tightly, maintaining a pure smile on the surface. Facing the cold-blooded tyrant, little Princess Sia maintained an innocent smile. Claude glared with his sapphire eyes and questioned Sia. "Why aren't you eating the desserts? If you don't eat, I'll have to punish those who prepared them." Sia trembled as she picked up a fork. She had no appetite right now. But if she didn't eat, those servants would really lose their lives. Sia, pale-faced, ate a bite of cake, then forced a stiff fake smile. "It's really delicious." Claude still rested his chin on his hand, observing Sia. Sia dared not meet her father's gaze. She missed Lillian so much and wanted to return to Ruby Palace. Seeing his daughter's awkward and stunned performance, Claude grew curious. Who taught Sia etiquette? Sia swallowed hard. "Lillian? Lillian?" Claude tapped the table lightly with his slender fingers. "I remember this girl. 5 years ago she stood before me, begging me to let her take care of you. That maid who had the courage of a bear and a leopard. She's still by your side, huh?" Hearing her father's words, a wave of emotion surged in Sia's heart. So Lillian had such a past. For my sake, she actually went to stop the terrifying Claude. Claude resumed his cold expression. "Ruby Palace was renovated from scratch by her. Those who dared to block me and weren't killed by me. Only your mother and that girl." Sia turned pale, and silence fell over the palace again. Claude asked Sia, "Do you know who I am now?" This question was undoubtedly a huge test for Sia. Claude's eyes revealed the majesty of a king. If she didn't answer well, she might be killed immediately. Time ticked by slowly. Sia's mind went blank. Then she blurted out, "Father Emperor." As soon as she said it, Sia regretted it. No matter how lost for words, she shouldn't have called him that directly. She should have said, "You are the noble and great emperor of the Oya Empire." A little flattery might help her live longer. Claude thoughtfully examined Sia, revealing no displeasure on his face. Catching her father's expression, Sia realized she had succeeded. According to the novel, Claude liked Jen, while Sia was just cannon fodder abandoned by the emperor. Facing Claude's death stare, Sia went all in, using all her strength to squeeze out the brightest smile, calling him in a sweet voice, "Daddy!" And so Princess Sia survived. She was carried back to Ruby Palace by Felix. Seeing Knight Felix, Lillian snatched Sia back, eyeing him warily. Felix innocently waved his hands, conveying to everyone in Ruby Palace, "His Majesty will summon the princess again soon." The maids instantly erupted in excitement and fear, and Sia, due to extreme nervousness, kept vomiting after Felix left. Late at night, Sia curled up in her blanket, planning how to deal with Claude. She originally thought she just needed to be careful before her 9th birthday, never imagining that such a simple palace would be Claude's residence. She had planned to escape the palace before turning 18. There was still a chance, as Claude hadn't planned to kill her immediately. She could wait for the right opportunity, disguise herself as a maid, and slip out through a dog hole. Her final plan was to try flattery, increasing Claude's favorability. But that was too difficult. Sia knew the novel's content. Turning him into a doting father would be really hard. But at least she could please him, making him not want to kill her for now. Thinking back to the day's events, Sia rolled frantically in her blanket. To actually have the audacity to call him daddy, so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Sia made a decision. She would win her father's favor, then escape before turning 18. A few days later, little Princess Sia was about to meet Claude for the second time. Lillian brought Sia to Claude's bedchamber. Seeing her cold father, Sia's body reflexively trembled all over. After some polite conversation, Claude stated that from now on he would take care of Princess Sia in every aspect, so Lillian need not worry. Hearing this, Sia's heart raced wildly. She looked up in surprise and actually saw her father smiling. Claude was smiling at her. A tornado swept through Sia's mind. She only hoped Claude would leave her alone from now on. On the contrary, Claude promised that henceforth Sia would enjoy treatment worthy of a true princess. Leaving the palace, Sia, still shaken, hugged Lillian tightly. Facing the cold-blooded tyrant, Lillian was also afraid. She trembled while comforting Sia. "Everything will be fine." Later, Claude and Sia's interactions remained the same. No matter what Claude said, Sia would respond with extravagant flattery. The atmosphere during father-daughter dates was always tense, with Lillian and Felix also on edge. However, during this time, Sia discovered that no matter how impudent she was toward Claude, he wouldn't become murderous. Conversely, if Sia pretended to be timid and weak, Claude's demeanor would become truly terrifying. Even now, Sia was still terrified at the sight of Claude. On this day, Claude took Sia boating in the garden. Sia was very afraid of water, but to please Claude, she bravely agreed. Claude carried Sia onto the boat. The moment she sat on the small boat, Sia felt weak, like she was about to faint. When the boat began to move, Sia had a strange feeling. This boat moved automatically without anyone rowing. "So this is how royalty rides boats?" Seeing Sia looking around curiously, Claude asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sia hesitated for a long time, finally answering, "Daddy's hair sparkles, it's so beautiful." Sia smiled artificially on the surface, but actually wanted to cry. Hearing Sia's answer, Claude smiled once again. He suddenly mentioned the pouch of gems Sia had tied to her thigh. Claude had kept those treasures for Sia, and would let her retrieve them next time. Then father and daughter fell into silence. Claude's profile was absolutely gorgeous, and that loose robe suited him perfectly. In Sia's eyes, Claude was like a handsome cheetah, basking in the sunlight. At this moment, Sia seemed to understand why those women would throw themselves at Claude like moths to a flame. In that novel, Diana truly loved Claude too. Those clear sapphire eyes, even Sia was mesmerized. Suddenly the bottom of the pond made gurgling sounds. Sia looked toward the source of the sound and found a gorgeous blue lotus. Sia strangely wanted to pick this flower, so she reached out toward the lotus. She was just about to pick the flower. But the next second, Sia fell off the boat. The 5-year-old Sia couldn't swim and splashed up and down in the pond. Sia shouted at Claude, "Help! Save me!" But Claude's expression didn't change at all, watching the drowning Sia as if watching a show. Sia suddenly realized that this man wouldn't save her at all. Water plants entangled Sia's feet. Sia slowly sank into the water, while Claude remained unmoved. This was too much. Little Princess Sia had fallen into the water. She thought her father would watch her die without lifting a finger. Unexpectedly, Claude jumped into the water and rescued Sia. The drowning Sia had already fainted. Lillian rushed over to gently pat Sia's back. Claude shook the water off his clothes, ordering Felix to teach Sia how to swim starting tomorrow. If the Emperor's daughter drowned one day, wouldn't that be a joke? Sia finally woke from her coma. Having drunk a bellyful of water, her face was ashen as she coughed continuously. Looking at her departing father, Sia felt utterly terrified. This man was simply a devil. At night, Sia lay in bed trembling. Recalling the day's experience still made her heart palpitate. A 5-year-old child falling into water, and Claude could coldly observe for so long. It seemed she must quickly save enough gold to leave this terrible place. Thinking of this, Sia's tears streamed down her face. Her life was truly bitter. Hungry after a day, Princess Sia wanted to eat chocolate. Thinking of her previous life, forget chocolate. She couldn't even get expired food from convenience stores. Sia ran to the storehouse and hid chocolate in her sleeve. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound outside. Lillian told Sia to quickly go out and see. Outside the palace, dozens of maids stood in a row, uniformly bowing to Sia. "Princess Sia, it's our honor to serve you." Sia was shocked by the scene before her. Felix appeared immediately, performing a standard knight's bow to Princess Sia. "From today onwards, I have been appointed as Princess Sia's temporary guardian knight." Even Lillian was startled by this. How dare they assign His Majesty's personal knight Felix to protect the princess? Felix displayed a harmless smile. In any case, it's because His Majesty loves the princess. His Majesty is selecting a formal knight for the princess. It shouldn't take too long. Actually, Claude wasn't adding maids for Sia, but replacing the original ones. This made Sia very angry. The maid sisters she had worked hard to please were all reassigned. The new maids didn't fall for Sia's tricks at all. Seeing Sia's dejected appearance, Felix suggested, "Why not report your thoughts to His Majesty?" Conveniently, His Majesty will be dining with Sia tonight. Being summoned by Claude again, Sia felt like dying. According to Felix, that lotus in the water was a magical creature that lured people to fall in, then absorbed their nutrients, a very frightening plant. Hearing this, Sia became even angrier that Claude had watched over her in such a situation. Lillian asked Sia to change into formal attire and groom herself, but Sia threw a little tantrum, saying she didn't want to dress up for such a person. Felix stood aside, speaking for Sia. "Whatever the princess wears, she looks cute, and His Majesty surely thinks the same." The next second, Felix lifted Sia into his arms, bid farewell to Lillian, and carried Sia to Claude's palace. Sitting in Felix's arms, Sia acted cute, wanting to know why there were no other maids or knights in her father's palace. Felix answered, "There are no maids because His Majesty prefers to do things himself. As for knights, that's because His Majesty doesn't need them." Felix stood outside the door for a long time, but Claude didn't let them in. It seemed His Majesty was taking a nap. Sia secretly rejoiced. This way, she could return to Ruby Palace. However, Felix meant that if Princess Sia woke His Majesty herself, His Majesty would surely be very happy. Then Felix pushed Sia into the palace while he waited outside. Being thrown in by Felix, Sia was dizzy with anger. She tried to push open the door to escape, but the palace door was too heavy. Sia couldn't budge an inch even with all her strength. No choice but to accept the situation. Sia quietly surveyed the entire palace. Have you ever seen a palace decorated with pure gold? Even the murals were made of pure gold. Not just that, but candlesticks, bells, frames, all were gold. Such a lavish palace was Claude's residence. Little money lover Sia was dazzled in the palace. Stealing just a little would be quite a fortune. Suddenly, Sia noticed a painting placed in the corner. She seemed to know who was in the painting. However, this painting made Sia uncomfortable. Just as she turned away to walk in the opposite direction, she happened to run into Claude lying on the sofa. Being so close to Claude, Sia's hair stood on end. This monster, why sleep here when he had a bed? Staring at Claude's profile, Sia couldn't help but be infatuated. This sleeping face was exactly like a prince from a fairy tale. If only Claude could sleep forever. Sia reached out and waved her hand in front of Claude's eyes. Claude didn't wake up. He seemed to be in deep sleep. Realizing this, Sia clenched her fist, wanting to take the opportunity to punch him. She wouldn't have a chance to hit this guy again. Sia's anger burned fiercely. Now was the time. She still hadn't forgotten the boat revenge. The next second, Sia raised both arms, but unexpectedly the chocolate in her sleeve fell out, precisely hitting Claude's forehead. Claude slowly opened his eyes. Sia's raised hands hadn't had time to lower. This awkward moment froze. Claude turned his eyes to look at Sia. Sia slowly lowered her arms, gently stroking Claude's chest, then in an extremely unnatural voice began singing a lullaby. Claude didn't notice Sia's abnormality, quietly listening to the entire song. When the song ended, Claude asked, "What song is that?" Sia answered, "It's a song to say goodbye to nightmares." Then Sia squeezed out the sweetest smile again to greet her father. Claude stood up and straightened his hairstyle, his loose sleeping gown revealing 8-pack abs. He ordered servants to prepare dinner, while Sia nervously avoided his gaze. Father and daughter awkwardly chatted at the dinner table. Claude emanated charm at all times, making Sia break into a cold sweat. Today's dinner was specially prepared by Claude for Sia. Sia picked up a knife and fork to cut the steak before her, but she was too weak, not only failing to cut the steak, but accidentally letting the fork slip away. Seeing that Sia couldn't even cut steak properly, Claude said he would send someone to Ruby Palace tomorrow to specially teach Sia royal etiquette. Then Claude stared at Sia with a strange look. Sia finished dinner in this state of nervousness and uncertainty. Back at Ruby Palace, Sia asked Lillian to sing a lullaby to help her sleep. Lillian's singing made Sia forget the day's embarrassment, and she fell asleep peacefully. Meanwhile, Claude picked up the chocolate Sia had dropped and fell into thought. Sia's appearance always reminded Claude of Diana. Perhaps because she looked so much like Diana, Claude didn't dislike Sia. Diana was unforgettable to everyone. Just one more year, and Claude could completely forget Diana's face. Felix, standing behind Claude, carefully asked, "Was dinner pleasant today? After all, the princess is so cute." "Cute?" Claude still played with that chocolate. "As I've long forgotten such emotions." His Majesty's words left Felix looking dejected. Looking at the broken painting in the corner, Claude stood up and asked Felix to leave. He wanted to be alone for a while. On this day, little Princess Sia wore her hair in a ponytail and a gorgeous formal dress as she curtsied to her father. Under the maid's guidance, Sia had become both sensible and adorable. To please her father, Sia had also practiced some cute little tricks. However, Claude had no reaction to Sia's performance. He asked Felix to carry Sia to the stool, and the tea party officially began. Sia persistently greeted Claude. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning. Claude had moved the tea party time to the morning a month ago. Previously, he would summon Sia for tea in the afternoon. So now Sia had to greet her father every morning. Although Claude never responded, Sia swung her little feet and tried to chat with Claude. "Yesterday, I dreamed about Daddy. I played happily with Daddy, Lillian, and Felix." Claude showed no interest, so it was a terrible dream. Chat attempt failed. Sia decided to quietly eat cake. She didn't know what else to say. A gentle breeze blew in the garden. Claude sat in his chair lost in thought, looking sleep-deprived. Sia expressed her confusion. "If you want to sleep, then just summon me in the afternoon." Looking at the red tea in Claude's hand, Sia asked innocently, "Oh, Daddy, does that taste good?" Claude replied, "It's not its taste that I like." Sia looked expectant. "And I wants to drink it too." Felix stood nearby with a friendly reminder. "'Twas tea might be a bit strong for the princess." Sia pouted and acted coquettishly, insisting she wanted to drink the same as Daddy. Sia knew in her heart that Claude liked her unruly behavior, so no matter how abrupt she was, Claude wouldn't kill her. Sure enough, Claude spoke, asking Felix to pass the tea to the princess. This was a red tea emanating a rose fragrance. Sia took the cup with both hands, first carefully savoring the aroma of the red tea, then gently sipped a small mouthful. The tea was indeed fragrant. Sia was very happy she liked this red tea. "It feels like some flowers are blooming in my mouth." As soon as she spoke, Claude's face changed. Felix also became tense. The scene was quiet for several seconds. Claude was stunned. No one responded to Sia's words. After a while, Felix broke the deadlock. "Tennis is a lipper tea that His Majesty likes very much." Diana Empress also loved it very much. "It feels like some flowers are blooming in my mouth." She said exactly the same thing. Sia fell into thought, secretly glancing at Claude sitting opposite. Seeing that Claude wasn't angry, Sia asked Felix, "Did Mother say exactly the same as me?" Felix smiled and answered yes. His Majesty came to like this tea also because of Diana Empress. The ingredients of lipper tea come from her hometown. They once drank tea together here. Claude interrupted Felix. "And you're unusually talkative today." Claude asked Felix to withdraw. Remembering the painting stored in Claude's chambers, Sia felt a bit angry inside. There was just a woman who passed by for him. How annoying. Claude continued, "You're still young. Drinking milk is better." Back at Ruby Palace, Sia used crayons to draw Lillian on paper. Then Sia drew another picture for Felix. These two drawings were Sia's gifts to Lillian and Felix. After a while, Sia drew Claude's image on paper. Having drawn everyone around her, Sia thought for a long time. Who else could she draw? There's also Mother. Sia recalled the novel's description. Diana was extremely beautiful, beautiful enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Even the self-centered Claude fell at Diana's feet. Sia wanted to meet such a peerless beauty. So Sia scribbled on the paper, drawing her imagined mother. Felix and Lillian watched the princess's actions in silence, the atmosphere turning heavy. Was it because Sia said out loud that she wanted to see her mother? Ever since Sia expressed her wish to see her mother, Lillian and Felix had been watching her mood. These days, Sia felt very awkward. To clarify the matter, Sia hid in a corner to eavesdrop on their conversation. It turns out Felix had been searching for a way to let Sia see her mother. Felix intended to convey Sia's wishes to Claude, With your Majesty's power, memories can be directly transmitted. Though not as clear and objective as an image stone, Diana Empress's likeness could be conveyed to the princess. Sia's jaw dropped. Claude could use that kind of magic? Was this even in the novels she had read in her previous life? But Felix's idea was outrageous. Sia rushed out from the corner shouting, "No! Don't tell father about mother!" Felix was puzzled. Why, princess? Unable to explain her reasons, Sia could only shout, "Father hates talking about mother! What if he starts hating me too because I say I miss mother?" Sia's voice echoed throughout the palace. Lillian covered her mouth in disbelief, while Felix very seriously knelt down, holding Sia's arms and saying, "I swear by my name, His Majesty doesn't hate Lady Diana, nor does he hate Princess Sia. Princess, you're so young, you shouldn't have to learn to endure so early." The situation grew more serious. Sia tried to explain again, "I'm really fine, I don't want to anymore." But Felix thought Sia was just too shy to speak up, and said he was willing to convey her wishes. Sia was nearly going crazy. She pushed Felix away. "If you tell father, I'll hate you." "I told you, I don't miss mother anymore." Sia had pushed too hard and fell on her bottom. After that, she immediately got up and ran back to her chambers. The next day, the atmosphere among the three was unbearably heavy. Sia hadn't slept all night. Early in the morning, Claude summoned her again. Feeling that her attitude toward Felix yesterday had been excessive, Sia tugged at Felix's pant leg, indicating she wanted to be picked up. Seeing them reconcile, Lillian also breathed a sigh of relief. Sia suddenly realized that Felix and Lillian were always inseparable, like newlyweds. Could those two have feelings for each other? Felix carried Sia to the reception room door. As always, Claude showed no courtesy, making Felix wait at the door for a long time. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and before them stood a man with silver hair and amber eyes. Felix called him Duke Ross. It seemed he was the Duke who had raised Jenny until she was 14. The Duke bowed to Sia. The novel had mentioned that. The Duke was quite an ambitious figure who had used Jenny to achieve great success in life. Looking at the Duke's malicious gaze, Sia understood. He was comparing her to Jen. Sia gave the Duke a bright smile, then blurted out, "Hello there, Mr. Whitey." "Whitey?" The Duke realized the princess was addressing him. Sia offered her lollipop to the Duke. "This is delicious. Would you like some?" Felix was amused by Sia's behavior. The Duke reluctantly accepted the candy, but to his surprise, Sia immediately took it back, pretending to be angry. "Spank, spank! Whitey can't eat such things." The princess teased the Duke like a pet dog, making the Duke feel somewhat embarrassed. Sia realized she should stop, and said to Felix, "Oh my, I want to see Daddy now." Felix escorted Sia into the palace, and Sia waved goodbye to the Duke outside. The teased Duke maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, and said to Sia, "It's an honor to meet you. May the prosperity of the Oya Empire be with you." Little Princess Sia slept with Claude, the father-daughter relationship warming up. After saying goodbye to the Duke, Sia entered the council chamber where Claude had been waiting on the throne. Felix reported to Claude, "We just encountered Duke Ross." Sia hid behind Felix and said, "That's Mr. Whitey." Whitey because he looks like a little white dog. Claude was amused by Sia. That nickname suits him well. Seeing Felix serving the princess like a loyal dog, Claude gave a playful smile. "So quickly becoming a personal nanny?" Felix smiled shyly. Sia kindly reminded him, "That's not a compliment." Sia handed her lollipop to Felix, then skipped over to Claude's side. Claude told Sia that the Duke had a boy about the princess's age, and suggested inviting him to keep the princess company. Sia stared at the gold near Claude's throne. So much gold, taking a little wouldn't be noticed. Claude coldly stared at the little gold digger. Sia quickly came to her senses, hurriedly pretending to be excited. "Wow, am I going to have a friend?" Claude immediately changed his attitude. "Just thinking about two children running around the palace makes me unhappy. I hate noise the most." Sia realized she should have said she didn't need friends. While Sia was thinking about how to respond, Claude picked her up by the waist. "You're indeed heavy." The proud emperor gently pushed aside the curtain and tossed Sia onto the bed. Apparently there was a bed behind the throne in the council chamber. Then Claude lay down beside her. After being busy all morning, he was feeling sleepy. Seeing Claude bare-chested lying in front of her, Sia felt anxious. Claude always liked to do unexpected things. Claude asked Sia to sing a lullaby. Sia didn't want to, so she said she forgot. Claude saw through Sia's little trick and told her about a past incident. After he ascended to the throne, some treasonous attendants tried to assassinate him in the reception hall. After they were arrested and knelt down, those fools all claimed no one had instructed them, and they knew nothing about it. So Claude used magic to forcibly make them remember. To recover evaporated memories, Claude knows many methods. Would he like to use them on Sia? Sia was terrified and replied with strong survival instinct, "I suddenly remembered, I'll sing for Daddy right now." So Sia shakily sang with tears in her eyes until Claude fell asleep. To confirm if Claude was truly asleep, Sia was pulling his hair. Felix expressed his surprise. His Majesty actually shows his defenseless side. Felix stood outside the curtain apologizing to Sia again, saying he shouldn't have acted without the princess's permission. Sia felt a pang of guilt, as she was the one who first said she wanted to see Diana, then not only got angry but also used violence. So she apologized to Felix too. Felix told the princess that he lost his mother when he was about the princess's age. His mother was also his Majesty's wet nurse, so he and the emperor were almost like brothers. As a child, Felix harbored some resentment toward his mother, as she spent much more time with the emperor than with him. After his mother passed away, Felix often said he didn't miss her at all. But one day, Felix saw his mother had embroidered his name on the handkerchief he carried. And at that moment, tears burst from Felix's eyes. He had been missing his mother all along, just unwilling to admit it. Sia was an orphan in her previous life and didn't have special feelings about mothers. But if she really was Princess Sia, she would probably miss her mother too. Sia confided in Felix, actually. Yesterday when I said I didn't want to see Mom, I was lying. But Sia still has Daddy. Even without Mom, I can still sing lullabies for Daddy. Felix stood outside the curtain asking the princess, does the princess have any wishes? Sia's inner thought was certainly not to be killed by Claude, but what she said was, I wish Daddy could like me a bit more. Sia opened her arms wide. Just like how much I like Daddy. This much. Very, very much. Felix was amused by Sia's childish words. After a while, Sia also became drowsy and fell asleep nestled against Claude. In her dream, Sia seemed to see a golden-haired fairy. She reached out to touch the fairy's hair. The fairy turned around, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face with ruby-like eyes. The fairy smiled at Sia. In her dream, Sia said, Big sister, you're so beautiful and your smile is so lovely. By this time, Claude had already awakened and was listening to Sia's sleep-talking. Felix, standing outside the curtain, said, It seems the princess is having a sweet dream. Claude replied, Because she sang a song that drives away nightmares. Felix immediately responded, Yes. Perhaps the elves offered her a sweet dream after hearing it. Claude told Felix to be quiet. You've been talking nonsense lately. Sia was disturbed by their conversation and curled up into a ball. Claude reached out and gently stroked Sia's hair. In the dream, that golden-haired fairy was still smiling at Sia. 2 years later, little Princess Sia was 7 years old. Looking at the chocolates in the basket, Sia pouted. The chocolates are fewer again. Who took them? She had wanted to secretly eat a few, but the decrease was too obvious, so she couldn't take any more. Sia had severe tooth decay, and Lillian usually hid the chocolates from her, even if Sia begged. So Sia had to use her trump card, going to Claude. Sia rushed into Claude's chamber, shaking her father's leg while acting cute. After 2 years together, Sia and Claude had grown increasingly close, and Sia could come and go freely in Claude's chamber. Sure enough, Claude couldn't resist Sia's persistent pleading and ordered the servants to bring desserts. Staring at the table full of sweets, Sia's eyes sparkled, and she drooled. Claude complained beside her. You seem happier to see cake than to see me. Sia's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately put on a pleasing expression. Being able to eat with father is what makes me happiest. Time is terrifying. Sia never imagined she would one day actively seek out Claude, all because Claude could let her eat all the sweets she wanted. She had even gotten used to his nagging. Looking at her worried father, Sia couldn't figure out what was on his mind. After a while, Claude asked Sia, Did you meet someone on your way here? Sia wasn't sure who her father meant. Claude frowned. If you didn't meet anyone, that's fine. Just continue to ignore him in the future. Sia thought for a moment. Is father talking about Mr. Whitey? Previously, Sia had encountered Duke Ross again. The Duke probed Sia. Don't you feel lonely without friends to talk to around you? Sia didn't know what the Duke was planning in his mind. So she refused. Duke is silly. How could I have no friends? Felix is my friend. The Duke still persisted, as he wanted to introduce his son to Princess Sia. If the princess could treat him like an older brother, he would surely care for the princess like a little sister. Now Sia understood. The Duke was using him as insurance. He saw that Sia and Claude were getting along well, so he was afraid Claude wouldn't like Jen and planned to quickly replace her with Sia. The Duke was strangely confident. Although my son is a bit shy, he's as handsome as I am. Sia put on Claude's look of disgust. If he looks like Mr. Whitey, I might not like him very much. However, the Duke showed no sign of backing down and continued, Then how about a girl the same age as the princess? Felix quickly realized, Is Duke Ross referring to your niece? The Duke answered, Yes. My cousin went to the countryside to recuperate, and I'm taking care of her little daughter. What does the princess think? Sia hadn't expected someone would dare push Jen in her face. Somehow, she would become a stepping stone on Jenny's road to success. She knew Jen was innocent, but she was Sia. Sia lay in Felix's arms pondering her countermeasure and muttered, I doesn't like friends who are even sillier than me. The Duke maintained his gentlemanly smile. That child is very intelligent, princess, don't worry. Sia with an innocent expression asked the Duke, How far has Mr. Whitey's child progressed in social theory? Since she's so smart, she must have reached the intermediate volume, right? What about her other studies, like magic theory, philosophy, history? Does she speak Atlanta language? Does she speak the Empire's official language? As the questions kept coming, the Duke's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. In his mind echoed one sentence, God will punish those who lie. The wind rustled the leaves. The Duke was stunned for a long time, finally showing a bitter smile. My niece started learning at a very early age, but I'm afraid she can't compare to the princess. Although I had heard the princess was incredibly intelligent, it seems the rumors were understated. And so, Sia, pouting, sent the Duke away, and she could enjoy a few days of peace. One day, little Princess Sia was playing in the woods when she suddenly discovered a black kitten. The kitten took an attacking stance upon seeing Sia, making her hesitate. But she still approached and greeted the cat. Hello, kitty, come here, I have food. The next second, the kitten jumped deep into the bushes. Sia, curious, chased after it, then reached out with both hands to cover the cat. Caught you, Blackie! To her surprise, what Sia grabbed wasn't the kitten but a man's hair. It was a man with long black hair, red eyes, wearing a purple robe. The man sat up from the bushes and said coldly, "Move aside." Sia was captivated by the man's looks. This handsome man with sharp features was someone she had never seen before, and he was super handsome. Sia, blushing, quickly waved her hands. "Who are you, brother? This area isn't open to random entry. What are you doing here?" The man picked up the kitten from earlier. "I caught this," Sia exclaimed. "Blackie, is this your pet brother?" The man looked as beautiful as a fairy from a painting, with an alluring tear mole under his eye. He looked at Sia as if she were an idiot. "Little girl, is this your first time seeing it?" Sia was confused. "So you're not Blackie's owner?" Just then, Felix's voice came from a distance. Felix was worried Sia had gone too far and followed her. The man saw Felix approaching and snapped his fingers. The next moment, Felix left quickly as if enchanted. Sia realized something was wrong and asked the man what he had done to Felix. Could this man be a magician? The man was examining the kitten in his hand. Sia asked, "What else can you do?" Hearing this, the man's fingertips created a colorful bubble, like this. Then Sia was suddenly surrounded by colorful bubbles. So this was the power of a magician. Sia opened her mouth in disbelief. "Amazing! Amazing!" She jumped around chasing the bubbles in the air, but there was a hint of malice in the man's eyes. As the bubbles burst one after another, Princess Sia gradually found it difficult to breathe. Just then, Blackie gave a meow that woke Sia up, and all the bubbles disappeared. Sia woke from her daze. What happened? Did Blackie protect me? The man was a bit angry and grabbed the kitten by the scruff of its neck. "How dare you use such a cheap trick to ruin my plan?" The kitten trembled and curled up, looking like it was about to cry. The man held up the kitten, threatening it. "You beast, I might as well make you disappear." Sia snatched Blackie and held it in her arms. "Don't bully Blackie! You're not Blackie's owner, are you, brother?" The man looked down at the little girl with a cold expression. He asked Sia, "Isn't its owner you? You can't even recognize your own magically transformed sacred beast. What backwater mountain did you come from?" Looking at Sia's gemstone eyes, the man guessed Sia had royal lineage. He named several former emperors, asking if Sia was their daughter. Sia denied each one. "Her father is Claude." The man couldn't believe it at first, then burst into laughter. "What's going on? Has the dynasty changed?" The man was like a little eunuch who just learned the Qing dynasty had fallen, laughing until tears came out. Then he lifted Sia's chin, those red eyes staring at Sia. With a strange light emanating from them, Sia's body was frozen by magic. After observing, the man let go. It was the first time he met such an unusual girl, so he decided to spare her. The man told Sia that Blackie was a sacred beast born from Sia's magic power. A sacred beast is the crystallization of magic power, only when one's magic is too powerful for the body to contain. Does excess magic overflow to form a sacred beast? When Sia learns how to use magic, it will be reabsorbed by Sia, becoming usable magic power. The man secretly glanced at Sia standing nearby. Sia was hugging Blackie with a flushed face, looking shy. Sia couldn't believe her magic was so strong. Could she be a great magician? Then the man snatched Blackie away. "This kitten should rightfully be mine, to eat roasted or boiled, whatever pleases me." Sia tried to take Blackie back. "That's mine. I can't let brother take it away." But the man showed no intention of letting go. "After sleeping for so long, my magic has weakened. Eating this cat should replenish some magic power." Sia was shocked. "How is your decreased magic my fault? Why steal my Blackie?" Perhaps because Sia was too persistent, or maybe the man thought Sia had a point. He returned Blackie to Sia. "How about this, you keep it until it grows up?" Sia angrily asked. "Why should I?" The man seemed to lose patience, glaring with his blood-red pupils. "I'm sparing you now. You should know I could make you disappear instantly and take it away." Sia obediently shut up, knowing the man had that ability. Seeing Sia's silence, the man turned back to smile at Sia. "Don't be afraid, I'm a kind magician." "You can keep it. I might change my mind during that time." Sia thought the man wanted to make a deal, but the man said Sia need not worry. What he wants won't harm Sia at all. Even if it's a deal, Sia won't lose out. Then the man tossed the kitten to Sia and prepared to leave. Before leaving, the man asked Sia what her name was. Sia cautiously refused to answer. The man waved his hand helplessly. "I told you I'm not a bad person. Let me tell you mine first. I'm Lucas. Next time we meet, just call me by my name." The next second, Lucas snapped his fingers, and his figure gradually disappeared. "I'm leaving, goodbye." A strong wind blew, and Sia covered her eyes. When she opened them again, Lucas was gone. After saying goodbye to Lucas, Sia carried Blackie back to the Ruby Palace. Today's snack was a long-awaited chocolate cake. Sia had barely felt happy for a few seconds when Blackie suddenly jumped out of her arms, ran to the table, and started gobbling up the cake. Sia realized that the chocolate thief was Blackie all along, and so, Sia began raising Blackie. Every day she was responsible for feeding Blackie, bathing Blackie, sleeping with Blackie, giving Blackie her favorite chocolate, living a happy life. One day, Felix reminded Sia it was time to see His Majesty. Sia didn't want to go at all. She just wanted to play with Blackie. However, once at Claude's chamber, Sia put on a professional fake smile, full of survival instinct. Claude still looked sleepy. Sia silently complained, "You finally found a cute and obedient daughter, and you're drowsy?" She had heard Claude could only sleep 4 hours a day. Being an emperor wasn't easy. Felix suggested to Claude, "The weather is nice today, how about taking a walk?" Claude agreed. Sia stared at the gold on the throne. "That throne is really beautiful. I wish I could take a bit." Claude stood up and came to Sia's side, but Sia thought it was Felix and habitually tugged at his pants. Claude didn't understand what Sia meant. Felix explained with a smile, "The princess wants to be carried. She usually does this when tired of walking." Sia quickly explained, No, I just saw something on Daddy's clothes." But Claude pretended not to hear and grabbed Sia abruptly. Fathers often don't think things through when handling children. Claude grabbed Sia like a chicken, and Sia struggled wildly. Claude was somewhat displeased. "You're already heavy, why not be still?" Felix reminded Claude from behind. "Your Majesty, holding the princess like that must be uncomfortable for her." Claude didn't understand. "She doesn't have to move her legs, just stays put. What's uncomfortable about that?" Felix took Sia from Claude's hands and demonstrated the correct way. "You need to hold her like this." Back in Felix's arms, Sia felt completely at ease. So she held tightly onto Felix's neck, refusing to let go. "I only want Felix to carry me." The angelic Felix showed a proud smile. "Since the princess wants me to carry her, there's no choice. Your Majesty, please go ahead. The princess and I will follow you." This scene made the proud father Claude extremely jealous. He reached out to Felix. "You're trying too hard to give advice? I thought you had some remarkable child-carrying method, but it's nothing special. Give her to me." Sia refused again. "I only want Felix to carry me." Sia's attitude angered Claude. Claude's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Catching this, Sia immediately changed her tone. "Then I want father to carry me." Sia jumped into her father's arms with a professional smile. Claude clearly hadn't learned Felix's method, carrying Sia like a statue as they went out. Walking along the way, Claude asked Sia, "Does Felix carry you other times too?" Sia nodded. However, except for visits to Claude, Sia never left the Ruby Palace. After a while, Sia cautiously suggested again, "I can get down and walk by myself." But Claude thought Sia felt his carrying wasn't as comfortable as Felix's, so she wanted to get down. The jealous Claude reminded Sia, "Don't always let Felix carry you, it will develop bad habits." At this moment, Felix humbly asked, "May I come closer?" Claude replied with disgust, "Tell Felix to step back 10 more steps." This was the first time little Princess Sia was carried in her father's arms. Just then, an insect flew near Sia. The buzzing sound of the insect irritated Sia. The next second, Sia swatted at the insect with her hand, but hit Claude squarely in the face. The scene froze, and Sia turned pale. Claude asked Sia, "What are you doing?" Sia's mind was full of question marks. She involuntarily imagined being beheaded by Claude, then tremblingly answered, "Insect." "Just hitting an insect?" Claude asked back, "Are you saying I'm an insect?" Sia was terrified and hurriedly explained, "No." There was an insect on Daddy's face. It was bullying Daddy, so I caught it like this. Felix stood by and suggested to Sia, "If the princess blows on His Majesty, it will get better quickly." Sia's heart strongly resisted. "I don't want to do that." But in reality, with tears in her eyes, she gently blew on Claude's cheek. After a while, the father and daughter went to the royal garden for tea as usual. Felix fearlessly said, "Your Majesty, it might be better if I carry the princess in the future." Sia silently complained, "Please, brother, if you want to die, don't take me with you." Sure enough, Claude glared at Felix. Then Claude suggested that Sia learn martial arts. You can't even catch an insect and just wave your hands around. At least after learning martial arts, you won't make mistakes next time. Sia nodded while drinking tea. Daddy really holds grudges. Claude continued nagging, with such little strength. What can you do well in the future? If this continues, even insects could carry you away. Felix wanted to defend Sia. The princess is only 7 years old. Before he could finish, Claude interrupted. The person sent as a guard, besides carrying children, has nothing to do all day, really useless. Claude's words hit Felix like a thunderbolt, making him utterly depressed. Suddenly, Sia's heart began pounding hard. Since earlier, her heart had felt strange. Then Sia couldn't help but vomit, actually spitting out fresh blood. Looking at her hand stained with blood, Sia didn't know what was happening. Claude was both shocked and afraid, his eyes wide with fear. The next second, Sia's vision darkened, and she fell from her chair. She didn't know how much time had passed when Sia woke up again. Felix was beside the bed asking with concern, "Princess, can you recognize who I am?" Sia felt intense pain in her body, grabbing the blanket and rolling around crying. "It really hurts. It's like my body is on fire. Am I going to die?" Hearing the princess's painful cries, Felix asked Claude what to do. Claude questioned the magician who was kneeling on the ground. "What's happening? What did you do? Why is it getting worse?" The magician didn't know either. He was the most knowledgeable about magical anomalies in the palace, but still had no solution for Sia's condition. Sia curled up on the bed sobbing. Claude ordered, "Throw this useless magician in the dungeon. Summon other magicians." The magician's pleas echoed through the palace. Claude warned him, "Think carefully in prison about how to cure the princess or I'll cut off your limbs." Sia was tortured by the pain inside her body and cried for her father's help. Claude reached out and told Sia to close her eyes. "Sleep." Sia thought her father was too harsh. "Your daughter is almost dying from pain. How can I possibly sleep?" In her dream, Sia saw that fairy sister again. The fairy sister wore a magnificent dress sitting in a chair. Sia told the fairy sister about what happened today. The fairy sister couldn't hear Sia's words but silently shed tears. Previously in dreams, the dream would end whenever Sia turned and left the room. But today, the dream continued after Sia went out. In the dream, Claude appeared. With a gloomy face, he strode toward the fairy. The next second, Claude tightly grabbed the fairy's arms, shaking her body, saying, "I lost. I feel like you've always been playing me in the palm of your hand. If you wish, I would even beg you." The fairy was frightened by Claude's words. Why are you saying this?" Claude's tone became humble. "If I don't beg you to stay, will you completely disappear from me?" Seeing the fairy didn't answer, Claude tried hard not to cry. "I know this love is just my one-sided feeling." I knew, yet I couldn't help using magic to see our ending in advance. By now, the fairy was in tears. Claude kept repeating, "Don't leave, choose me. Don't choose that child in your belly that's draining your life." Instantly, Sia woke from the dream. Before her appeared the youth she met in the forest before. "Lucas, you're finally awake. Seems you thought yourself a sleeping princess in the forest?" Sia thought. The waking method must be wrong, so she closed her eyes again. Lucas became a bit angry, pretending to sleep. "Should I bring a prince from another country?" Sia still wanted to sleep a bit more. She's having a very important dream. Already irritated from the pain of vomiting blood, why was this rascal here? Sia suddenly realized her chest didn't hurt anymore. Lucas sat nearby, saying smugly, "You owe me your life this time. If not for me, you would have died from your heart bursting." Sia's mind was a bit confused. How did Lucas know she was sick? Did he come to steal Blackie again? Lucas looked helpless. "Why don't you trust me? I said I wouldn't eat it. And you should thank me. Your father wanted to kill Blackie and I stopped him." "What?" Sia didn't understand why Claude would want to kill Blackie. As they were talking, Claude entered with Felix. Seeing Sia awake, Felix's eyes welled up with tears. Sia stood up and ran towards Claude's arms, but accidentally twisted her ankle. The next second, Claude's quick reflexes caught Sia just before she fell. This time, Claude slowly picked Sia up, using the correct child-carrying posture Felix had demonstrated earlier. After 7 years of persistent effort, Claude had finally become daughter-obsessed. He asked Sia with concern, "Is there anywhere else that doesn't feel well?" Remembering the scene from her dream, Sia looked around, then quickly shook her head. Then Claude asked Lucas, "Will there be any side effects?" Lucas, playing the drama queen, pretended to be weak, constantly coughing. "To heal the princess, I almost used up all my power." Claude stated, "Lucas has rendered great service worthy of reward, but it will have to wait until the princess recovers." Lucas fluttered his big eyes, squeezed out a few tears, looking as delicate as a willow in the wind, then carefully said, "I don't deserve such praise, but the princess can't fully recover yet." Sia made a disgusted face, her little head full of question marks. Lucas continued his performance. "This condition might recur in the future. When that happens, this humble servant will once again risk his life." Felix suggested Claude let Lucas rest first, leaving detailed explanations for later. The young magician seems exhausted too. Sia noticed Lucas's body had shrunk, changing from a handsome man to a little boy. With Claude's permission, Lucas flashed Sia a victorious smile. Sia immediately understood he was acting. Just then, Lillian, having heard the princess had awakened, rushed over from the Ruby Palace. Lillian hugged the princess, crying uncontrollably. During the past month, she thought she would never see the princess again. Only then did Sia learn she had been unconscious for exactly 48 days. Afterward, Lucas took on the role of a benefactor, acting imperiously in the palace. It was said that Sia's coma was caused by magic power running wild inside her body. Throughout the country, not only was there no magician who could treat her, but no one even knew the cause of her illness. It was then that Lucas, as a young genius magician, approached Claude saying he could heal the princess. Now, Lucas was sitting on the sofa in the Ruby Palace, eating Sia's favorite sweets. Lucas told Sia that the root cause of her vomiting blood was Blackie. Because Sia often touched it, Blackie's magic conflicted with Sia's internal magic, causing this incident. Sia's magic seems to have a strong return instinct, which is very rare. Either that or Sia's magic is overflowing. Hearing this, Sia felt uneasy. So she can't be with Blackie anymore? Lucas laughed heartily. "If I couldn't solve such a small problem, letting a child I saved die again, what kind of genius would I be?" When Claude wanted to get rid of Blackie, it was Lucas who stopped him. In Lucas's view, Claude seemed to really care for Sia. "I heard when you almost died because of it, he wanted to kill it on the spot. If Blackie was killed, the magic power contained in the sacred beast would all return to Sia's body, which would be even more dangerous." Watching Lucas sitting on the sofa grinning stupidly, Sia couldn't help but recall that dream. Does Daddy really care about me? As the male lead, Lucas was the first to see through Sia. He saw that Sia wanted to escape the palace, find a place with no people to hide, and also saw that Sia actually hated him, wishing never to meet again. It turned out that sacred beast Blackie's habits were the same as its owners. Lucas could see into Sia's heart by observing Blackie. However, Sia wouldn't admit it, saying Blackie feared Lucas only because Lucas always threatened to eat it. The simple-minded Lucas actually believed her. Actually, he's super sensitive. If someone says they hate him, he'll be very sad. Sia had another question. Why does Lucas pretend to be a child? Lucas plop fell on the sofa. With his current magic level, reducing his size a bit can improve efficiency. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to act silly in this form. Lucas suggested that Sia's magic power was very tasty. When treating Sia, Lucas ate Sia's rampaging magic power. Hearing this, Sia got goosebumps. Was Lucas that day temporarily showing his true form while eating her internal magic? Just then, Claude arrived with Felix. Lucas threw Blackie into Sia's arms. Sia was about to complain to her father, but Lucas beat her to it, starting his drama mode again, saying in one breath, "The princess's pet is a magical creature that even magical scholars find hard to believe. I think contact should be reduced." Claude thought Lucas made sense. "It's best to throw Blackie away," Sia tried to explain to her father. Claude's eyes revealed killing intent. "A dog that has bitten its master will bite again." Sia's face darkened. "Blackie isn't a dog!" Lucas's performance continued. He believes the princess's contact with Blackie should not exceed 3 to 4 hours daily. Even Felix was convinced. After the performance, Lucas prepared to leave. Claude told Lucas to take that beast along too. Sia pouted, looking at Claude with a pitiful expression. She wanted to feed Blackie, who must be hungry by now. Faced with his daughter's pout offensive, Claude didn't give in for the first time. "It's still better to throw it away now." Sia forcibly changed the subject. "Magician brother, you need to feed Blackie for me." "Thank you, brother." Then Claude changed his mind. "I'm going to throw Blackie away right now." Sia still pretended not to hear. "Father, I'm tired and want to sleep." Watching Sia desperately trying to distract Claude, Lucas was hiding in the corner giggling. Seeing Claude didn't say anything more, Sia frantically signaled to Lucas. "Quick, take it out!" Claude carried Sia to bed. Sia planned to pretend to sleep to get away with it. However, Claude had long seen through Sia's little trick and used sleep magic on Sia again. In the dream, Sia saw that fairy sister again. When Sia woke up, it was already dark. Claude was still sitting by the bed watching over her. Looking at Claude's profile, Sia realized, "Why can I only dream of fairy sister when seeing Claude?" Noticing Sia was awake, Claude told his daughter to sleep more. He would stay until Sia fell asleep. Claude's gaze made Sia's heart race. "Daddy, why are you looking at me like this?" After Sia fell deeply asleep, Claude asked Felix to investigate Lucas's background. Until Claude gave special instructions, Felix shouldn't relax his vigilance. Looking at Sia's sleeping face, Claude recalled some sad memories. Previously, Claude thought it didn't matter when Sia would die or disappear from his sight. Felix wanted to say something but was interrupted by Claude. "If you want to speak freely again, just leave. I'm not in the mood to listen today," so Felix obediently retreated. Actually, Claude harbored hatred towards Sia, always looking for an opportunity to kill her. From the moment Sia first appeared before him, Claude kept repeating in his mind, "I should kill her today, I must kill her today." All this would have been over if that girl Diana had died, yet she gave birth to an identical Sia. Claude had almost forgotten all his memories with Diana. But the hatred for the one who stole his beloved would never fade until death. That day after Sia fainted, Claude intended to kill Little Black, but Felix and Lucas stopped him. They told Claude that using this creature could help stabilize the princess's magic faster. Thinking of Sia's cute little face, Claude finally spared Little Black. He threatened Lucas to use every means to save the princess, warning that if the princess died, he wouldn't live either. Each time he saw Sia's face, Claude felt such disgust he wanted to kill her, yet Claude still wanted to keep Sia by his side a while longer. In reality, Claude reached out his hand toward the sleeping Sia. "No, I should kill her with this hand right now." Yet Claude's mind flashed with Sia's face again. Claude was deeply conflicted, enduring agonizing torment. He said to the sleeping Sia, "I hate you, I hate you, But Claude's outstretched hand ultimately gently stroked Sia's hair. Little Princess Sia woke up after sleeping for 48 days and wanted to practice walking. Claude held Sia in his arms. Sia wanted to get down and walk herself, but her recent prolonged bed rest had caused muscle atrophy, and Claude refused to let go. The weather was lovely today, and Claude took Sia to the garden for a walk. Felix wanted to hold the princess for Claude for a while, but was scolded by Claude, who told him to step back 5 more steps. Sia was a bit bored and rested her little face on her father's shoulder. Just then, Sia's hairpin caught in Claude's hair. Claude told Sia not to move, saying he would remove the hairpin. Felix was delighted and stepped forward to help, only to be coldly rejected by Claude again. Upon reaching the royal garden, Claude removed the hairpin and handed it to Sia. The flower hairpin still had a few strands of Claude's golden hair attached to it. Sia, full of survival instinct, shook the hair onto the ground, then gently stroked Claude's head, helping her father fix his hairstyle. Claude put Sia down, then extended his hand toward her. Sia thought her father wanted to hold her hand, so she offered her little hand. However, Claude wanted Sia's hairpin that she was holding earlier. He took the hairpin from Sia's hand, and with complete focus, helped Sia put it back in her hair. Looking at the hairpin he had placed in his daughter's hair himself, Claude smiled like a doting father, thinking it looked much better now. Claude grabbed Sia's hand, telling her not to run around, and to walk slowly behind him. Lately, Claude's behavior had been puzzling Sia. After Sia's revival, Claude had become like a doting father, treating Sia exceptionally well. Not only that, Claude had also bestowed the Emerald Palace upon Sia. The Emerald Palace was a palace traditionally used by princesses. In that novel, Claude had given it to Jeanne. Sia silently worried. When Jeanne arrives in the future, will he take it back to give to her? Giving it only to take it back would be even more despicable, wouldn't it? On this day, Sia was pondering these questions in Claude's palace. Felix suggested to Claude that the princess should have a friend her own age. Sia thought it was the white-haired minister trying to push his son into her life again, but that wasn't the case. The minister's son was going to study abroad in Atlanta, and this new friend was a genius magician named Lucas. Last time, Sia had mentioned that she preferred magicians over the Duke's son. So Felix misunderstood and kept Lucas by Sia's side. Every cell in Sia's body was screaming rejection, but Felix had already been won over by Lucas. In his view, certain valuable experiences could only be gained from peers. Unable to reason with Felix, Sia wanted to complain to her imperial father. Lucas played his trump card, hugging Blackie while hiding a knife in his smile. The princess's Blackie is very cute today too. So small that it looks like I could eat it in one bite. Looking at Lucas's seemingly kind eyes, Sia's hair stood on end. Why was her life always like this? From then on, Lucas refused to leave the Emerald Palace, finding it comfortable to stay in the Imperial Palace. Sia asked Lucas how old he was. And Lucas, while reading a book, replied, "Anyway, from now on, I can only grow old with you, so just think of me as your peer." Lucas was flipping through a biography, and everything in it that could explain who he was had disappeared. Sia said angrily, "If I had known you'd be staying by my side, I would rather have befriended Mr. Whitey's older brother." Lucas, feeling somewhat indignant, replied, "If you're so eager, I'll grant your wish to be friends with Mr. Whitey's child." Then Lucas used magic to teleport Sia to Mr. Whitey's house. The next second, Sia was suspended in midair, falling rapidly from the sky, then landing with a splash on top of a boy. This boy had pure white hair and amber eyes, with flawless looks that made him appear like an angel fallen to earth. Little Princess Sia descended from the sky, feathers from her clothes floating in the air, the midday sun gilding Sia with a golden edge. Aiel, who had been knocked down, blurted out, "Are you an angel?" Seeing the hair color and pupils identical to Mr. Whitey's, Sia immediately recognized the boy before her as Aiel. Aiel had clear eyes and a flawless face. To Sia, Aiel looked more like an angel. Just as Sia was about to explain to Aiel, the Duke's voice came from afar. Sia quickly hid behind the bushes. The Duke asked Aiel what he was doing here alone. Aiel glanced at the bushes where Sia was hiding, then told his father he was looking for Jenny. Sia sighed with relief behind the bushes. "That crazy Lucas? Throwing me into Mr. Whitey's lair like this is really too much." Aiel and his father were discussing matters concerning Jen. It wasn't the first time Jen had run away from the mansion. The Duke told Aiel that he didn't need to indulge Jen's temperament. Although the child was precious, Aiel was still the most important in the Duke's heart. Aiel calmly told his father that he would look a bit more and then return, as he was about to study abroad in Atlanta, and before that, he wanted to comfort Jenny. At last, the Duke finally left. After the Duke had gone far enough, Aiel whispered to Sia behind the bushes, "Are you still there? I'm sorry, I was too clumsy and didn't catch you properly. Are you hurt?" Sia, going along with the misunderstanding, replied, "Angels don't get hurt by such minor things." Aiel was a bit surprised, "So you really are an angel?" Sia was left speechless, as she couldn't exactly say she was a princess. Sia told Aiel not to come closer, and Aiel, suppressing a laugh, asked again, "Are you really an angel?" Sia was a bit annoyed. "You were the one who called me an angel just now. Why are you doubting me now?" Aiel bashfully scratched his hair, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. Seeing Aiel's flustered expression, Sia's girlish heart was instantly conquered. Indeed, a child in his teens is much fresher than those old men. Aiel sat down on the backside of the bushes where Sia was hiding and asked her, "Angel, how did you come here?" The title Angel made Sia feel extremely embarrassed. She blushed and answered, "That's a secret." Aiel laughed at Sia's response. "So, that's how it is." Sia urged Aiel to quickly find his sister. Aiel was about to go to Atlanta, and Jenny, unwilling to part with him, had left in anger. Sia was curious about Jen and asked Aiel what kind of child she was. Aiel replied, "She's a child I must protect." Sia found Aiel's reaction strange. Shouldn't you find her quickly to comfort her then? However, Aiel didn't know how to comfort a crying girl. In the novel, Aiel had always appeared coolly as the male protagonist, but who knew that in his childhood he had such adorable troubles? So Sia decided to tease him a bit. In fact, Aiel had understood at first glance that this angel-like beautiful girl was the esteemed princess. Little Princess Sia and Aiel were chatting happily. Aiel thought Sia was incredibly cute. Just as the two fell into silence, Lucas snapped his fingers in the Emerald Palace, and Sia was teleported back. Seeing Sia, Lucas said with a smirk, "You're back? You look quite happy." Before Lucas could finish speaking, Sia gave him a loud slap across the face. This violent strike stunned Lucas, who held his forehead in disbelief. "Wow, you're the first woman to hit me! Why did you hit me?" Lucas still tried to defend himself. "You said you wanted to be friends with Mr. Whitey's boy, so I sent you there." By now, Sia was already burning with anger. She remained silent, just glaring fiercely at Lucas. Sensing trouble, Lucas quickly apologized. "I was wrong. Don't be angry." Sia told Lucas never to do such things again. And Lucas, full of survival instinct, agreed. After that, Sia sat angrily on the sofa. Lucas, rubbing his forehead, said, "I'm an extremely powerful magician. If I set my mind to it, I could blow up the entire Oya Empire." Sia was somewhat disdainful. "So what?" Lucas was a bit confused. "Knowing how powerful I am, you still dare to hit me?" Sia ignored Lucas's incessant chatter. She suddenly realized she hadn't said goodbye to Aiel before being teleported back by this guy. Meanwhile, a strange feeling arose in Lucas's heart. Since birth, not even his parents had hit him. And Sia's slap had planted the seed of love in Lucas's heart. A few days later, Sia was studying in the library when Lucas asked her, "Why are you working so hard? Do "Do you want to become a scholar?" Sia replied, "I only study hard because I feel happy when I receive praise." Lucas misinterpreted Sia's meaning. "Want to receive praise from the citizens? Could it be you want to become queen?" Sia's goal was simply to still be alive in this world after turning 18. She told Lucas to go away and read history books over there, not to be in her way here. Lucas stated that history books were full of lies, especially the part about the Tower's magician. The book said that the Tower's magician abolished the corrupt system of the previous dynasty, which was complete nonsense, because the previous dynasty, dissatisfied with the magician, even flicked his forehead. The most unreliable part was claiming that the Tower's magician became extremely ugly due to an evil accident, which was utter nonsense. The Tower's magician was always the most handsome in the world, no matter when. In fact, Sia knew that Lucas was the Tower's magician. She secretly thought to herself, "Fine, you're the most handsome. Looking closely, you even have a teardrop mole." Looking at Lucas's profile as he read, Sia was once again conquered by his looks. This madman and Il, why are all the boys in this world so beautiful? A few days later, little Princess Sia met Duke Ross in the garden. Looking closely, Il and Duke Ross really did look alike. The Duke asked Sia about Lucas. Perhaps because Il had lost and Sia had chosen someone else as a friend, he was displeased. To improve Il's knowledge, the Duke had sent his son to Atlanta. He hoped to let Il help Sia learn the Atlanta language before leaving, but was mercilessly rejected by Sia. Sia indicated that she could become smarter than she was now, then jumped into Felix's arms and waved goodbye to the Duke. A few days later, Sia asked Lucas to teleport her to Il just like before. Perhaps the beating had been effective, as Lucas readily agreed, then snapped his fingers, and teleported Sia into Il's fireplace. Seeing the princess suddenly appear in the fireplace, Il's eyes widened in shock. He reached out and pulled Sia out of the dusty fireplace, then thoughtfully patted the dust off Sia's body. Such professional care showed he was naturally made to be an older brother. Il noticed that Sia's pupils had turned red. In fact, fearing her identity would be exposed, Sia had asked Lucas to change her eye color beforehand. She still didn't know that Il had long been aware of her identity. In reality, Il lowered his head shyly, asking Sia why she had appeared here. Sia felt guilty about suddenly disappearing that day, so she had come specially to explain to Il. Il's face turned red. He had guessed that Sia must have returned to her original residence, and seeing Sia safe and sound made him feel relieved. Sia looked around the room, noticing many books scattered on the table, and asked Il what he had been doing. Il replied that he was studying calculus. Calculus? That's not early education level. To test Il, Sia asked him a few questions about social theory. Il answered fluently. Not only that, but Il could also converse in the Atlanta language daily. Sia casually recited verses from the sacred book in the Atlanta language, and Il's responses came without a second of hesitation. He even knew knowledge that Sia hadn't learned, which was incredible. Just then, a girl's voice came from outside the door. Jen knocked on the door while calling for her brother. Taking advantage of the Duke's absence, Jen asked Il to accompany her to see the roses in the greenhouse. Sia peeked out from behind the curtain and said to Il, "Go ahead." Seeing Il reluctant to open the door, Jenny suspected there was someone else in his room. To prevent Jenny from discovering Sia's presence, Il had to agree to accompany her to view the flowers. Before leaving, Il said to Sia, "I'll be right back, please wait for me." After Il left, Lucas appeared beside Sia. Seeing Lucas suddenly appear, Sia was startled. It turned out Lucas was curious about Sia's new friend, so he had followed. Lucas suspected that Jenny's identity was that of a chimera. Sia didn't know what a chimera was, so she stared blankly at Lucas. To clarify Jenny's true identity, Lucas suggested taking Sia to the greenhouse together. The next second, Lucas used magic to become invisible, and took Sia following behind Jenny. Seeing Jenny for the first time, Sia was stunned by Jenny's beauty. She was a cute girl with brown hair, blue eyes, and a sweet smile, with every movement exuding a gentle and graceful aura. Lucas ignored Jen's beauty. "No matter how I look at it, Jenny's magical wavelength isn't pure royalty. It seems mixed with something." Jenny was begging Il not to go to Atlanta, saying she would personally plead for him. Faced with Jenny's plea, Il directly refused. "No matter what Jen says, I will go to study." Jenny, teary-eyed and full of grievance, said, "Why do you want to go? Didn't you always say you would grant whatever I wanted?" Il felt that he wasn't leaving forever, and that he could return to visit Jen during each semester break. If Jenny wrote to him, he would definitely reply immediately. Il gently stroked Jen's shoulders to comfort her. "Don't cry as if I'm going to disappear forever." Lucas was contemptuous of their conversation. Two little brats, acting like they're in some idle drama. Watching Il embrace the crying Jen, a flash of loss appeared in Sia's eyes. At that moment, Lucas snapped his fingers and teleported Sia back to the Emerald Palace. He asked Sia, "Who exactly is that girl? She's like a chimera but not quite, such a strange child." Sia felt Lucas was being excessive. Jen is the female lead in the novel, a child created by her mother Roper. Sia recalled the content from the novel. Indeed, Jenny's mother had given birth to Jenny, but the pregnancy process was artificial. Roper was originally Claude's fiancé, but she didn't like Claude, who wasn't the crown prince, so she seduced Crown Prince Hughes. Hughes had always viewed the extraordinarily capable Claude as a thorn in his side, and readily accepted Roper's seduction. Claude's childhood was very unfortunate. His name meant cripple, which fully illustrated his status in the palace. While Roper promised Claude that she would always be with him, Claude caught her in bed with another. It was then that Claude finally cut off his expectations for familial affection. Later, when Crown Prince Hughes ascended the throne, he killed Claude's mother, and even attempted to use black magic to eliminate Claude, but this ambition ultimately failed, and he lost his life to Claude. Before dying, Hughes used Roper for an experiment, making her pregnant with a child possessing black magic. He wanted to create a powerful child that would surpass Claude, a child who would take the throne in Hughes's place. As a result, Roper died during childbirth, giving birth to a child with jewel eyes but no magical power, Jen. This was Jenny's background. So Jenny was not really Claude's biological daughter. But except for those involved, nobody else knew this. They all thought Jen was Claude's own child. Ever since meeting Jen, little Princess Sia had unconsciously fallen into a sense of crisis. She clung to Claude every day, wanting her father to kiss, hug, and lift her high, using all her might to please Claude in order to secure her position and survive. Claude asked Sia, "How is Lucas as a friend? If you don't like him, we can replace him directly." In fact, Claude was very dissatisfied with Felix's actions. He didn't understand why Sia needed friends, but unable to resist Felix's persistence, he had to let Lucas stay. So if Sia was willing, Claude could help her find a more suitable person at any time. Looking at Claude's gentle appearance, Sia reached out her little hand and tugged at her imperial father's hair. Claude seemed particularly unusual today, and Sia suspected someone else was using Claude's body. Perhaps because Sia had tugged too hard and hurt Claude, he reverted to his usual cold demeanor and said, "Let go." Sia obediently released her hand and once again unleashed her invincible flattery. "I really like Felix and the magician brother because they are friends that Daddy gave me, so I like them even more." Claude remained silent for a moment, then fondly rubbed Sia's head. "As long as you're happy." Sia wrapped her arms around her father's neck, thoroughly enjoying her current life, hoping that Claude would continue to love her. Soon after, Sia heard the news that Il was going to Atlanta. At that time, Il had asked Sia to wait for his return, but Sia had left early. Remembering the scene of Il embracing Jen, Sia banged her little angry fist on the table with a crash. Most importantly, her knowledge had been crushed by a 10-year-old child. The anger in Sia's heart burned fiercely. "I can't let this go. I must study, study, and study again." Days passed one by one, with Sia seriously learning new knowledge every day, while Lucas idly kept her company. Il came to study in Atlanta, and Jen cried every day because of Il's departure. Several years passed, and Sia turned 13, blossoming into a graceful young lady. Her birthday was approaching, and the princess's first social ball was also about to begin. And this upcoming social ball was where, in the novel, Sia first met Jen. And it was also the watershed of Sia's tragic life. According to the novel, Jenny was the star of that ball. The Duke and Il brought Jen out, and her beauty and radiance attracted everyone's attention. This new princess outshone the disfavored Sia in both appearance and temperament, so the nobles present completely disregarded Sia's feelings and openly began to discuss this. This was Jenny's first social ball, and also Sia's. Jenny was concerned about the fallen and lonely Sia in her heart, but she could do nothing for Sia. Thus, Jen walked down the red carpet, step by step towards the position that originally belonged to her. In reality, the reborn Sia practiced dance steps under the teacher's guidance. Sia wore a water blue ball gown, dancing as lightly and gracefully as an elf. When the dance ended, the teacher on the side couldn't help but applaud. "The princess's dancing skills are unrivaled." She even wanted to use Sia as an example. On formal occasions, the teacher would always mention Sia's background. The princess's mother was a dancer, which has certainly helped now. In fact, Sia had just worked hard to learn according to the teacher's instructions, but the teacher had to attribute Sia's efforts to her mother. Sia smiled on the surface but cursed inwardly. Over the years, Sia and Claude's relationship had grown increasingly close. On this day, upon seeing her father, Sia rushed forward to hug Claude's neck and kissed his cheek. Today, Sia also misses her imperial father as always. Sia excitedly shared with Claude. "The dance teacher said I dance like," Sia almost said like my mother. But she quickly stopped herself, like an fairy. Claude's expression was very calm. He thought the dance teacher was talking nonsense and told Sia not to take it seriously. In a few more days, it would be Sia's birthday. Sia's birthday was also the anniversary of her mother's death. When Sia was 5, Claude first asked her what she wanted for her birthday gift, and Sia asked Claude to send chocolates to the maids of the Ruby Palace. When she was 7, Claude gave Sia the key to the imperial treasury, and this precious gift earned him a kiss from Sia. At that time, Claude's expression was completely stunned, looking like a father who had been taken advantage of by his daughter. In the novel, Sia's tragedy began when she met Claude at 9, but now Sia had successfully passed the age of 9 and remained safe and sound until 14. At the dining table, Claude asked Sia, "What would you like for your birthday gift? Just say it." Sia, as always, acted cute and coquettish. "I love anything Daddy gives me." Claude pressed, "Isn't there anything else you want?" Sia said there wasn't. At this point, Claude's reaction was a bit strange. He didn't seem happy with Sia's answer. After lunch, Felix escorted Sia back to the Emerald Palace. Felix seemed to sense something and asked Sia, "Did His Majesty ask about the princess's birthday gift?" Sia replied, "He did, but I really couldn't think of anything I wanted. I have so many gems I don't know what to do with them, 4 rose gardens, and countless dresses and jewelry." These are the troubles of being a princess, Felix reminded Sia. Soon it will be the princess's social ball. Who do you plan to dance the first dance with? With the social ball approaching, Sia outwardly chose Felix as her dance partner, but had actually prepared to dance with Claude. She invited Lucas to practice dancing with her in the Emerald Palace. The height difference between Claude and Sia was too great, and she would have to wear high heels then. What if she stepped on his foot? If Lucas returned to his adult form to practice with Sia, it would avoid mistakes on the day of the ball. Lucas thought he had no reason to be Sia's practice partner. Sia began to act cute towards Lucas. The strongest ability user, the universe's most awesome young genius magician Lord Lucas, please help me. Looking at Sia's twinkling big eyes, Lucas was somewhat moved. He casually snapped his fingers, summoning a mannequin similar in height to Claude. I'm busy, you practice with him. Sia expressed her confusion. What are you busy with all day long? Was it necessary to make such an ugly mannequin? Lucas lay flat on the sofa saying, I'm busy breathing every day. Unable to persuade Lucas, Sia reluctantly danced with the mannequin. After dancing a few steps, Sia indeed stepped on the mannequin's foot, then fell to the ground with a thud. Not only did Lucas not show any sympathy, but he laughed heartily. Sia was very angry. This mannequin is not only floppy but doesn't even have joints, and when I fall, it doesn't even help me up. And it's so ugly, like an egg ghost. Hearing Sia's complaints, Lucas teased, Your personal attacks are too much, he'll be sad. Sia believed him. Can this mannequin understand what I'm saying? Lucas burst into laughter again. Of course not. Sia asked Lucas to make a doll that looked more like a real person, preferably handsome. Lucas refused, saying he was in a bad mood and unwilling. After struggling for half a day, Sia collapsed on the floor to rest. These days, she had heard that El had returned from Atlanta and had graduated early with top honors. Sia was curious, after 6 years, what does El look like now? Lucas sat up from the sofa. Are you interested in Mr. Whitey's son? Sia replied, Of course, I've been thinking about him every moment for the past 6 years. In fact, Sia was concerned that El's knowledge had surpassed hers, but Lucas misunderstood, thinking Sia had fallen for El. So with a gloomy face, he said, If you're so curious, why not go see for yourself? Lucas, turning into a lemon spirit, said, Why didn't you say so earlier? That's not difficult for me at all. The next second, Lucas used magic to teleport Sia in front of El. Once again, a familiar scene unfolded. Sia descended from the sky. Just as she was about to fall onto the lawn, El steadily caught her. A gentle and familiar voice reached Sia's ears. Are you all right? 6 years had passed, and El had grown much taller. The shy little boy from before had transformed into a gentle and refined young nobleman. Every meeting between little Princess Sia and El was incredibly dreamy. Sia falling from the sky, El catching her steadily. Every time we meet, you surprise me. Looking at the wind-tousled princess, El revealed a gentle smile. I've missed you, Angel. Sia felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to get out of El's arms, but he remained motionless. It turned out El feared Sia might fall, so he slowly adjusted his posture to place her on the lawn. After Sia landed, she quickly stepped back, but accidentally twisted her ankle. El, quick as lightning, grabbed Sia's hand. Faced with such a dramatically changed El, Sia became very nervous. El said to Sia, You've grown a lot since 6 years ago. Sia felt that compared to El, her changes were nothing. The current El was like a shining prince, having shed his childhood shyness to become a true noble gentleman. Sia was dazzled by El's radiance, feeling somewhat flustered. Could the angel story still fool the current El? Sia carefully asked El, You haven't told anyone about meeting me here before, have you? El indicated that he hadn't told anyone. Sia asked him to keep the secret well. Just then, Jen's voice came from afar. Jen was looking for her brother. Seeing that Jen was about to discover them, El grabbed Sia's hand and walked towards the dense bushes. Sia thought El could just leave her and go find Jen, as she would return on her own. But El said, Then you'll disappear without a word again. Jenna was searching for El on the other side of the bushes. If they don't leave with El soon, she would be late. Sia urged El to hurry, but El told her to be quiet. He took Sia to a clearing filled with daisies. This is El's secret base. He thought Sia would definitely like it here. El said to Sia, If you came specifically to see me, I would be very happy. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Looking at El's intense gaze, Sia was at a loss. She asked El if he had arranged to go out with Jen, but El said it didn't matter, there was no need to go. El told Sia 6 years ago, before he went to Atlanta. He would go every day to the place where he first met Sia and wait. And later, every time he returned to the Oya Empire every half year, he did the same. Today was no different. Meeting Sia wasn't a coincidence. El had been waiting here all along. Sia asked El why he did this. El replied, Even though it was just a brief encounter, I couldn't forget it. A gentle breeze blew Sia's long hair. El slowly approached Sia, placing the flower in his hand by Sia's ear, then grasping her hand, murmuring, Why is that? It's okay, next time I... Before he could finish, Lucas snapped his fingers in the Emerald Palace, and Sia was instantly teleported back. Lucas's jealousy was palpable on screen, but Sia was devastated. Lucas always teleported her back and forth without any warning. Lucas said he was in a bad mood, though he didn't know why. Sia looked at Lucas's sullen face, not knowing what had happened. Did he eat something bad? And ever since that separation from El, Sia often thought of him. This morning, Sia had just finished bathing, her hair still dripping wet. She stood before the mirror examining her appearance, then asked Lillian, who was making the bed. "Lillian, am I pretty?" Lillian didn't hesitate at all. "Of course, you're the most beautiful in the world." Indeed, as Sia looked like Diana, she must be beautiful. It was normal for Isle to have feelings for Sia. Sia crouched in her chair, lost in thought. Lillian helped Sia with her makeup and hair. In fact, Sia understood in her heart that Isle's behavior meant he liked her. A super beautiful girl falling from the sky must have seemed like first love to El. But in the novel, the female lead is Jen. Sia felt that Isle would soon forget about her. During this time, Lucas had disappeared. Previously, he would idle away his days in the Emerald Palace, but now he had suddenly vanished, which was strange. As the social ball drew nearer, Sia finally implemented her plan. On this day, Sia had lunch with Claude, deliberately bringing up the matter of the ball. "Oh my, I'm worried, the social ball is coming soon, what if I get too nervous?" Claude's tone was flat. "It's fine even if you make mistakes," Sia cautiously said. "I've been practicing dancing very hard, but I'm still worried." Claude indicated there was no need to worry. If Sia made any mistakes, it would all be blamed on Felix for not properly assisting her. Sia continued, "But people will still laugh at me." Claude exuded killing intent. If anyone laughs, that laugh will be their last words. Looking at Claude like this, Sia found it a bit scary, but was still touched in her heart. Claude told Sia not to take it too seriously, just follow the etiquette for one dance and then exit. Seeing the time was ripe, Sia stammered to Claude, "Actually, I want to enter holding Daddy's hand that day." Claude was stunned for a moment, instantly perking up. Sia pretended to look pitiful. "Oh, and I want to dance the first dance with Daddy too. For my 14th year social ball, I want to hear Daddy's blessing the most." This feigned reluctance was Sia's long-planned strategy. Seeing Claude about to take the bait, Sia deployed her final move. "But Father probably doesn't like those things. That's why I turned to ask Felix instead." Sia stole a glance at Claude. "I really wanted to go with Daddy. It's the only social ball in my life." After being reborn, little Princess Sia not only knew how to act cute and coquettish, but also how to play hard to get. Faced with Sia's performance, Claude maintained his silence. Sia laughed awkwardly. "I shouldn't be too greedy. Felix will definitely help me well. I'll try to be a daughter that Daddy can be proud of." Claude picked up his teacup, drained the red tea in one gulp, then put the cup down with a bang, mustering the courage to say to Sia, "It's not entirely impossible." Sia's eyes sparkled. She pressed her father. "But don't you dislike those kinds of occasions?" Claude felt it was just one dance plus an escort, nothing special. The tsundere Claude stirred his empty teacup with a spoon. "I originally despised those noisy occasions the most, but for you—" Before he could finish, Sia rushed forward and gave Claude a bear hug. She sat on her imperial father's lap, repeatedly saying, "Really? Really? Will you really dance with me? We've agreed. You can't go back on your word." Claude looked at his daughter's face with a blank expression. Sia shook Claude's shoulders, demanding a definite answer from her father. Next second, Felix, with tears in his eyes, answered on Claude's behalf. He held Sia's hand, expressing gratitude. These days, Felix has endured much of Claude's bullying, and now he's finally getting a break. And so, Sia easily won Claude over. On the way back to the Emerald Palace, she encountered Duke Ross again. Duke Ross had been waiting here early, just to ask Sia if she had selected a dance partner for the social ball. Sia thought the Duke was here to mock her. "Jen already has IL. Don't you have a suitable candidate yet?" So Sia proudly replied, "Of course I've chosen. Father said he would accompany me." Felix stood by, nodding in agreement. But the Duke showed a surprised expression. His Majesty actually agreed to such a request? That's surprising. The Duke wiped his sweat and said, "Although I've long known that His Majesty's love for the princess is extraordinary." Sia understood the Duke was up to his old tricks, so she smiled without speaking. But the Duke's next words left Sia puzzled. "It's a pity, if you hadn't already chosen. I wanted to ask what you thought of my son." Sia thought this was Aiel's idea, but the Duke said it was his own initiative to ask the princess. Thinking about it this way made more sense. The Duke hadn't given up on using Sia. Sia maintained a professional smile as she bid farewell to the Duke, then instantly changed her expression after turning around. "Ugh, that old fox!" Recently, Aiel's face kept popping up in Sia's mind. What exactly were those unfinished words Aiel wanted to say last time? Lucas had been missing for several days already. Just as Sia was thinking about Aiel, Lucas suddenly appeared before her. After not seeing him for days, Lucas still had that grumpy face. Sia thought he was going to pick on her again. But unexpectedly, Lucas walked up to Sia, knelt down and tied her loose shoelaces. Such gentlemanly behavior was a first. Sia thought Lucas must have taken the wrong medicine. After tying her shoelaces, Lucas looked up at Sia's cowlick, muttering, "You're not a 3-year-old kid, yet you're running around with this thing sticking up." Lucas stood up and affectionately flicked Sia's forehead, then removed a leaf from Sia's bangs. Before leaving, Lucas mentioned, whenever he has time, he would often visit the princess, because Her Highness seems to miss him very much. A few days later, Sia's 14th birthday arrived. Felix and the maids from the Emerald Palace prepared many gifts for Sia. Flower hairbands, crystal shoes, and jeweled brooches. All these bling-bling things were exactly what Sia loved. Lillian brought Sia a chocolate cake. Sia's 14th birthday passed happily with everyone's company. That night, Lillian tucked Sia into bed as usual. Lillian told Sia, "You're not just my treasure, but the treasure of everyone in the Oya Empire." In Sia's heart, Lillian was like a mother, always taking care of her with tenderness and attentiveness. Lillian placed a goodnight kiss on Sia's forehead, then left with great hesitation. Every year at this time, everyone worried about Sia, because Claude had never attended Sia's birthday parties. This year, Sia had some expectations, but Claude still didn't show up. Actually, Sia wasn't sad about Claude's absence. She increasingly felt that Claude was just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Claude sat in the dim banquet hall, with 2 wine glasses on his table. However, there was only him in the empty palace. Sia lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She thought about Claude while worrying about the social ball. After rolling around several times with increasingly jumbled thoughts, Sia simply gave up. Never mind, I hate this kind of thing. Suddenly, Lucas's voice came from outside the window. Never mind what? Sia sat up in bed. Lucas had somehow already jumped in through the window. Sia wore an expression suggesting she had expected this, complaining yet somewhat coquettishly. What took you so long? Lucas's red pupils were particularly dazzling in the moonlight. He scratched his hair. You think I have that much free time? For 6 years, Lucas had basically granted Sia's every request, and he never missed Sia's birthday. Sia jumped out of bed, wanting Lucas to take her to see Blackie. Lucas seemed a bit annoyed but agreed anyway. Years had passed, and Blackie had grown much bigger. Seeing Sia, she happily rushed into Sia's arms for a hug. Lucas watched them cuddling like a third wheel. Sia was having so much fun that she lay down on the lawn in her nightgown. Lucas got a bit angry. It's so cold outside. What are you doing? But Sia didn't care. Can't we just use warming magic? Lucas pretended to be reluctant, but obediently used magic to raise the temperature around Sia. Sia hugged Blackie and rolled around on the lawn. Lucas told Sia to go to bed after she was done playing. Sia was somewhat dissatisfied, but after a busy day, she had insomnia. The garden breeze rustled the leaves, making a soothing sound. Sia hugged Blackie and lay on the lawn, closing her eyes. Lucas, good night. After Sia fell asleep, Lucas stayed by her side, just staring at her blankly. Do you know how complicated a princess's social ball can be? This was the busiest day at the Emerald Palace. In the early morning, the maids woke Sia from her dreams, then dragged the sleepy-eyed Sia into the bathtub, then poured milk, rose petals, essential oils, and herbs into the tub. Some washed Sia's hair, others scrubbed her body. Everyone was bustling around. After the bath, the maids massaged Sia to reduce puffiness. Sia was already hungry, but she couldn't eat yet. Lillian let Sia sleep for another hour while she applied whitening mud masks all over Sia's body. An hour passed, and everyone got busy again. They had to do Sia's hair, prepare her dress, and apply perfume. Sia felt dizzy from all the maids fussing. She had clearly underestimated how serious a princess's social ball could be. Several hours later, they finally finished their preparations. The maids gazed at the beautifully dressed Sia as if admiring a perfect work of art. At today's social ball, the princess would certainly be the most beautiful. Sia wore a pink petal gown with intricate details, pink high heels, and her carefully styled curled hair was adorned with a jeweled crown symbolizing her status. The crown was securely fastened, and her hairstyle would remain intact. Sia's entire body gave off a faint floral fragrance, and on her forehead she wore a ruby pendant matching Diana's. Sia stood before the mirror, admiring her appearance, her figure as beautiful as a fairy descended from heaven. The palace maids hugged each other and wept with joy, not having wasted their entire morning. Truly a masterpiece. It was almost time, and Lillian took the princess's hand as they left. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Princess, today's social ball will certainly be splendid. Sia smiled and replied, yes, it will be. At the Emerald Palace entrance, Felix had been waiting for some time. When he saw the elegantly dressed princess, Felix was stunned. The little girl who used to cuddle in his arms had now become a graceful, extraordinarily beautiful young woman. He took Sia's hand, carefully supporting her down the stairs. Just then, Sia caught sight of Claude waiting by the roadside. Today, Claude wore new clothes and had a new hairstyle, looking breathtakingly handsome. Claude noticed Sia's appearance and glanced in her direction. In that glance, Claude momentarily saw Diana and Sia. Sia had never seen Claude dress so handsomely before. It seemed only when receiving foreign envoys would he dress properly. Sia was dazzled by Claude's handsomeness and smiled at him, saying, Father, you look so handsome today. Claude remained silent. Today was actually the first time father and daughter had met since Sia's birthday, and she understood that Claude hadn't yet emerged from the sorrowful mood of her mother's death anniversary. Sia is very happy to be with father today. Claude extended his hand towards Sia. You look truly beautiful today. This was the first time Claude had complimented Sia. Sia smiled happily and placed her hand in Claude's palm. Thank you, Your Majesty. This was the social ball that all noble girls eagerly anticipated day and night. They'd meticulously prepared for months, wearing their most gorgeous gowns and applying the most exquisite makeup, hoping to shine brilliantly at the ball. Inside the palace, the nobles had already arrived. Colorful desserts piled like small mountains, gentle music accompanying the girls' soft conversations, everything seeming perfectly normal. Then, the intermingled sound of leather shoes and high heels broke the previous tranquility. Claude, holding Sia's hand, arrived fashionably late. The guard at the palace door announced to everyone, His Imperial Majesty Claude, Emperor of Oya Empire, has arrived. Her Highness Princess Sia of Oya Empire has arrived. Sia was startled by the scene before her as she entered. Below, everyone turned around, gazing at the two as if in pilgrimage. Claude and Sia stood at the highest point, with the palace's golden light enveloping them. This was Sia's first time experiencing such a grand occasion, and she couldn't help feeling intimidated. The palace fell silent, and Sia pressed close to Claude, too afraid to step forward. Claude swept his gaze across those below, and this death stare terrified the nobles. They bowed deeply to the two with a swoosh. Claude stated, "If you wish, I can make them keep their heads bowed until the ceremony ends." Sia was shocked by her father's indulgence. "That won't do. This isn't just my social ball." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Sia forced a professional smile. "With father by my side, I'll be fine." Claude led the trembling Sia down the stairs. He didn't forget to tease her. "I never expected you'd get nervous over such a small matter. Think about how you used to pull my hair and hit my face when you were little. This is nothing in comparison, right?" Claude's words made Sia relax a little. She and Claude walked to the center of the palace to perform today's opening dance. Claude extended his hand to Sia. "Relax." Then Claude encircled Sia's waist and danced gracefully. He seemed to return to the past, recalling the times he danced with Diana. Sia methodically followed her father's lead in the dance. Claude whispered in her ear, "No matter what others say, just enjoy yourself today." Her father's favoritism and the envious gazes of onlookers intoxicated Sia. She proudly told her father, "Dad, you don't know how good I look dancing now, do you? Don't be shocked. Even Madame Pompadour sang my praises." The next second, Sia slapped her own face. Her pink high heel had stepped on Claude's foot. The air froze. Sia twisted her ankle and was about to fall. Claude smacked his lips helplessly, then firmly grasped Sia's waist, spinning in a circle at the center of the stage. Claude's improvisation amazed everyone and avoided Sia's embarrassment. Before Sia could react to what had happened, she was lifted high by Claude. Then Claude gently set Sia down. "All I know is that you stepped on my foot." Sia's face was already red with embarrassment. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Unexpectedly, Claude laughed. He lowered his head and muttered, "Indeed, even if similar, they're not the same person. After all, Diana would never step on her dance partner's foot." Claude's expression grew melancholic, "So I've become foolish too." Sia stared at Claude's handsome face in a daze, and carelessly stepped on his foot again. This step pulled Claude back from his memories. He felt speechless. "Didn't Madame Pompadour praise your daily progress?" Sia broke into a cold sweat. "It's father's fault for making strange expressions that caused me to do this." The opening dance, something of a farce, finally ended, and the audience applauded thunderously. Sia and Claude bowed to each other. He said to Sia, "Well done." Sia said she would do even better next time. When Sia stood up and looked around, she found everyone staring at her with the same look. She adjusted her hairstyle. "Father, do I look awkward now?" Claude answered, "You look as beautiful as when you first entered." Actually, the nobles were shocked by Claude's attitude. The legendary cold-blooded tyrant turned out to be a daughter-obsessed father who disregarded others' opinions. Realizing this, Sia's small face turned red again. Thus, after the 14-year-old princess finished the opening dance, the noble girls and their partners began to dance. Sia spotted Duke Ross standing in the corner. Then Jen and Il should be dancing too? This time, will Jen suddenly appear claiming to be Claude's daughter? Sia glanced at her father. If that happens, what would Claude's reaction be? A black-haired man stood beside Duke Ross. The man's eyes met Sia's. Though he had black pupils, Sia felt those eyes looked like jewels. The second dance ended, and next was the time for girls to dance together. Claude gently pushed Sia's back, encouraging her to enter the dance floor and join everyone. Seeing her father's reluctant expression, Sia was genuinely moved. She said to Claude, "Your Majesty, thank you for accompanying me today. Thanks to father, today has been a very pleasant and happy day." Sia meant these words sincerely. Even if Claude later cared for Jen and no longer saw her as his daughter, he was still Sia's first father. Being cherished all these years, Sia felt content. After speaking, Sia turned and walked toward the center of the dance floor. Then bid Claude farewell. "Goodbye, Daddy." Next, Sia walked to a girl wearing a lily hairpin. She actively expressed her desire to dance with the girls. The girls were flattered, and Sia blended right in. Suddenly, Sia heard a familiar voice. "The ribbon at your waist is coming loose." Sia turned around and saw the person she least wanted to see, Jenny. Jen smiled like a flower, wanting to help Sia retie the ribbon. But Sia felt uncomfortable. Due to distraction, she accidentally stepped on Jenny's foot. Sia quickly apologized to Jen, but Jen said it didn't hurt at all. She was still concerned about Sia's ribbon. The two were blocking the girls' dance direction, so Sia politely bid Jen goodbye, leaving Jenny standing alone. Jenny's appearance made Sia anxious. She couldn't remember how Jen appeared in the original work, nor did she know how to deal with Jenny. As Sia was striding forward, a tall figure blocked her path. Sia looked up. It was Il. Il, dressed in a handsome formal outfit, introduced himself to Sia. "Il Ross, at your service, princess." Sia recalled what Il hadn't finished saying when they parted. That sentence was, "Next time, I'll come to see you personally." So Il invited Sia to dance together. Actually, Sia only knew one dance, but Il's radiance was too dazzling, and Sia couldn't resist the temptation and agreed. Sure enough, due to extreme nervousness, Sia stepped on Il's foot again. At this point, Sia's face was completely red, but Il said it was fine. "Your steps are as light as feathers. Even if stepped on, there's no feeling at all." The pairing of Sia and Il attracted many girls' attention. Il was not only of noble status but also princely handsome. Such a dance partner was every girl's desire. While dancing, Isle leaned close to Sia's ear and whispered, "I heard His Majesty especially loves Princess, with immeasurable affection." It seems to be true. Sia didn't quite understand Isle's meaning. Isle continued, "Compared to my foot being stepped on by the princess, my back hurts more." It turned out that Claude's burning gaze was firing like a rocket at Isle's back. The doting father Claude didn't want to hand Sia over to anyone else. Then Sia and El pretended not to know each other and began commercial flattery. El held Sia's waist and twirled around the palace hall. Wherever they went was like flowers blooming. As the dance ended, Isle took Sia's hand and kissed it deeply, stunning the surrounding girls. Before leaving, El revealed a darkly cunning smile. "Looking forward to meeting you again, Angel." Seeing Isle's meaningful expression, Sia's young heart was shocked. He was so cute when he was little. How did he turn bad after growing up? After Isle left, Felix came to Sia's side. Claude had temporarily left for other matters and ordered Felix to watch over the princess. Sia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Jen has found Claude now? Felix saw through Sia's worry and firmly grasped her fingertips. "His Majesty will return soon." The warm-hearted Felix smiled at Sia and invited her to dance with him. Sia readily agreed. The next second, Sia's high heel stepped on Felix's foot again. Felix's expression changed, and he yelped in pain. Sia, however, was unfazed. "I just stepped on Father's foot, and Father didn't react at all." Felix was dumbfounded, so Sia also trampled His Majesty's foot like this? Just then, Sia spotted Jenna's figure in the banquet hall. It seemed Claude's business had nothing to do with Jenna. Noticing Sia's distracted appearance, Felix secretly told her. Actually, His Majesty ordered Felix to come to the princess's side to prevent other pests from sticking to the princess. Although Felix understands His Majesty's feelings very well, he feels that today is the princess's day and should let the princess enjoy herself. So Felix pushed Sia outward. "I will silently guard behind the princess. Go and enjoy yourself, princess." The moment Sia left Felix, a large group of men swarmed in. They introduced themselves one after another, each wanting to be the princess's dance partner. Sia's brain froze. She didn't want to deal with these people at all. How much did Claude spoil Sia? The social ball wasn't over yet, but Sia shook off those flies, lifted her dress, and ran breathlessly to her father's side. Today is the day Sia has been looking forward to. Claude asked why she would leave midway. Sia said she wanted to return to the Emerald Palace with her father. Claude sensed something amiss and asked if someone had bothered her or if someone had said something to hurt her. No one made Sia unhappy except Jen, but Sia couldn't say it and remained silent. Claude thought Sia had acknowledged it, so he angrily blamed Felix through gritted teeth. "Felix Robin, didn't I instruct you to assist the princess well when I'm not around?" Felix fell to his knees with a thud. Claude immediately turned and walked toward the venue. "Anyone who dares to speak nonsense to my daughter, I'll rip out their tongues. Anyone who dares to act improperly without regard for etiquette, I'll cut off their limbs and hang them at the city gate as a warning." Sia was terrified by her father's sudden change, and she hugged her father's arm, explaining loudly, "Please don't be angry. I'm not angry at all." Claude thought Sia was covering for them, so he instructed Felix to take Sia back to the palace first, saying he would deal with those bugs himself. Sia cried out anxiously, "It's because Father left me alone for too long that I came looking for you. I just missed Father and came after you. What am I supposed to do if you go back again?" Hearing this, the murderous aura around Claude gradually dissipated. Sia seized the opportunity and demanded that her father accompany her back to the palace. Claude agreed. Sia realized that if they went back directly, Claude wouldn't see Jenny. Just then, Felix discovered that the ribbon on the princess's dress was missing. Claude told Felix to go look for it at the venue. The next second, Jenny's voice came from behind. "Princess Sia, you dropped this." Claude turned around in the direction of the voice and found Jenny standing behind them. Jenny held the ribbon in her hand, looking expectantly at Claude. Jen's appearance made Sia's heart sink into an ice cellar, and she took the ribbon and curled up behind her father. Jen revealed a bright smile and introduced herself to Claude very properly. Claude already knew of Jen's existence. Jen appeared exceptionally happy, and her behavior was somewhat abrupt. Staring at Jenna's blue eyes, Claude saw through everything. He didn't say much and turned to leave. Before Sia could react, Claude told her to hurry and follow. Meanwhile, Jen stood in place, watching Claude and Sia's intimate behavior and falling into thought. Outside the palace, Claude snatched the ribbon from Sia's hand and threw it on the ground. "This ribbon had already fallen to the ground. We don't need to dirty our hands. Whatever Sia wants, Claude can give her, so there's no need to feel sorry for a ribbon." Actually, at the social ball, Duke Ross had tested Claude. "Your Majesty personally escorting the princess has caused quite a stir at the venue. If your Majesty had other princes or princesses, would you cherish them this way as well?" Claude considered this a useless hypothesis. But the Duke pressed on. No one can be certain about the future. He insisted that Claude take a stand. Claude was silent for a moment, then stated it was absolutely impossible, unless Sia could become two people. Such an answer chilled the Duke's heart. But he didn't give up. He intended to introduce Jenna to Claude after the ball ended. Claude knew that the Duke had been raising his niece by his side, but he didn't understand what the Duke's intentions were in introducing his niece to him. Faced with Claude's sharp gaze, the Duke said he wanted Jen to become Sia's playmate. If she could have a friend of the same gender, the princess would probably be very happy. Although the princess hasn't shown it, she must often feel lonely. The word lonely touched Claude's reverse scale. He dismissed the Duke, Sia doesn't need friends, and he doesn't want anyone interfering with his time with Sia. In reality, Sia and Claude took a carriage back to the Emerald Palace. Before boarding, Claude expressed his belated wishes to Sia. "Congratulations on your 14th birthday and today's social ball." Seeing her father's serious expression, Sia burst into laughter. "Your Majesty, you're late. I've already heard birthday wishes and congratulations on the social ball from others." Claude sat on the carriage with a sulky face and replied with an air of arrogance, "Should I cancel them then?" Sia laughed even louder. The 14th social ball thus passed in Claude's company. At night, Sia stood on the balcony of the Emerald Palace watching the stars. Lucas descended from the sky to visit Sia. He thought Sia would be crying, but unexpectedly found her humming happily. Lucas discovered Sia's abnormality. "Well, looks like you did more than just dance with your father." There was something dirty on Sia's head, black magic that would harm Sia's body. Lucas flicked Sia's forehead, driving away the filth. Sia instantly felt refreshed. After a while, Lucas told Sia to go back to her room and sleep, and even used magic to play a lullaby after Sia went to bed. Recalling what Lucas had said earlier, Sia understood. Lucas was afraid the social ball would be ruined and had come because he was worried she would be sad. So, she said to Lucas, "Good night." Lucas revealed an indulgent smile. "You too." After Sia fell asleep, Lucas came to her bedside. His red pupils emitted an eerie light. Sia's magic power is now overflowing. If left unchecked, she will die quickly. After hesitating for a moment, Lucas decided to keep Sia by his side. After all, she's so interesting, staying a bit longer should be fine. Jen followed Sia and appeared before Claude uninvited, an action that earned her a scolding from the Duke. He had specifically instructed Jen not to act alone. Jenna was quite defiant in the face of the Duke's criticism. Isle stood aside mediating. "Today is also Jenna's social ball. If there's anything to blame her for, please say it tomorrow." At night, Jen lay on the windowsill recalling the day's events. Remembering Sia's beautiful face, Jen displayed a fan-like smile. Moreover, Claude was much more handsome than imagined. Thus, Jen gazed at the starry sky and smiled foolishly all night. The social ball ended, and the nobles departed by carriage. At this time, a black-haired man stood on the roof, using magical power to extract memories from the nobles, learning what had happened at the ball. Perhaps due to excessive use of magic, the man's body began to sway, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. "It seems I need to restore my magic power first." The next day, the Emerald Palace received numerous invitation letters. In the novel, Sia was completely ignored at the social ball. Who would have thought things would turn out like this after being personally escorted by Claude? Lillian asked Sia which family's invitation she planned to accept first. Sia hadn't decided yet. All her life, Sia had never left the Imperial City. She decided to ask her father first. Arriving at Claude's palace, Sia cautiously peeked her head in. Claude was sitting at his desk handling official business. Seeing Sia's little face, Claude told her to come in and wait for a while. Previously, Sia thought her father only indulged in eating, drinking, and playing, never expecting he would work hard too. Sia sat on the sofa and discovered a strange little object. "This thing that looks like Grandpa's stone, wasn't it on Dad's desk before?" Sia picked up the stone figure to play with. Claude suddenly spoke, "Do you want it?" Sia was startled. She just thought this thing looked strange, like a decorative item with a story. Claude was amused by Sia's words. "It's just an unremarkable ugly stone carving. If you want it, I was planning to give it to you." Sia said it wasn't necessary. Claude continued writing rapidly while asking if Sia had something to say. Sia originally wanted to talk about the invitation letters and ask if she could leave the Imperial City. Seeing Claude so busy, Sia instead said she just missed her father. Detecting Sia's little thoughts, Claude summoned Felix. He told Felix to handle the documents on his desk. Felix was somewhat panicked, but Claude said it was fine, he had already reviewed them. Then he tossed the stone figure Sia had been playing with to Felix. "You'll need this, I'm lending it to you." Felix was shocked. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Seal is a national treasure. How can it be treated so casually?" Sia only then realized that what Claude had casually offered to give her was the Imperial Seal symbolizing power. Claude frowned and told Felix to get to work instead of complaining. "If you have time to grumble, you'd better sit down and review more documents." Thus, Claude led Sia out of the palace. He spared 2 hours from his busy schedule to accompany Sia. Without Felix preparing tea and snacks, Sia suggested, "Why don't we go boating in the garden?" Years had passed since Sia and her father had been on this boat together. The last time they went boating was when Sia was 5 years old. Claude expressed surprise. Sia, holding a parasol and smiling, said, "The weather is so nice, it's quite pleasant to go boating occasionally." Claude recalled that Sia had once fallen into the lake when she was little. Sia pretended not to remember, but she remembered it clearly. At that time, Claude was still a jerk who watched coldly even when his daughter fell into the water. 9 years later, little Princess Sia and Claude went boating again. Claude rested his chin on one hand, staring intently at Sia's face. After a while, Sia reached out and gently touched the surface of the lake. Claude told Sia not to get too close. Sia had a sudden inspiration, and she asked her father to take her to see that blue lotus. Claude was silent for a moment. Sia was interested in that flower when she was little. "Do you still like it so much now?" Sia nodded vigorously. She was testing Claude. After so many years, would Claude stop her and tell her that flower was dangerous? Unexpectedly, Claude showed a strange expression. "Your taste is quite peculiar." Sia lost all interest. She shouldn't have expected anything from Claude. The next second, Claude used magic to uproot the flower completely. This lotus appeared gorgeous and beautiful on the surface, but in reality, it had thick, twisted roots entangled together. Claude fixed the flower in front of Sia, letting her admire it slowly. Looking at the constantly writhing roots of the lotus, Sia turned pale with fear. She screamed and rushed into Claude's arms. Claude didn't know what happened. Sia was the one who said she wanted a closer look. Sia was terrified. How was she supposed to know this lotus was a tentacle monster? Sia flailed her arms wildly in Claude's embrace, telling Claude to quickly take the flower away. Due to the large movement amplitude, coupled with the boat's rocking, Sia fell into the water with a splash. Claude immediately jumped into the lake. A few minutes later, the soaking wet Claude pulled Sia out. Compared to her childhood, Claude's change deeply moved Sia. Sia lay on the grass coughing. Claude apologized to Sia. "I'll never do that again. I didn't know Sia would be so afraid." Then Claude used magic to dry Sia's clothes. Sia felt utterly embarrassed. In the end, Claude still didn't allow Sia to leave the palace. He suggested Sia invite nobles for a tea party within the imperial palace. Who would have thought that one day Sia would become the hostess of the Emerald Palace entertaining guests? Whether that was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. This was little Princess Sia's first tea party. Noble ladies gathered in the rose garden. Sia loved roses, so Claude had built 4 rose gardens for Sia. The girls sipped tea and ate desserts in the rose garden, reminiscing about the social ball. They thought Sia and Claude looked as beautiful as figures in a painting, and Sia's dancing was like that of a fairy from a fairy tale. Sia's face turned red from all the compliments. The girl who had danced with Sia at the ball, wearing a lily on her head, also came. Sia was very happy to see her again. Not only that, but Jen had also received an invitation. Though simply dressed, Jen's beauty still shone brightly. The girls asked Jen, "Is young Master Ross Jen's cousin?" Jen replied, "She grew up in the Ross family. Il is like a brother to her." Having such a handsome brother made the girls envious. Il's appearance was as handsome as a statue, the object of affection for all noble girls. A girl wearing a ribbon hairband blushed and asked Jen, "Do you know what kind of girls young Master Ross likes?" The other girls immediately became interested, pricking up their ears waiting for Jen's answer. Jen was somewhat surprised and said she wasn't sure either. Not hearing the answer they wanted, the girls coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Sia sat aside observing the girls' behavior. "These girls are all so cute." The twin-tailed girl beside Hill suddenly mentioned, "By the way, Princess also danced with young Master Ross, right?" Other girls chimed in. They saw it too. Jen didn't know that Il had invited the princess to dance. The girls began shipping the two. At that time, the two looked like a scene from a fairy tale book. Everyone was so adorable that Sia decided to play along. Blushing, she said, "Actually, I was also surprised that young Master Ross would invite me to dance. I've often heard people mention the young master, and I was a bit curious too." The girls became more excited. Indeed, rumors about young Master Ross have reached the Imperial City. Speaking of rumors, the palace maids in the Imperial City should know better, right? Seeing the girls laughing and joking, Sia thought, aren't they just ordinary girls? She had been a bit nervous before. In the novel, the noble girls were extremely harsh toward Jen, but that didn't exist in reality. However, that novel was written for Jen, so the girls who tried to get close to Il disappeared one after another before they could make their mark. Characters who bullied Jen all met bad ends. But this was also normal because this world was initially created for Jen. Do you know who the 4 handsome men of the Oya Empire are? Besides the gentle Il, there was a man Sia hadn't heard of, young Master Jarvie. This young master was known as the Lonely Wolf. The third was Felix, who accompanied Sia daily, serving as her nanny. In the girl's eyes, Felix had an impressive presence with a sharp gaze that could cut through anything. When His Majesty saved the Oya Empire from black magic, Felix single-handedly annihilated the evil forces and was called the Red Blood Knight. Hearing this, Sia was shocked beyond recognition. Red Blood Knight? Is this title really Felix's? Is this setting from the original book? Felix stood nearby hearing the girls' conversation clearly. At this moment, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The last handsome man was the Lily girl's brother. As the son of a marquis, his demeanor was as beautiful as a flower, known as the Flower Prince. These 4 were the top handsome men in the Oya Empire's social circle. Such embarrassing conversation made Sia's ears bleed. Just then, Jenny, with a face full of interest, asked the princess, "Who do you think is the most handsome? Is it the gentle and charming young Master Ross whom you danced with?" Before Sia could answer, the Lily girl spotted Lucas passing through the garden. The girl's eyes went straight. She pointed at Lucas and said, "Who exactly is that?" Hearing the girl's voice, Lucas walked toward the girls. He bowed to Princess Sia. "May the prosperity of the Oya Empire be with you." Sia explained to the girls, "His name is Lucas. He's a magician belonging to the imperial family." Lucas pretended to be polite in greeting the princess. Sia widened her eyes at Lucas, signaling him to leave quickly. Understanding the princess's meaning, Lucas made up an excuse and withdrew. After Lucas left, the girls collectively swooned. Goodness, there's such a handsome person in the Black Tower. That hair as dark as night, those eyes gleaming like rubies. The moment our eyes met, it felt like an electric shock. The Lily girl was even more exaggerated, gesticulating as she spoke, those melancholic eyes, that aura of loneliness enveloping his entire being, and that lonely back view. Like a wild and proud black wolf, Princess Sia was speechless. She was nauseated by the girl's adjectives. Who would have thought that with just one appearance, Lucas would defeat the lonely wolf and rank among the 4 handsome men? Several hours later, the tea party finally ended. The girls had a great time and bid farewell to the princess one by one. Sia looked completely exhausted. She could finally drop her facade. Before leaving, Jen thanked Sia with an expectant face, asking, "Can we meet again next time?" Looking into Jen's beautiful blue eyes, Sia replied, "Of course, let's meet again when there's an opportunity." From then on, no matter what Felix said, Sia would call him Red Blood Knight. Felix told Sia to walk slowly in the garden, and Sia teased, "Before I fall, the Red Blood Knight would surely whoosh in to save me, right?" Felix's face was already red, but Sia persisted. "Right, Lord Red Blood Knight? Having Lord Red Blood Knight as my guard is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes." Felix thought Sia was going too far. This embarrassing title was one he didn't want to hear for even a second. But Sia found it amusing and laughed heartily. Claude was napping on the sofa, and Sia crouched beside Claude, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Despite having a bed, Claude preferred to curl up on the sofa to sleep. Sia gently called out, "Dad!" Claude showed no reaction whatsoever. He looked very tired lately. Sia plucked a flower and placed it by Claude's ear. Viewed this way, Claude looked like a sleeping flower fairy. Sia was reminded of the 4 handsome men joke. Claude is the flower prince, a flower more beautiful than flowers. This is Claude's beauty, more deadly than a poison rose. Sia imagined this and burst into laughter. She wanted to insert another flower for symmetry. Just as Sia's hand approached Claude's ear, Claude suddenly sat up and firmly grabbed Sia's wrist. Claude's grip hurt Sia. Claude stared at Sia with a fierce expression. Sia screamed in fear, "I just thought the flower was pretty. Dad looked like a flower prince wearing it." Seeing Sia's face, Claude's expression returned to calm. "Oh, it's you." Claude breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed not fully awake and rubbed his confused eyes. Claude hadn't noticed the flower tucked by his ear. The delicate flower complemented his handsome face. Truly, the man was more beautiful than the flower. Then Claude instructed Felix to bring tea. Felix opened the door and discovered the flower by Claude's ear. Sia shook her head frantically at Felix. Felix froze for a moment, then exclaimed, "The flower is truly beautiful." Claude thought the flower Felix was referring to was the bouquet Sia held. Sia handed the bouquet to Claude. "The flowers smell lovely, Dad. Have a sniff, too." Claude cradled the bouquet. He sighed. "It's already time for Lapri to bloom." Felix was mesmerized by Claude's contemplative look. Felix remarked, "Lapri really suits your majesty." Claude felt Felix was acting strangely. He instructed Felix to have the palace maids bring a vase. Sia came behind her father. "Before the palace maids arrive, we must remove this flower no matter what." While helping Claude massage his shoulders, Sia also urged Claude to go to bed for another nap. "Doesn't your body ache from sleeping on the sofa for so long?" Actually, Sia was thinking, directly removing the flower would be noticed by Claude. If Claude gets angry because of this, what should I do? Sia asked her father, "Why aren't there any guards in front of your bedchamber? Isn't that dangerous?" Claude replied, "If someone approaches me with murderous intent, they'll be crushed to death. It's a protective spell. Anyone approaching with the intention to murder will die in agony." Sia had never heard of this before. "If I had approached Claude with ill intentions as a child, wouldn't I have been torn to pieces?" Claude explained that Sia also had similar magic protecting her, so she needn't worry about being killed in her sleep. Sia trembled in fear. When exactly did Claude cast such a terrifying spell on her? Sia chatted casually with Claude while secretly contemplating how to obtain that flower. Just then, the palace maids arrived with tea. Claude invited them in. In the next moment, Sia hugged Claude from behind. "Father, after tea, let's go for a walk together." The instant Sia embraced Claude, she gripped the flower in her palm, then quickly dropped it to the ground. Claude was taken aback by Sia's sudden action. "I really don't know what to do with you." Claude had built a private library exclusively for Princess Sia. This was a place only Sia was allowed to enter. On this day, when Sia came to the library to read novels, she was surprised to find El standing by the bookshelf. Hearing the princess's footsteps, Il closed his book and greeted her. "It's been a while, Princess Sia." Sia was shocked. This was her private library, so why was Il here? Il looked innocent. "Isn't this the royal family's public library? No one stopped me, so I assumed it was for public use." Sia was stunned. How could the knights at the door let an outsider in? Il explained that the knights were chatting outside and didn't notice him approaching. Sia couldn't understand how could the guards not see a whole person sneaking in. Noticing the holy light emanating from Il, Sia asked if he was lost. Il replied with a smile. "Perhaps I've lived in Atlanta for too long and am not familiar with the geography of the Oya Empire. I never dreamed I would end up in the princess's private library." Sia saw through Il's lie. He's clearly lying. Il continued to defend himself. "Apart from a few palace maids and negligent knights, no one stopped me. For a royal family's private space, the security is surprisingly lax. It seems anyone determined enough could easily come here. Even today, you don't have a single guard with you. That's not safe." Sia was speechless at Il's words. "Young Master Ross, for an illegal trespasser, you certainly talk a lot." Il displayed a harmless smile. "Are you going to throw me out?" Sia replied. "Not just throw you out, but charge you with a crime." Yet Il remained completely unruffled. "I don't think you'll do that. When it comes to trespassing, both the princess and I have prior records." Il delivered the most insidious words with the purest smile. Sia was rendered speechless. Trying to control her expression, she replied, "It seems you truly take after your father." Seeing that Sia was angry, Il bowed and apologized. "I sincerely apologize for my rudeness today. I entered the princess's private space without permission and spoke out of turn. I willingly accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate." In truth, Sia had no intention of punishing him. After Il apologized, Sia assured him that such incidents wouldn't happen again, as she planned to enhance security. However, Il's subsequent words revealed to Sia that this was all part of his scheme. "I know. I also believe I won't be fortunate enough to encounter such luck again. I was wandering aimlessly with hope in my heart, never expecting the person I was thinking of would appear before my eyes." Il's heartfelt confession left Sia frozen in place. "If it's not too presumptuous, may I come closer?" The afternoon sunlight cast a golden edge around Il, and faced with this angel-like handsome Il, Sia couldn't refuse. Il took steps toward Sia. The next moment, Lucas suddenly appeared behind Sia. "You're already being quite rude. The princess will not agree. Please stop where you are." Looking at the cape Lucas wore, Il recognized the young man before him as a magician. Il asked Lucas to identify himself. Lucas stated that he served the royal family and had no reason to follow anyone's orders except the emperor and the princess. Then Lucas confronted Il aggressively. "Sir, you have violated protocol and offended the princess. Since Her Highness hasn't punished you, you should know your place and leave." Sia stood on the side watching the battle unfold. This was a contest between gentle charm and a lone wolf. Il refused to back down, claiming that Lucas's behavior was equally against protocol. The two were at loggerheads, instantly transforming the library into a battleground. Sia stood between them trying to mediate. She thought for a moment, since Lucas is standing up for me, I should take his side. He's one of the few allowed to enter the library without having to verify his identity. So Sia said to Il, "Like you, he's only concerned about my safety. Please stop arguing." Il was stunned, never expecting the princess would speak up for Lucas. "Is he the magician His Majesty chose years ago to be the princess's playmate instead of me?" Sia glanced at Lucas, who flashed a smug smile, as he could hear all of Sia's inner thoughts. Il conceded defeat and handed the book to Sia. "I think I'll take my leave today. Thank you, princess, for forgiving my rudeness." Il added meaningfully, "I apologize for secretly reading a book from your highness's library. It was truly interesting." Just as Il passed the book to Sia, his finger lightly brushed against Sia's fingertip, and he whispered in her ear, "I hope I'll have the honor of attending the princess's tea party." After Il left, Lucas was visibly annoyed. He had to act cool before leaving. But Sia wore a gloomy expression. Lucas snatched the book from Sia's hand, curious to see what she had been reading. The title was The Sweet Contractual Romance of Lady Tibali. "Ah, so this is the interesting book that the young boy mentioned." Sia, face flushed red, jumped up and down trying to get the book back. Il stood coolly by the window. "So this is what he was reading. What's Il doing, secretly reading romance novels?" Lucas asked Sia, "Is this book interesting?" Sia hurriedly explained that the book wasn't hers. Lucas glanced at the bookshelf. "There are many more here. Finding the Princess's First Love. The Secret Pure Love of the Empire's First Knight." "So Sia likes to read these pure romance novels? Good things should be enjoyed together." Just then, guards burst in after hearing the commotion. Lucas severely reprimanded the guards for allowing an uninvited guest to intrude. "Don't you have something to say to the princess?" Lucas's jealousy was spilling over. As they walked out of the library, he wore a displeased expression. Sia carefully asked, "You don't seem to like Il." Lucas stated that he found Il's appearance revolting. Sia thought Lucas was being too harsh. How could he judge the male protagonist of a novel like that? Lucas frowned. "What? Don't tell me you're like those tea party girls who are fond of him." Sia couldn't understand why Lucas would think that. Lucas said bluntly, "Consider your taste and age." Sia didn't understand. What was wrong with her age? Besides, why was Lucas speaking to her in that tone? Could it be that Lucas was jealous of Il? After all, Il was handsome, intelligent, and the Empire's #1 bachelor. Maybe Lucas found him distasteful because Il was too perfect? Sia's superior understanding made Lucas indignant. He stopped walking and told Sia, "I'm clearly more handsome and smarter." Sia was embarrassed. Il is from the Ross family. The Ross family was one of the Empire's 3 great ducal families, with the most fertile lands and mines in their territory, reportedly as wealthy as a nation. Lucas interjected, "Even with all that combined, he still can't beat me." Sia thought Lucas was overconfident, so she added, "But I think Il is taller." As soon as she finished, Lucas transformed into his adult form standing behind Sia. "Who did you say is taller? I only maintain a child's appearance to match you. If you really see me as a child, that would be problematic." Looking at Lucas's displeased expression, Sia's heart raced. The next moment, Lucas burst into laughter. "From this perspective, you really are short." Sia pounded her little fists against Lucas. "What are you doing? What if someone sees? Change back quickly." Lucas refused, saying this was his original form. Sia frantically hit Lucas. "Turn back into mini-person, quick!" Lucas was beaten back into his original form, shrinking with a whoosh. All right, stop hitting me," he said. Sia's heart was pounding. That was terrifying. It seemed she shouldn't mention Il in front of Lucas again. A month after the last tea party, Sia met Jenna again. Claude organized a social event for Sia, inviting the girls from the previous tea party. The Lily girl couldn't forget Lucas. She was completely smitten. Every night she dreamed of the magician. It was a destined meeting. The Lily girl felt that she had lived until now just to meet the lonely black wolf Sir Lucas. Watching the enthusiastic girls, Sia retreated behind a large tree to rest. That's when Jen approached her. The weather is lovely today. Jen's pure and beautiful face made it impossible for Sia to dislike her. She smiled in response. Yes, I heard it might rain today. I was a bit worried, but fortunately the weather is clear. Sia asked Jen why she wasn't chatting with the other girls. Did she find their conversation boring? Jenna said that everyone was quite articulate and time passed without her noticing. This was her first experience with such conversations, and she found them interesting. Sia pondered to herself. If the girls' conversations are so interesting, why come to the tree to find me? Jen suddenly laughed. The nickname Gentle Charm amused her greatly. She had even told Eel about it, who then asked where she'd heard it. Jen replied that she heard it at the princess's tea party, and Eel's expression became very strange. That was the first time Jen had seen such an expression on Eel's face. It was truly amusing. Jen sat there laughing heartily. Sia, meanwhile, was mesmerized by Jen's beautiful profile. Suddenly, the girls sitting on the lawn erupted in fangirl screams. Sia suggested that Jen should go chat with them. Who knows how many stories similar to web novels they'll tell today. Jen was quiet for a moment. Then she asked Sia directly, Princess, do you dislike me? Sia was caught off guard by Jen's straightforward question. She remained silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. Seeing that Sia didn't deny it, Jen immediately became dejected. Kind-hearted Sia quickly waved her hands. No, that's not it. Actually, I've never had female friends before, so I'm not very skilled at this. I should say I don't know how to converse properly. It's not that I dislike you. Sia wasn't sure why she was explaining herself, but seeing Jen's gradually brightening smile made her feel better. In fact, from the first time Jen met Sia, she wanted to become friends with her. Jen felt that Sia was somewhat similar to her. Would it be too presumptuous of me to think this? Jenna's words reminded Sia of scenes from the novel. The novel repeatedly described how young Jen longed for a family. She probably thought of Claude and Sia as her biological father and sister. Sia blurted out, Not at all, I don't think you're being presumptuous. Jen smiled happily. She was truly delighted. Looking at Jen's radiant smile like a blooming flower, Sia was taken aback, then burst into laughter. In the novel, Jen was essentially the cause of Sia's death. But now, Sia's vigilance toward Jen had completely disappeared. In Sia's view, she and Jen might even become friends. Jen cordially invited Sia, Next time when you're free, please come visit the Ross home. I've wanted to invite the princess for a long time. Sia agreed with a silly smile. Then Sia and Jen rejoined the girls' conversation circle. The ribbon girl persistently asked Jen about Eel's preferences, but Jen knew nothing. Not getting the answers she wanted, the ribbon girl pouted in disappointment. Just then, a rustling sound came from the back of the garden. Jen bid farewell to the ribbon girl and walked toward the source of the sound. Before she knew it, Jen got lost in the palace and arrived at what seemed to be a deserted palace wing. There wasn't a single lady in waiting here. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind Jen. Who are you? Jen turned around to find Claude in a robe. Claude demanded to know, How dare you wander around the imperial palace? You're truly audacious. Jenna's heart was racing. She was too nervous to say anything. After a while, Jen stammered, Do you remember me? Claude responded coldly, Why should I remember your face? Jen was frightened by Claude's fierce expression. Claude glanced in the direction Jen had come from, the area where Sia held her tea party, an outsider appearing in the palace at this time. Must be a guest at Sia's tea party, so Claude decided not to punish Jen. I'll let it go this time. Consider yourself lucky. If you weren't Sia's guest, I wouldn't let you off so easily. Jenna's hands trembled as she prepared to remove the ring on her finger. This ring had been enchanted with magic. Removing it would reveal Jenna's jewel eyes. Suddenly, Claude threatened Jen. Next time I catch you wandering around the imperial palace like today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Claude's razor-sharp gaze made Jenna lower her hand that was about to remove the ring. She trembled as she apologized to Claude, who left without saying anything else. As he passed by Jen, his menacing gaze seemed to warn her never to appear before him again. After Claude left, Jen stood there in confusion. After a while, Jen gave herself a pep talk. His Majesty still doesn't know who I am, but Uncle will soon inform His Majesty. Jen regained her energetic demeanor. Now I should go back and find the princess. Now Princess Sia was becoming increasingly lazy. Living in the imperial palace day after day was truly boring. That day, Sia lay sprawled on her desk in the Emerald Palace, looking utterly devoid of life. Lucas noticed Sia's unhappiness. He decided to take Sia out for some fun. Lucas snapped his fingers. In an instant, they were teleported to the marketplace outside the palace. Sia's formal dress was too eye-catching, so Lucas used magic to change her outfit. This looks much better. Sia now wore a red striped dress, resembling Little Red Riding Hood from a fairy tale. Sia was stunned that Lucas hadn't told her he could use this method to leave the palace. Lucas thought that since he could instantly transport Sia to Mr. Whitey's house, he could obviously transport her anywhere else. He thought Sia was too stupid not to realize this. Sia grumbled as she followed behind Lucas. Lucas laughed and grabbed Sia's hand. Quickly, we don't have much time. This was Sia's first time venturing outside the palace. The marketplace was very lively. There were bakeries, fruit stalls, and barbecue shops. The little foodie Sia wanted to try everything she saw. Lucas indulgently bought her many delicious treats. At the ice cream shop, Sia was seriously studying the menu. Everything here looked delicious, but it seemed a bit expensive. Lucas said, Order whatever you want. Seeing Lucas's generosity, Sia wondered if what he previously said about being wealthier than Eel was true. The next moment, Lucas demonstrated his magic to Sia. With a light touch of his finger, Endless coins dropped out. Sia was utterly shocked. What Lucas was doing was illegal. The Oya Empire's law clearly stated, those who illegally forge currency will have one hand severed, all property confiscated, and face 30 years of imprisonment. Lucas wasn't worried at all, is that so? Then you're an accomplice. All the food we bought was paid for with this money. Sia felt speechless. In that case, let's take this secret to our graves. Then Sia asked Lucas, will the money you create disappear after a while? Lucas replied, only those made by inferior magicians would do that. Wow, this made Lucas seem like a goose that lays golden eggs. Relieved of her concerns, Sia ordered many ice creams very generously. Lucas rested his chin on one hand and gazed at Sia affectionately. Just then, Sia heard a familiar voice. It was Isle. Isle and Jenny were also at the shop. Isle was urging Jen to hurry home, but Jen said there were still many places she hadn't visited. Lucas also noticed the two. He wanted to use magic to get rid of them, but Sia stopped him. They seem to be leaving. Let's just stay still. Jen noticed that Isle had been distracted all day. Apparently, Isle had just seen someone who looked like the princess. Sia was terrified. Could it be that Isle had seen her strolling around eating fried skewers? Isle didn't say much more. He stood up and took Jenny's hand. You rarely get permission to go out. If there's anywhere you want to visit, let's go now. Jenny beamed with joy. I heard there's a place that makes ribbon accessories nearby. I'd like to go there. After Jen and El left, Sia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought they were going to be discovered. Princess Sia had escaped from the palace with Lucas. Sia came to a bird and flower shop. Different colored birds were housed in various shaped cages. Sia was drawn to a blue bird. The shopkeeper introduced it as a bluebird that could serve as a carrier pigeon if raised well. This little bird's feathers were as vibrant as violets. As Sia was entranced by the bird, a familiar voice came from behind her. Could it be Princess? El had appeared behind Sia like a persistent ghost. Are you whom I think you are? Sia's body froze. With a snap, she hugged the bird cage, then quickly turned around and handed the cage to El. The bluebird, startled, fluttered frantically in its cage. El didn't get a clear look at Sia's face. Then Sia fled from the bird shop like a gust of wind. The shopkeeper, not understanding what happened, turned to ask El, where did the young lady who was just here go? El gave a bitter smile. She flew away. Meanwhile, Jen was selecting gifts at an accessory store. This was a paradise for girls. The pink-themed shop displayed countless accessories. Jen was spoiled for choice. Everything was beautiful. Which one should she choose? Suddenly, a deep male voice came from behind. Miss, are you selecting a gift? Jenny turned around. Yes, I am. This was the first time a stranger had approached Jenny while she was alone on the street. The man asked, I see you're selecting very carefully. Jen's face radiated proud joy. She was picking out a gift for her sister. Looking clearly at the man's face, Jen vaguely felt he resembled Claude. The man expressed interest in seeing the gift Jen had chosen. Without any wariness, Jenny handed the gift box to him. The man took the box, which contained an exquisitely crafted sapphire ribbon. The moment he touched the ribbon, the man cast dark magic on it. He told Jen, if your sister has jewel-like blue eyes like yours, this would be a very meaningful gift. Looking at the man's sincere smile, Jen seemed bewitched. She decisively purchased the ribbon. At the store entrance, the man still stood beside Jen. Faced with the pure and adorable Jen, the man displayed a fatherly smile. Princess Sia had escaped from the bird shop and got lost in the marketplace. She decided to browse around first. After all, Lucas would appear immediately if summoned. As Sia walked, she came upon an old bookstore. She picked up a book from the shelf, Introduction to Black Magic. Just as Sia was about to flip through the bookstore owner said to her, Miss, you've been cursed. Cursed? Sia stood there holding the book in shock. The owner replied calmly, yes. Someone has cursed you, wishing for your misfortune. Sia felt a bit creeped out. The elder before her didn't seem to be joking. She asked the owner, are you a black magician? The owner stated that he was not anymore, though he used to be when he was younger. Sia then asked what kind of curse was on her. The owner looked Sia up and down. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm not clear about the curse you mentioned, miss. Sia thought this owner was here to joke. Perhaps he was a fake magician? Then again, why would a real magician be in a place like this? The owner asked Sia to put down the book. Anyway, don't touch those things. Any form of black magic will always demand a price. I've never seen anyone who used black magic come to a good end. Sia suddenly remembered Jenny's background. Jenny was a child created through black magic. If someone uses black magic to have a child, will that child become unfortunate? The owner said he had never heard of such a thing before. If you use black magic to have a child, there will definitely be a curse. Sia found this hard to believe. The owner shifted the topic to Sia. Miss, it seems you will lose many things. You shouldn't come to places like this. Before Sia could react, the owner shooed her out of the store, saying he wouldn't sell her anything. Standing at the store entrance, Sia recalled the owner's words. But in the novel, it clearly stated that Jenny had a very happy ending. What would the story be like after the novel's conclusion? Princess Sia was daydreaming at the bookstore entrance. Lucas found Sia and handed her an ice cream. Since we've seen enough, let's go back now. Sia instinctively held Lucas's hand. Lucas immediately shook her hand off. Hey, why do you keep grabbing my hand? Sia thought she had to hold Lucas's hand to teleport together. So stingy, it's just holding hands. Seeing Sia's embarrassed expression, Lucas, despite his contradicting words, took Sia's hand again. Fine, let's go. Sia found Lucas's confusing behavior bewildering. What a moody man. Then Lucas snapped his fingers, and they instantly returned to the Emerald Palace. In the Emerald Palace, a mannequin that looked exactly like Sia stood in the center of the hall, greeting them. Sia was startled. Lucas explained that this was a mannequin he had made before leaving. It was all thanks to his outstanding skills that he could create something so realistic. Sia ate her ice cream while carefully examining the mannequin. "Do I really look like this?" Lucas blurted out. "Of course you did. You don't know who did it." Sia said, "Am I that pretty?" And Lucas was about to say yes, but then immediately stopped. This was Sia's trap, and Lucas didn't fall for it. Sia stared at the mannequin for a long time. The mannequin's hairstyle and eyes were identical to Sia's. As Sia was captivated by it, Lucas made the mannequin disappear with a whoosh. Then with another whoosh, he changed Sia back into the formal dress she wore before leaving the palace. Sia was furious. "Why did you put it away? I wasn't done looking." But Lucas said the mannequin looked nothing like Sia. Lucas stared at the real Sia with a mischievous smile. Indeed, though the real person is a bit ugly, she's still better than the fake one. With that, Lucas left the Emerald Palace, leaving Sia with a puzzled expression. Soon after, Princess Sia invited noble girls to the palace for a third tea party. Sia invited everyone to go boating. Each boat could only seat 2 people, and all the girls wanted to ride with Sia. While the girls were arguing, Jen quickly jumped onto a boat, securing the spot. As the small boat slowly moved forward, Jen hinted to Sia, "Princess's eyes now look like a light blue, like a lake." "They're about the same color as my eyes." Sia didn't know how to respond. Jen continued, "At the social ball that day, it was the first time I saw His Majesty and the princess in person. The 2 of you standing together looked so warm and harmonious." Seeing Jen's pure and honest demeanor, Sia lowered her guard. "You and Duke Ross also look very close." Jenna said that. For her, Duke Ross was like family. Sia didn't really want to hear Jenna talk about this. It felt like Sia knew the truth but was pretending not to, testing Jen. Sia hated this feeling. Suddenly, Jen took out a gift box she had prepared. "Would you accept this?" It was a ribbon. At the social ball, Jenna had picked up a ribbon and returned it to Sia, but that ribbon was a bit dirty. Jen had been concerned about it. So during her outing, she bought this ribbon that would suit the princess. Sia recalled overhearing Jen and Isle's conversation when she snuck out with Lucas. At that time, Jenna mentioned she hadn't bought something important yet. That important item was probably this ribbon. There was a moment of silence. Sia didn't take the gift box. Jenna became anxious and quickly explained, "It's not an impressive gift. Perhaps the princess won't like it." Seeing Jenna's hands trembling with nervousness, Sia softened. She accepted the gift box. "Thank you very much for your gift. I'll definitely wear it at the next tea party." Sia gave Jen a radiant smile. "I'm really looking forward to the ribbon that Miss Jen personally selected for me." Jenna was instantly overjoyed. "As long as the princess likes it, I ask for nothing more." Sia gazed at Jen's beautiful face, lost in thought. The bookstore owner had said, "Any form of black magic will exact a price. If you use black magic to have a child, there will definitely be a curse." But in reality, Jenna was such a beautiful 14-year-old girl. How could such an adorable child become unfortunate? It seemed that black magician was indeed a fake. After the tea party, Felix escorted Sia back to the palace. Noticing the gift box in Sia's hand, Felix asked if the princess had made friends. Sia wasn't sure if her relationship with Jen could be considered friendship. That day, Princess Sia was taking a nap on the sofa when a lady-in-waiting approached her carrying a bird cage. This beautiful bluebird was a gift from IL to Sia, accompanied by a letter. The letter read, "Remembering our brief encounter, I send you my thoughts. IL Ross." It seemed IL was certain that the girl he met at the bird market was Sia. The ladies-in-waiting believed that IL must have been captivated by the princess at the social ball, which is why he sent such a gift to express his love. Lillian told the lady-in-waiting not to talk nonsense, but the lady-in-waiting felt she was speaking the truth. How could a girl as pretty and adorable as the princess not steal the heart of the Ross young master? Sia asked the lady-in-waiting to keep IL's gift a secret. However, the lady-in-waiting said, "When I was bringing in the birdcage earlier, the card fell out by accident." Passing ladies-in-waiting all saw it. It seemed the news of IL's gift would soon spread throughout the city. The next afternoon, Sia was having tea with Claude in the garden as usual. Claude mentioned, "I heard the Rothschild sent you a gift." Sia was startled. She had forgotten about her father. Claude remarked, "It seems that child learned some bad habits in Atlanta. Such a wet behind-the-ears boy behaving so presumptuously." Sia hurriedly explained that El was merely sending a symbolic gift like other young men, with no other intentions. Claude didn't listen at all. His expression serious and tone cold, as expected of that old fox's son, having such inappropriate desires. Claude actually knew that IL had boldly intruded into Sia's library. That's why all the library guards had been replaced since then. The garden was filled with the scent of jealousy. Claude grew increasingly angry. "I was magnanimous enough to spare his life, yet he dares pull such tricks." Felix stood nearby mediating. The princess's beauty resembles Lady Diana's, blossoming more beautifully by the day. If the princess appears more frequently at royal events in the future, young men pursuing her will spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. The princess will eventually find a good partner and leave His Majesty's embrace. Even if a man enters the palace, days like this, where she can enjoy private time with His Majesty, will become fewer. Sia sat in her chair worrying about Felix. Felix was pushing his luck. He shouldn't have said such things. Sure enough, Claude interrupted Felix's lengthy discourse. "If you don't want to die, shut up." Don't appear before me at tea parties in the future. Poor Felix was driven away by Claude, leaving only Sia in the garden. It had been a long time since Sia was alone with an angry Claude. She pouted and asked her father, "Do I really have to get married? I don't want to. What's a man anyway? I prefer being with daddy like this." Claude stated there was no imperial law mandating marriage. Sia happily replied, "Then I won't get married. I want to live with daddy until I become an old lady." Claude found Sia's words mushy. But in reality, Claude had been completely pacified by Sia's few sentences and was no longer angry. Then Claude told Sia, "If that Ross boy bothers you again, let me know anytime. I'll make sure he doesn't dare mess with you. The same goes for anyone else. There are many discourteous young men these days, so you must be especially careful." Sia suddenly realized why there were no boys at her tea parties. Could it be because of Claude? Claude asked Sia to respond quickly. Sia obediently said, "I understand, father." Afterward, Princess Sia and her father enjoyed desserts in the garden. The strawberry cake was fragrant and sweet. Sia wanted her father to try a bite. But these days, Claude was obviously unhappy. Ever since Felix mentioned that Sia would eventually marry, Claude had been in low spirits. As Sia ate her cake, she recalled Felix's words. The princess's beauty resembles Lady Diana's. So Sia asked her father, "Do I really look so much like mother?" Claude was taken aback. He gently set down his teacup. "Why are you asking me this?" Looking at Sia's innocent big eyes, Claude turned his head away. "I don't know. The face of the deceased I've long forgotten." Sia knew Claude was lying. In the dreams that Daddy showed Sia, the elf sister was always beautiful. Previously, mentioning mother in front of Claude was taboo. Sia was especially careful. However, now Sia felt that Claude wouldn't kill her, so she spoke without reservation. Looking at Claude sitting across from her with a calm face, Sia said to her father, "Daddy, I have a wish. This wish only you can grant me." Back at the Emerald Palace, Lucas was studying the bluebird. Today was the day Lucas would leave the palace. He was going to search for the world tree, which bears fruit once every 500 years. Absorbing it would enhance insufficient magical power. Sia suggested that Lucas could directly consume her magic. Lucas widened his eyes in shock, with some embarrassing images flashing through his mind. He found Sia's tone disgusting and said he didn't want to eat hers. Sia knew that the world tree was a place ordinary people could never reach. If Lucas could solve his problem with the magic in her body, he wouldn't have to take that risk. Lucas thought Sia was afraid her magic would go berserk after he left. Sia was very angry. She was just worried about Lucas after all. They were friends. Friends? Lucas stood there stunned. Sia angrily told Lucas to leave quickly. If he went too late, all the fruit would be gone. Before leaving, Lucas purged the excess magic from Sia's body one last time. He warned Sia to play less with Blackie and more with the bluebird. After Lucas left, Sia once again hosted a tea party in the garden. She wore the blue ribbon that Jen had given her and paired it with a matching blue dress. Jen was deeply moved. Sia led the girls to the rose garden. The yellow roses were particularly beautiful, and Sia had prepared many desserts in the rose garden. The girls chatted and gossiped. Soon, it would be the Oya Empire's founding celebration. After the social ball, Sia would also make an appearance at formal events. Janan, blinking her big eyes, asked Sia, "Will the princess also attend the celebration?" Sia wasn't sure. Actually, Jen had also been permitted to attend this celebration. She hoped to go with the princess. Suddenly, the lily girl noticed dust flying in a corner of the garden, as if something had broken in. The next moment, a grown-up Blackie, like a wild horse, charged toward the girls with its tongue hanging out. The girls were terrified. What kind of monster is this? Jen stood in front of Sia, determined to protect the princess's safety. Blackie's target was Sia. The girls trembled behind Felix. "The princess is being attacked. Sir Knight, please do something." Felix was in shock, not knowing how to explain. Then, Blackie rushed into Sia's arms, acting cute and affectionate, licking Sia's face with its large tongue. Sia commanded Blackie to sit, and it instantly became an obedient cat, wagging its tail at Sia. The ladies-in-waiting from the Emerald Palace rushed into the garden. "We're sorry, princess." Blackie probably smelled the cake, and suddenly, Sia wasn't angry at all. Instead, she praised Blackie for having a keen sense of smell. Jen, her voice trembling, asked Sia, "What exactly is that?" Sia explained that Blackie was her pet, very affectionate and especially gentle. When Blackie rushed in, only Jen had protected her, which touched Sia's heart. Jen sighed in relief. Such a large magical beast is actually the princess's pet. Now that I look at it, it does seem very docile and gentle. Jen wanted to pet Blackie, and Sia readily agreed. Jen reached out and stroked Blackie's head. Blackie emitted a happy purring sound. The girls were also charmed by Blackie and peeked out from behind Felix. Sia laughed and explained to everyone, "Blackie may look big, but it's super cute." Suddenly, a burst of crackling lightning appeared from Sia's hand. Sia thought it was static electricity, but then, a sharp pain shot through Sia's body. She clutched her chest and coughed up blood. Jenny tried to support Sia, but the next second, a huge flash of light accompanied by explosive sounds flung Jen away. Sia lay on the lawn, absorbing Blackie into her body under everyone's gaze. Meanwhile, Claude was in the palace, admiring the works of the painter. Earlier, Sia wanted Claude to grant her a wish, which was to enter a painting together with her father. Claude didn't understand why Sia wanted such a thing. Suddenly, a court lady from the Emerald Palace rushed into the Great Hall. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The princess has lost consciousness." In her coma, Sia seemed to enter a deep hibernation, her heart feeling empty. As if there was a big hole punctured through it, she seemed to have lost something very important. 10 days later, Sia finally woke up in the Emerald Palace. Felix and Lillian had been by Sia's side the whole time Lucas hadn't returned yet. Sia asked Felix, "Where is Dad?" Felix didn't answer, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Sia felt a wave of panic in her heart. She jumped out of bed wanting to find her father, but having lain in bed for too long, Sia collapsed after just a few steps. Lillian told Sia not to do this, to return to bed first. Only then did she learn that Claude, in order to stabilize the rampaging magic power within Sia, had also been in a coma for 10 days and still hadn't awakened. Seeing Sia's distraught appearance, Felix picked her up in his arms. He would accompany the princess to find Claude. Arriving at Claude's chamber, Lillian and Felix stood guard at the door. Sia approached her father step by step. Claude lay motionless on the bed. Sia shook Claude's arm. "Dad, get up, Dad!" Seeing Claude had no response, Sia knelt beside the bed and burst into tears. Just then, Claude's wrist twitched. Sia quickly raised her head. Claude was awake. Sia was overjoyed. She knew it. Dad wouldn't be defeated by something like this. But in reality, Claude's gaze towards Sia was utterly cold, as if he had never seen this person before. Claude sat up, his head still aching, pressing his temples while questioning Sia. "Who are you?" Claude had been in a coma for a full 10 days, and when he woke up, he had completely forgotten Sia. "Who exactly are you?" Faced with her father's questioning, Sia didn't know how to answer. Claude attempted to get out of bed, but he hadn't fully recovered, and his whole body ached as soon as he tried to stand. Sia reached out to support her father's arm. Claude stared at Sia with fierce eyes, as if Sia's hand was something dirty. Then Claude summoned Felix in. Seeing His Majesty awake, Felix was extremely excited. Claude, however, thought he had just taken a nap, and Felix's reaction was too exaggerated. Looking closely, Claude felt Felix had aged considerably overnight. Felix said it was because he was too worried about him. Besides, His Majesty had been in a coma for a full 10 days, not 1 day. Claude thought Felix was talking nonsense, but Felix insisted, and Sia stood to the side, realizing things weren't so simple. Suddenly, Claude accused Felix. "Why did you allow others into my chamber?" Felix begged Claude's forgiveness. "I know you care about the princess, and the princess was also especially worried about your safety. So I brought the princess here." Claude couldn't understand what Felix was saying. His gaze, sharp as a blade, stared directly at Sia. "Who are you? If you were an assassin, you should have been torn to pieces the moment you stepped into this room." Claude's words shocked Felix, and Lillian was also bewildered. "Your Majesty, are you referring to the princess?" Claude didn't know which princess Sia was, so bold as to sneak into the palace. Seeing Claude's reaction, Lillian finally asked, "Your Majesty, could it be that you don't recognize the princess anymore?" Claude questioned Lillian. "Are you her lady-in-waiting?" Felix stepped forward to explain to Claude. "Your Majesty, Princess Sia is your only flesh and blood. It seems your Majesty has just awakened and your memory is still somewhat confused." Claude said to Felix word by word, "Felix, have you gone mad? I don't have such flesh and blood." Sia couldn't believe it. She softly called out, "Dad," but Claude became angry. "Are you tired of living? How dare you address me like that?" Claude stared at Sia's face. "Those eyes are indeed of royal lineage. If I were to gouge out your eyes, you wouldn't dare to talk such nonsense anymore, would you?" Sia was thunderstruck. Dad had never spoken to her like this before. As Claude was looking Sia up and down, he discovered that within Sia's body, there was a large amount of magic power that belonged to him. He stood up in surprise. "Why does she have my magic power inside her?" Before he could finish speaking, Claude felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he covered his mouth as he coughed up a large amount of fresh blood. Claude lost his memory, completely forgetting the 9 years he spent with Sia. To Claude, Sia is now just a stranger with jewel-like eyes. Claude warned Sia to stay in the Emerald Palace, saying, "If you appear before me again, you're dead." Back at the Emerald Palace, Sia crouched on the sofa, feeling extremely downcast. Her heart felt as if it had been cut open, always feeling like something important was disappearing. Did she not deserve happiness? Several days passed, and Claude still hadn't accepted the fact of his memory loss. Felix kept repeating bits and pieces about Sia to Claude every day, until Claude's ears were calloused from hearing it. Felix grabbed Claude's arm. "It was you who risked your life to save the princess. That day I grabbed you just like this, but you shook me off and rushed into the magical vortex to save the princess yourself." Looking at Felix's serious expression, Claude found it hard to believe. He shook off Felix's hand. "I think you've gone mad. Stop this nonsense." Arriving at the council hall, Claude discovered all documents were dated 9 years later. Could that girl be a black magician who has cast a widespread evil spell? Claude noticed a red sofa had been added to the council hall. He asked Felix who would come sit here. Felix answered, "It was arranged by you, so Princess Sia could come sit here. Considering the comfort of the sofa, you specifically ordered me to have it custom-made." Claude was dumbfounded he had actually done such a thing. Felix held the sofa and asked Claude to think carefully. "The princess used to sit here watching you work." Claude felt Felix's joke was quite fresh this time. It seemed he still couldn't remember anything. Inside the Emerald Palace, Sia was sprawled on the sofa. When she first woke up in this world, her only goal was to stay alive. Acting cute, pretending to love her father, pretending to be helpless, all to avoid being killed. Now, as long as she didn't appear before Claude, she wouldn't be executed. As long as she obediently stayed in the Emerald Palace. Hadn't her goal already been achieved? Thinking like this, Sia didn't feel so sad anymore. Meanwhile, Claude discovered an unfamiliar building in the palace. Felix explained, "That's a dedicated library built for the princess 3 years ago by your majesty's command." Claude thought Felix was joking. Felix showed a disdainful expression. "Of course you don't remember because you've lost your memory." To clarify matters, Claude personally went to the library. The guards at the entrance saw the emperor and immediately bowed. "To the son of the Oya Empire, we offer supreme glory. We shall diligently fulfill our duties and protect the princess completely." Before the guard finished speaking, Claude turned and ran. Princess, princess, everywhere were shadows of the princess. He couldn't accept this reality. Since Sia was imprisoned in the Emerald Palace, Jen had written 5 letters to her. Jen's handwriting was beautiful, and the paper gave off a pleasant fragrance. The letter said that Jen prayed every day for Sia to wake up early, and she had learned of Sia's awakening by pestering Duke Ross. Sia sat on the bed reading the letters, deeply moved. However, the situation between Claude and Sia was classified as top secret. How did Duke Ross know about it? Indeed, one couldn't be careless. Jen had once seen an envelope addressed to the palace on Aiel's desk, but Jenna didn't expose this because she was also secretly writing letters to Sia. She and Aiel were accomplices. In her letter, Jen asked the princess if she had received Aiel's letter, which in fact she hadn't. Reading Jen's letters made Sia feel like she was chatting with a friend, brightening her mood. Sia smiled and asked Lillian to find some pretty paper. She wanted to write back to Jenna. Sia had been gloomy these days, but now she finally had some spirit. Lillian felt immensely relieved. Meanwhile, Claude and Felix passed by the rose garden, where a strong scent of roses wafted toward them. Claude didn't remember when roses were planted in the palace. Felix quietly approached Claude from behind and whispered in his ear, "Because Princess Sia likes roses. You personally ordered rose gardens to be built throughout the palace." Felix's words startled Claude. He quickened his pace trying to shake off Felix. But Felix followed closely behind Claude and continued, "Not only that, the treasury and vault you gave to the princess are also very valuable. I can personally guide you there." Claude turned around and glared fiercely at Felix, signaling him to stop talking. But Felix wasn't worried at all. He righteously declared, "Even if your majesty is angry, it cannot change the facts that have already occurred." In the days that followed, Sia and Jenna corresponded frequently. Jenna told Sia, a certain lady would soon arrive in the imperial city whom Jen had always regarded as family. The lady whom Jen regarded as family could only be her aunt. According to the novel Sia had read, it was this person who elevated Jen to the position of first princess and falsely accused Sia of poisoning Jen. Sia pondered in the garden. What conspiracy did this woman have? After Claude lost his memory, Felix kept mentioning Sia in front of Claude, which gave Claude a headache. One day, Claude sensed something unusual in the council hall. He pulled back the curtain and discovered several children's drawings posted on the wall by his bedside. Claude turned his head and asked Felix, "What are these weird ghostly things? Are they talismans? Is that girl behind this?" Felix widened his eyes as if discovering a new continent. "My goodness, your majesty. So you've been treasuring them all along. I always knew you doted on Princess Sia, but I didn't expect it to this extent." Felix explained to Claude that these were drawings the princess gave to his majesty as a child, seemingly protected by magic. They hadn't faded a bit after all this time. Every time the princess gave you a drawing, you would scoff at it. "I didn't expect you would secretly treasure them." Countless question marks popped up in Claude's mind. This didn't seem like something he would do. Felix stood aside smiling happily. Seeing these drawings was like seeing the happy times of the past. "These drawings are arranged from left to right in chronological order, truly in your majesty's style." Felix was interpreting the stories behind each drawing to Claude, who felt dizzy. He thought either Felix had gone mad, or he himself had. Just then, Felix, with a blushing face, was about to show Claude another painting. Claude thought it was another ghostly scribble and waved Felix away, but Felix said, "This is a portrait by the court painter." Claude stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what kind of portrait it was. Felix pulled back the curtain, revealing a portrait of Claude and Sia. In the painting, Sia had her hand on Claude's shoulder, and Claude not only wasn't angry but showed a happy smile. Seeing this painting, Claude's pupils shook. He could hardly believe that he, who had always been cold, would show such a gentle expression. What was going on? From childhood, Claude had grown up neglected by his parents. His gaze was sharp and his personality cold, completely different from the man in the painting. Claude believed it must be sorcery. That girl must have cast a spell on him. He must execute that girl immediately. Looking at Claude's angry expression, Felix was somewhat disappointed. He excused himself early and left the council hall. In the empty palace, Claude stood dumbfounded. His mind throbbed with pain, and he seemed to hear a girl speaking. "Father, I have a wish. I want a portrait of you and me, just like the other royal family portraits in the gallery." The pain in his mind and the confused memories made Claude irritable. Things he didn't like could simply be destroyed. It was just a painting, no need to overthink it. But what about the people in the painting? After that, Claude developed severe insomnia, unable to sleep night after night. Meanwhile, Sia would have tea alone in the garden every afternoon. She would prepare 2 teacups, just as she did when her father was still by her side. On the other side, Claude not only had lost his memory but also suffered from severe insomnia. He lay on the sofa, unable to sleep night after night. When Diana was pregnant, she had once beseeched Claude, hoping that His Majesty would love this child just as he once loved her. but Claude thought Diana was joking. "You're already dead, ignoring my desperate pleas, choosing death to leave me. I could never love that girl who replaced you and lived, not before, not ever. If you're so worried about her, come back as a ghost." As if hearing Claude's thoughts, the deceased Diana's soul appeared before Claude. After so many years, Claude saw his most beloved person again. Rushed over to embrace Diana, begging her not to leave. But the next moment, Diana's soul vanished from the hall. Looking at the soul fragments he couldn't hold in his palm, Claude was filled with rage. This was why he hated emotional games. He hated begging others like this. A few days later, it was Claude's birthday. Nobles came to the imperial city to congratulate His Majesty. Claude looked very haggard, with dark circles heavier than a panda's, and his vision was blurred. Only then did Felix realize that Claude hadn't slept for many days. The ministers, unaware of Claude's memory loss, smiled and asked His Majesty why Princess Sia wasn't attending today's banquet. They wanted to see His Majesty and the princess full of familial affection at the social ball again. The minister's words touched Claude's sore spot. His face darkened, planning to end this farce of these days. At the same time, Sia was playing with the blue bird in the Emerald Palace. The maid had made a delicious cake for Sia. Sia asked the maid while eating cake, why was the palace so unusually quiet today? The maid answered that there would be a banquet at the Pomegranate Palace in the evening, and because they were short-staffed, maids from the Emerald Palace had been sent to help. Sia then remembered that today was her father's birthday. Everyone must be very busy. Seeing Sia unhappy, the maid quickly said that she had already instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner. Let's celebrate happily by ourselves today. Sia noticed the maid's good intentions and felt touched. Suddenly, the Emperor's direct night squad arrived at the Emerald Palace. Lillian stood in front of Sia. "May I ask what business you have with the princess?" The knights looked somewhat embarrassed, pushing the responsibility onto each other. Finally, a knight leader very reluctantly said, "By the Emperor's command, Princess Sia is to be brought over immediately." Today was Claude's birthday. He sat in the magnificent palace hall. Then Princess Sia was brought into the hall by knights. Claude looked down at Sia with cold, merciless eyes. Sia stood uncertainly in the middle of the hall, and the knight beside her quietly reminded her, "I'm sorry, princess, you need to kneel." Sia dropped to her knees before Claude with a thud. The watching nobles in the royal court whispered among themselves. Claude showed none of his usual fondness for Sia, addressing her in an extremely serious tone. "Sia, I was magnanimous enough to forgive you this deceptive girl. Yet you come to ruin my good mood. How should I deal with you?" Felix tried to stop Claude. "Your Majesty, please don't get excited." Claude raised his head, warning Felix not to interfere, or he would execute Felix for treason. Then Claude said to the crowd below, "You all flatter her as a princess, which is why she's so audacious." Claude asked the minister standing beside him, "Who do you think is kneeling before me now?" The minister was terrified and stammered in reply, "Your daughter, Princess Sia." Claude stated, "Wrong, she is not my daughter, nor is she any princess." At these words, the nobles below erupted in commotion. Il also stood in the crowd, incredulous. Claude continued, "Kneeling before me is just a criminal." Claude was like a cold ice sculpture, telling Sia word by word, "I plan to execute you the next time I saw you, but, unfortunately, I don't want to see blood today." Claude lost interest and ordered the guards to drag Sia away. The guards, unable to disobey, grabbed Sia's arms. All of Sia's grievances and frustrations erupted at this moment. "Let go of me!" Extreme anger caused Sia's magic to go berserk. Crackling lightning burst from within Sia. The crowd below was stunned. This was magic. Sia's eyes filled with tears as she recalled bits and pieces of her time with Claude. Sia said to her cold father, "No need for you to drive me away. I can leave on my own." She lifted her skirt, curtsied gracefully to Claude. "Today is a joyous occasion, but unfortunately you don't seem to want my blessings. So as you wish, I shall take my leave." Sia's eyes lost their light as she bid farewell to Claude. "Your Majesty, I sincerely wish you a happy birthday." Leaving the palace hall, Sia ran aimlessly forward. Because she was running too fast in high heels, she accidentally fell to the ground. Sia lay on the ground, trembling all over. This was probably the most wretched moment of her life. Just then, Eil's voice came from behind Sia. "Princess Sia," seeing little Princess Sia driven out by her father. Eil was worried about Sia, so he secretly followed her out. Seeing Sia's miserable state, Eil bent down and gently held Sia's ankle. Then with a face full of distress helped Sia put on the fallen high heel. Eil's gentle and deep affection made the strong Princess Sia break down. She turned her head away with tears in her eyes. "Don't look at me like that." Since learning of Claude's memory loss, Sia had been very upset. Initially, she only flattered her father to survive, but now she truly wanted her father's love. Recalling her previous life as an orphan, Sia's tears fell like pearls one by one. She said softly to Eil, "I'm not crying." Eil stood by Sia's side. I didn't see anything." At the same time, the anger in Claude's heart reached its peak. He irritably pushed open the door to his chambers, yanked off his cloak and threw it on the ground, took off that suffocating formal attire. Claude's chest was in pain. Sia's disappointed eyes repeatedly appeared in his mind. Claude didn't know what was wrong with him. He kept having auditory hallucinations. Someone calling him father constantly in his ears. What had he lost? After the banquet ended, Duke Ross hurriedly found Eil. Eil had run out early to chase after the princess. What if he got implicated? Although the reason wasn't clear, Princess Sia had obviously fallen out of favor. If someone saw Eil with the princess, it would be disadvantageous for Eil. But on second thought, Duke Ross realized that when Sia shook off the knights and ran out, despite such disrespectful behavior, His Majesty hadn't said anything. The Duke asked Isle to go to the carriage first. Isle said, "Father has always taught me to be rational, but today is the first time I feel rationality has no meaning." Duke Ross didn't understand what Isle meant. Isle continued, "Father, I don't have the courage to see her cry again, nor do I have the confidence to forgive those who hurt her." The Duke moved closer to Isle. "Are you serious?" Isle didn't answer. Looking at the coming and going crowd, the Duke felt a twinge of headache. He held his forehead and explained to Isle, "You know, today's events have nothing to do with me." Isle understood, but if his father's plans were to harm the princess in the future, he would not stand idly by. Duke Ross widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that his once obedient son would oppose him. Indeed, children grow up and become hard to control. Since Sia and Claude's falling out in the palace hall, Sia had not received any more letters from Jen. Mr. Whitey must be interfering. Sia sat on the sofa staring blankly. The maids were nervous, afraid Sia would become depressed. Lillian dragged Sia's body outside. The sunlight outside was harsh. Since returning to the Emerald Palace in tears last time, Sia had not gone out again. Sia squinted, deciding to walk in the garden. Meanwhile, Claude, who had been suffering from insomnia for several days, was particularly energetic today. He swayed as he stood up from the sofa. He wanted to find Sia and solve the root cause of his painful affliction. At this time, Sia was walking in the rose garden. This rose garden was specially built for her by her father. Now the roses bloomed beautifully, but Claude had completely forgotten Sia. Sia was in very low spirits. She walked while picking roses and throwing them on the ground. The rose petals fell one by one, just like Claude's love for Sia had disappeared. As she walked, Sia encountered Claude at the corner of the rose garden. A breeze blew rose petals dancing around the two. Sia looked at Claude with eyes full of desolation. Seeing Sia, Claude's heart inexplicably ached. "I should never have let you live. If I had made you disappear from my sight when we first met, I wouldn't care so much about this face today." Claude reached out his hand to kill Sia, but the protective magic inside Sia instantly activated. Claude found it somewhat ridiculous. This protective magic was clearly his own power, and magic doesn't lie. This meant that the one who cast the spell to protect Sia was Claude himself. But now the one trying to destroy it was also Claude. A murderous look surged in Claude's eyes. How could there be such an absurd thing in this world? He channeled magic into his palm, attempting to break Sia's protective barrier. Sia's face and expression made Claude very displeased. Claude's magic battled with Sia's magic. A crackling sound echoed in the rose garden. The next second, Claude was blown away by Sia's magic. In Claude's view, as long as Sia disappeared, he wouldn't feel inexplicably depressed anymore, nor would he feel displeased when remembering Sia's face. Due to Sia's overflowing magic, Claude's fingertips bled when contending with Sia. Seeing her father injured made Sia very sad. It was all because of her that her father had become like this. Claude infused all his magic into his palm and said viciously to Sia, "You can die now." When Sia read that novel in her previous life, she couldn't understand. Why could she still call him father when people treated her so badly? Now tears blurred Sia's eyes. Beautiful memories from before flashed in Sia's mind one by one. She clenched her fist, her palm pierced by rose thorns, blood and tears falling together. Sia didn't want to die like this. At least she didn't want to die at her father's hands. The dissatisfaction and resentment in Sia's heart triggered the switch of magic. A fierce wind arose in the rose garden, drawing rose petals into the vortex of magic. Claude widened his eyes, watching Sia disappear bit by bit before him. Just like when Diana disappeared. Sia cried as she bid farewell to her father. "Goodbye, father." The next second a golden light flashed, and Sia vanished from the rose garden with a whoosh. Claude was stunned, standing amidst the flying rose petals, not knowing what to do. After a while, Felix and Lillian hurriedly arrived, still unaware of what had happened. They asked in confusion, "Where is Princess Sia? Where is the princess?" Claude looked at the rose that had fallen from Sia's hand. The flower still had Sia's blood on it. "She disappeared before my eyes." Sia's disappearance made Claude extremely angry. He clenched his fist and ordered Felix, "Bring her to me immediately." Meanwhile, Lucas had found the world tree, but its branches were bare, without a single fruit. Having come all this way, he couldn't return empty-handed. With no alternative, Lucas had to settle for second best, cutting down the remaining trunk of the world tree. Lucas's consumption of the world tree caused landslides and earthquakes throughout the Oya Empire. Thunderstorms had continued for several weeks. Princess Sia had vanished from the rose garden and the maids were very worried. At this moment, the missing princess was hiding in Jen's room. Jen was taking care of Sia attentively, and would secretly bring chocolate cake and tea snacks from the kitchen for Sia. Princess Sia was temporarily safe. One day, Princess Sia was enjoying tea and sweets in Jen's room. After disappearing from the rose garden, Sia had come to Jen's residence. It's a long story. Since Claude lost his memory, Sia had learned to use magic, but the magic appeared too suddenly. Sia still couldn't control it skillfully. The day she left her father, Sia used magic to teleport instantly. And when she came to her senses, she had arrived in a strange wasteland. From then on, Sia began a life of exile, having no possessions. Sia could only use magic to create counterfeit money. The lonely wandering was unsettling. But Sia had been an orphan in her previous life. She was already used to this kind of life. As Sia passed by a small tavern, she happened to overhear customers discussing matters about the imperial city. Claude would broadcast images of the princess on the square today. The pampered princess had disappeared, and Claude was doing everything possible to find Sia. Sia fled from the tavern again. She suddenly remembered something the bookstore owner had once told her: "You are cursed." Could the person who cursed her be Jen? After all, the only person around Sia connected to black magic was Jenny. Thinking of this, Sia secretly infiltrated Duke Ross's mansion and heard Jen's voice from outside the window. This was the first time Sia had seen Jen so agitated. Jenny's aunt had passed away, but Duke Ross wouldn't let Jen go pay her respects. The Duke asked Jen to stay at home, saying he and El would go. After they left, Jenny was still wiping tears in her room, perhaps because she had developed feelings through corresponding with Jen. Sia felt a bit guilty. She threw a note to Jenny from outside the window. "In 3 days, at the same time, I will come to meet you, from your friend." Then Sia went to the roof to watch the stars. She missed her father so much, wanted to go see him. Claude should be sleeping at this hour. Sia had already mastered teleportation. If anything happened, she could escape back. After thinking for a while, Sia went to Claude's chambers. Claude was indeed sleeping. Looking at her father's sleeping face, Sia carefully approached. Unexpectedly, she accidentally stepped on a piece of paper on the ground. Sia was terrified. Why were there papers all over the floor? Dangerous, she had made a sound. Sia picked up the paper from the ground. It was a children's drawing Sia had given to her father when she was little. She couldn't remember drawing so many ugly pictures when she was young. Besides, how did these drawings end up here? Could Claude have some scheme? Was he looking at these drawings to build up his killing intent? In the days since Sia's disappearance, Claude had grown thinner. One might think he was sick with grief over losing his daughter. Sia tiptoed to Claude's side, bent down, and stared at Claude's handsome sleeping face. "You hate me so much, I've disappeared, you should be living better." After saying this, Sia reached out and gently brushed aside Claude's hair. The next moment, Claude opened his eyes, thinking this was a dream. "How annoying. Why do you keep invading my dreams? At least you're quiet today. Much better than your previous chattering." Sia didn't know what her previous image was like in Claude's dreams. She asked her father, "Why are you looking for me? Is it to kill me? Do you still want to kill me now that you see me?" Sia started chattering again. Claude was irritated and turned away from Sia. "Yes, I wish I could tear you to pieces." Claude's answer stabbed Sia's heart painfully. She frowned and suddenly stood up. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die at my father's hands." Seeing Sia's pouty expression, Claude realized, was he not dreaming? Sia bid Claude farewell. "I miss you, father. Goodbye." A golden light flashed in the chamber, and Sia disappeared with a whoosh. She returned to the roof of the Duke's house. Although she had anticipated her father's reaction, it was still painful when actually facing it. It seemed Sia could only continue her exile. 3 days later, the time for Sia's appointment with Jen arrived, and Jen was restless in her room. Knock, knock, knock. Sia punctually knocked on Jenny's window. Seeing Sia's face, Jen was both surprised and delighted. Sia said quietly to Jen, "Miss, long time no see, did I scare you?" Before Sia could finish, Jenny rushed forward and hugged Sia tightly. "Princess, is it really you, princess?" Jen cried tears of joy, clutching Sia's neck tightly. Since Sia's disappearance, she thought she would never see the princess again. And so Jenny held Sia, crying for a long time in the moonlight. After that, Sia often visited Jen, asking her to keep her presence a secret. Jenny, like an obedient kitten, swore not to tell anyone. In reality, Sia and Jenny were enjoying desserts. The weeks of thunderstorms in the Oya Empire had finally stopped. Jen was very happy. Jen had always regarded Sia as family, and was extremely excited every time she saw Sia. According to Sia's understanding, Jenny's aunt had unfortunately perished on her way to the imperial city. Natural disasters were everywhere recently, and she had been caught up in them. According to the original novel, Jen should have entered the imperial city by now and won Claude's favor. But now Jen hardly ever left home, staying in her room every day, as if all of Sia's luck had been exchanged for Jen's misfortune. Thinking of this, Sia said to Jen, "Miss Jen, let's go out and have some fun." Princess Sia took Jenny to the marketplace, just as Lucas had once taken her. Jenny changed into the clothes of an ordinary person beforehand, while Sia used magic to alter her hair and eye color. After all, Claude had broadcast images of her in public. Sia was afraid of being recognized by passers-by. Being able to go out with the princess for some fresh air made Jen super excited. They ate street food while exploring the market. Jenny's beauty attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Sia even thought about using magic to disguise Jenny. At the market, Jenny habitually addressed Sia as princess. Sia thought they should change their form of address, such as Athy and Jetty. This intimate form of address touched Jen's heart. "Athy, Athy, Athy." Just as the two were practicing this address, a black-haired man suddenly appeared behind Jen. "Miss, haven't we met at the pastry shop before?" The black-haired man's appearance startled Sia, but Jen seemed to know him. Looking at the man's handsome face, Sia thought he resembled Claude a bit. Jen had hardly been out, yet she could encounter an acquaintance at this time. Wasn't that too coincidental? The black-haired man suggested they go to a newly opened craft shop ahead. Local craftsmen had opened many workshops to welcome the festival. Sia's trust in this man was zero. But Jen agreed immediately, even showing an expectant expression. Sia signaled to Jenny with her eyes. Don't go with strangers, hasn't Mr. Whitey told you that? But Jenna couldn't understand Sia's meaning, and foolishly went with the man. With no choice, Sia had to accompany Jenna to this craft shop. As soon as they entered, Sia was attracted by a dress in the shop. That green dance dress had been worn by the fairy sister in her father's dream. Meanwhile, Jen stood aside chatting with the black-haired man. Sia feared that the foolish Jen would be deceived and immediately pulled Jen to leave. Sia had noticed that when the man was talking to Jenna, his expression was very cold. Back at the market, Sia bought a bracelet for Jen. It was a lucky bracelet, said to fulfill wishes when worn on the wrist. Previously, Jen had given Sia a blue sapphire bow. This bracelet was a return gift. Jen held the bracelet with a face full of happiness, as if this was not an ordinary bracelet but a priceless treasure. She clasped her hands, holding the bracelet to her chest, smiling at Sia. "Thank you very much." Seeing how easily satisfied Jen was, Sia felt some guilt and emotion. After a day of shopping, Sia prepared to return. She bid farewell to the black-haired man who had been following them. "Thank you for guiding us, sir." The man smiled and watched the two leave. As Sia walked away, she turned back, stealing a glance at the man. At that moment, Sia felt he also resembled Lucas. Was it because of that black hair? Approaching Duke Ross's mansion, Jenna was reluctant to go back. Today was so much fun, it's a shame to go back now. Sia insisted they must return before dinner to avoid discovery so they could go out again next time. Hearing there would be a next time, Jenna became excited again. Sia said to Jenna, "Do you want to see cherry blossoms? I've never seen them. I really want to see the cherry blossoms outside the Imperial City. Can you accompany me?" Jenna was bubbling with happiness, of course. I'd be delighted. Not long ago, Jenna had felt she was in hell, but after meeting the princess, she felt as if she was in heaven. "Thank you so much for today, princess. I've never been this happy before." Faced with Jen's sincere and kind eyes, Sia found it hard to resist. She promised Jen, "There will be many more happy things in the future. Don't forget our promise to see the cherry blossoms together." And so Sia and Jenna's secret outing ended, and Sia was unusually happy for the first time in a long while. While Princess Sia and Jenna were in a good situation, Lucas was still conquering the World Tree. He had contended with the World Tree for a long time, their strength evenly matched. Lucas persuaded the World Tree to hand over the fruit obediently. Resistance was useless, it was just wasting time. The World Tree had encountered a formidable bandit. It tore off a branch and threw it to Lucas. "Is this enough?" Lucas examined the branch. The magic contained within was no less than that of a fruit. Finally, he could go back. Sia was waiting for him. After Lucas left, the poor World Tree twitched alone. In the Duke's mansion, Jen sat by the window looking outside. Just then, Eyal returned early. Having been away too long, Eyal was a bit worried. So he came back to check and planned to leave again tomorrow. Jen knew Eyal was searching everywhere for the princess's whereabouts. A few hours ago, the princess was still with Jen, but the princess had asked Jen to keep it secret. Should she tell Eyal or not? Jen was torn inside. Looking at the lucky bracelet on her wrist, Jen resolved to keep the secret. She liked the princess so much, and although she felt sorry for Eyal, she absolutely couldn't reveal the princess's whereabouts. That way, the princess would be Jenna's princess alone. During this time, Jenna's relationship with the princess had become even closer than when they were in the Imperial City. She didn't want to lose the princess, her only sister. Suddenly, Jen heard arguing from the study. Duke Ross was reprimanding a man. "Didn't I tell you not to go out? Why can't you understand the situation?" Out of curiosity, Jenna went to the study door and found that the man the Duke was reprimanding was the black-haired man they encountered at the market. The Duke was flustered when Jen discovered the man's existence. He hurriedly explained that this man was his friend, staying temporarily at the Duke's mansion. The Duke asked Jen, "It's already late, why are you here?" Jen said she just heard the arguing and came to check. Jenna was still in her pajamas and Duke Ross told her to go back to her room quickly. Jen hurried back to her room. As she glanced back at the man, she noticed he was smiling at her, putting his finger to his lips to signal keeping a secret. Jen said nothing, not telling the Duke about encountering the man outside, and hastily returned to her room. After Jen left, Duke Ross sighed. Everyone around him was disobedient, making him feel exhausted. On the day of the social ball, Duke Ross saw the black-haired man for the first time. The Duke immediately recognized him as the late Emperor Hughes. That day, Hughes told the Duke that Jen was his child, and he was very grateful to the Duke for raising his daughter. In truth, the Duke had adopted Jen to please Claude, and if it was revealed that Jen was the former Emperor's child, his efforts would be ruined. Hughes's existence posed a danger. The Duke wanted to eliminate Hughes, but his dark intentions were detected by Hughes, who warned him against such schemes. Princess Sia and Jenna's relationship grew increasingly close. That day, the Duke secured an opportunity for Jen to visit the palace. His Majesty had been in poor condition lately, and Jen could see the Emperor from afar. Back in her room, Jen shared this news with Sia, though it seemed inconsiderate of Sia's feelings. Jen feared Sia might come looking for her tomorrow when she wasn't home. Upon hearing this news, Sia numbly acknowledged it. The royal palace housed the people Sia loved most. Lillian, Felix, and the maids of the Emerald Palace. She also wanted to return home. The next day, Jen arrived at the royal palace under the Duke's guidance. While the Duke was busy discussing state affairs with ministers, Jenna wandered around leisurely by herself. Reaching the garden, Jenna caught a distant glimpse of the Emerald Palace. The courtyard of the Emerald Palace was beautiful, though unfortunately, the princess wasn't there. Inexplicably, Jen found herself at the rose garden. The roses had withered, giving the place a desolate feel. Suddenly, Jen noticed someone lying on the lawn ahead. It was Claude. Claude appeared to have fainted, and Jen quickly ran forward attempting to wake His Majesty. The next moment, Sia also appeared before Jen. Sia anxiously called out Dad, and their eyes met. Jen instantly understood why Sia had appeared, and told her to hide quickly, as His Majesty seemed to be waking up. Sia hurriedly hid behind the bushes. Shortly after, Claude slowly opened his eyes, finding Jen's worried face before him. Claude was confused. Why was he here? Before Claude could think further, his brain began to ache again. During his unconsciousness, he thought he heard Sia's voice. At the thought of Sia, Claude was overcome with pain. Jen reassured His Majesty, saying the night would arrive soon. Jenny's voice seemed like a magical remedy. Claude's pain instantly disappeared. He shook his head, truly feeling no pain at all. Just moments ago, he had been in too much pain to walk. Just then, Felix and Lillian approached His Majesty. Felix thanked Jen. "Thank you, miss. His Majesty will surely reward you generously." Claude was escorted back to the palace by Felix. Jen breathed a sigh of relief. Sneaking into the Emerald Palace, Jen had thought she would be punished. As she watched His Majesty leave, Claude looked back, as if searching for Sia. The rose garden was empty without Sia's presence, and Jenna didn't know where Sia had gone. After meeting Claude in the rose garden, Jenna once again had the opportunity to have an audience with His Majesty, apparently because His Majesty intended to reward Jen. Jen shared this news with Sia. Sia appeared calm on the surface, but secretly worried about her future. Father still hadn't recovered his memories, and if things played out like in the original novel, if he recognized Jen as the princess, I would truly become a lonely, abandoned person. A few days later, Jen arrived at Claude's chambers dressed in finery. This scene was very similar to when Sia first met her father. Jen was so nervous her palms were sweating, not knowing what to say. Claude remained silent as well, and the two sat in silence for a long while. After some time, Jen finally gathered the courage to greet His Majesty. Claude didn't respond, making Jen even more nervous, unsure if she could continue speaking. Suddenly, Jen realized Claude hadn't responded because he had fallen asleep. Seeing Claude resting his chin on one hand and snoring on the sofa, Jenna became quite flustered. Should she leave? But she hadn't even spoken a single word during this audience. After pondering for a while, Jen stood up and curtsied to the sleeping Claude. "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." After Jen left, Claude's headache returned. Looking at the empty sofa across from him, Claude seemed to understand something. Not long after, Claude summoned Jen again. The Duke was curious. What had Jen and His Majesty discussed that caused such a dramatic change in His Majesty's attitude toward Jen? Jen explained that His Majesty had simply fallen asleep, and they hadn't talked at all. Claude's fondness for Jenny was good news for the Ross Duke. But with things progressing so smoothly, the Duke couldn't help feeling uneasy. If Jen could become as favored as Princess Sia, the Duke planned to eliminate Crown Prince Hughes. That way, no one would know Jen's true identity. After finishing her report, Jen hummed a tune as she left the Duke's room. Just then, she bumped into the black-haired man. The black-haired man, noticing Jen's cheerful demeanor, asked if something good had happened. Jen looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and secretly told the black-haired man, "I get to see His Majesty again." The black-haired man blurted out, "That's wonderful." Jen felt that this period was the happiest time of her life. The princess also came to play with her, and she could be close to His Majesty, something she hadn't dared to dream of before. Seeing the smile on Jen's face, the black-haired man asked again, "You look happy. You seem truly delighted." Jen clasped her hands together, the happiness on her face impossible to hide. "Yes, I'm really happy because we're family." After Jen left, the black-haired man's expression darkened. He thought of Jenny's mother, wondering which side this daughter took after. On the other side of the hallway, Ayel was asking servants to search for Sia. The black-haired man brushed past Ayel. Watching the black-haired man's back, Ayel fell into deep thought. This man was too strange. After the social ball, he suddenly appeared at the Duke's mansion and had been staying there. Since his appearance, the Duke had been acting strangely. Then the princess had a magical outburst, His Majesty fell ill, and finally, the princess disappeared. Could all this just be coincidence? This was Sia's first return to the Emerald Palace since escaping from the palace. Lillian was doing needlework on the sofa when suddenly there was a knocking sound from outside the window. Little Princess Sia peeked her head in and said, "Lillian? It's me." After not seeing her for so long, Lillian's eyes widened. She pulled back the curtains. "Princess, you're back! Where have you been all this time?" Sia hugged Lillian tightly. "I was worried about you, so I came back to check." Lillian wept with joy and wanted to ask a maid to bring some fruit. Sia quickly stopped her, explaining she was just sneaking back briefly to hide from her father, and no one should be told. Lillian cupped Sia's face, checking if she had lost weight during her absence. Sia said she would need to leave soon, as she might be executed if her father discovered her. Lillian told Sia that His Majesty had been searching for the princess, and said if the princess returned, she should go to the Emerald Palace at once. Sia thought Claude had recovered his memories, but Lillian said he hadn't. This made Sia uncertain. Should she risk seeing her father? With an anxious heart, Sia returned to the rose garden. At that moment, Jen and Claude were having tea in the garden, just like Sia used to do with her father. Jen was very happy and asked His Majesty, "May I come again next time?" Claude answered absent-mindedly, "Yes." Indeed, as long as he was with Jen, Claude's headache disappeared. Why was that? Having a rare moment of rest, Claude couldn't be bothered to think about it. On the other side of the garden, Sia stood behind the bushes, secretly watching the two. Claude resting his chin on one hand, his distracted expression while drinking tea. This scene was identical to when Sia was previously in the palace. That was how it should have been in the original novel. Sia's heart ached to bleeding. Without her, things would have been exactly this way. It was Sia who had stolen Jen's place, and perhaps everything was now returning to how it should be. Sia could change nothing. The harmonious scene between Jen and Claude pained Sia so much she couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she teleported back to Jen's room. However, the next second, Sia froze, finding herself facing Il, who was in the middle of undressing. It seemed Sia's teleportation location was wrong. She turned to run, but Il caught her on the spot. Il had searched for Sia for so long without any news, and now Sia suddenly appeared before him. Il thought Sia had come to see him. Sia told him to put his clothes back on before they talked. Since she'd been caught, Sia could only accept reality. Il asked where Sia had been these days. Sia said she had been homeless, wandering about. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and Il felt deeply sorry for Sia. He suggested to her, "Why don't you stay here?" Sia felt that staying here would implicate Duke Ross, and the Duke probably wouldn't agree. To protect the girl he loved, Il was determined. He would hide it from his father. When friends from Atlanta visited him during his studies, his father had become accustomed to it and wouldn't specifically check. Sia's resolve began to waver. Constantly hiding and running was indeed exhausting, and she'd been burdening Jen previously. Seeing Sia's conflicted expression, Il quickly added that if Sia felt uncomfortable, she could stay in the guest villa. He promised no one would discover her. In the past, Sia would have immediately refused. But now, Sia was too tired, not just physically, but mentally. So Sia agreed to Il's offer. "Then I'll trouble you for now." Little Princess Sia decided to stay at the Duke's mansion. After frequently changing residences to escape, Sia finally had a place to settle. It was a very luxurious guest villa, and Il would come regularly to clean. During this time, one shock followed another. Sia hadn't realized her feelings for her father ran so deep. Although it hurt, there was nothing she could do because Jen was truly lovable. Sia had tried her best, but this world revolved around Jenna. Actually, when Sia first transmigrated into this novel, her only goal was to survive. Now that Sia had successfully left the palace, she could consider her childhood dream fulfilled. Sia consoled herself this way as she spent her first night at the Duke's mansion. Early the next morning, Il knocked on Sia's door. He brought several books for Sia. Staying here would inevitably be boring, and these books would help Sia pass the time. In the days that followed, Il often came to chat with Sia, while Jen frequently visited the palace. To avoid upsetting Sia, Il rarely mentioned Jenna's affairs. One day, Sia used disguise magic to walk in the courtyard with Il. This was where Sia and Il first met. Back then, Sia had descended from above, startling Il. Remembering this embarrassing history, Sia smiled shyly. Looking at Sia's exquisitely beautiful profile, Il's heart stirred. Sia asked abruptly, "Do you like flowers?" Il replied, "Yes, when I was young, I even picked flowers for Jen to wear." Sia silently mocked in her heart, as expected of someone used to caring for his sister. Sia bent down to pick a small red flower from the lawn, its faint fragrance making her feel refreshed. A breeze blew Sia's long hair, the afternoon sunlight rimming her with gold. Il was mesmerized and unconsciously reached out, wanting to touch Sia's face. Just as Il's hand was about to touch Sia, she came to her senses. "Is there something on my face?" Il was startled and quickly apologized to Sia. I'm sorry." Il's face turned bright red. How could he make such a forward gesture? But his heart was beating wildly, as if his love for the princess was already beyond control. Actually, Jenny genuinely liked Sia and treated her as a real sister. For her family, Jen decided to do something for Sia. That day, Jen was having tea with Claude in the garden as usual. Claude was lost in thought, his mind filled with Sia's face. Suddenly, Jen spoke to Claude. "Your Majesty, do you—" Jen clenched her fists, gathering courage. "Don't you miss the princess?" Jen's direct question stunned Felix. Claude's expression darkened, and he slowly responded, "I was just thinking about that question." Jen and Felix were both confused. Claude said everyone unanimously claimed he once doted on the princess, so he needed to confirm this. Felix, who had been eavesdropping nearby, couldn't hold back and rushed out to ask His Majesty, "Excuse me, was what you just said truly heartfelt?" Claude changed the subject, saying he had already dispatched search parties and issued arrest warrants. After 3 months without any clues, he wondered if they could find Sia. Felix hurriedly approached Claude to confirm. Claude claimed he wouldn't harm Sia anymore and told Felix to search diligently for the princess. Claude's 360-degree turnaround left Felix bewildered. Jen didn't quite understand either. However, Claude didn't want to explain further and dismissed them both. Back at the Duke's mansion, Jenny ran all the way to Sia's room. She was emotionally excited and couldn't wait to tell Sia the good news. "Athy, His Majesty says he wants to find you." Jenna held Sia's hand and spun around in circles. "Hurry and prepare to return to the palace." Sia told Jen to calm down, as she didn't know what had happened. Jen breathlessly explained everything. "I mentioned you to His Majesty, and he said he wants to see you." "His Majesty must be getting better, it's true, Princess." But Sia couldn't feel happy about it. She couldn't trust Jen's words alone. Seeing Jen's eyes shining with excitement, Sia decided She would sneak into the palace to investigate herself. Recently, the palace guards had suddenly increased, with knights patrolling everywhere. So Sia used invisibility magic to wander around the palace. As she walked, Sia suddenly encountered Felix. It had been a long time since she'd seen him. She wondered how Felix was doing. Sia quietly followed behind Felix. Felix was so dense he probably wouldn't notice her. The next second, Felix sensed someone following him, magically summoned a sword blade and swung it towards Sia's direction. Felix's keen reaction terrified Sia, the sword cutting off a few strands of her hair. Felix turned around, his tone cold. The palace is not a place for just anyone to enter. Sia was so frightened her hair stood on end, and her invisibility magic broke. This was the first time she had seen Felix with such an expression. Seeing the princess, Felix was 100 times more surprised than Sia. He instantly transformed into a warm gentleman. "Princess, why are you here? Were you hurt?" Sia told Felix to lower his voice as she had come secretly, just to see how everyone was doing. To avoid frightening the princess, Felix crouched in the corner. He told the princess, "His Majesty wants to see you. He has summoned you again. Go see His Majesty now." So Felix brought the princess to Claude. Sia couldn't believe it. Had her father changed so quickly? The last time they met, Claude had said he wanted to kill her. With an anxious heart, Sia pushed open the palace doors. Claude sat on the opposite side of a long table, his expression cold and silent. After growing up, Sia and her father had never been so distant. Sia wanted to call Claude Dad, but feared he wouldn't like it, so she weakly greeted him. "Your Majesty, how have you been?" Claude's mouth twitched, and he asked Felix to leave first. Seeing Claude's gloomy expression, Sia also wanted to leave. Felix sensed the princess's concern and wanted to stay on standby. But Sia said it was fine. The current Sia didn't want to defy her father. If there was danger, she would call out loudly. After Felix left, the palace fell silent. Claude, looking at Sia's nervous demeanor, spoke first to break the deadlock. "How have you been during this time?" Sia's mind went blank. Was father showing concern for her? She cautiously replied, "Just wandering around." Claude pressed, "Where?" Sia said, "Among mountains and waters, wherever she went." Claude's questions came one after another, constantly asking about Sia's recent situation. Sia almost revealed that she had created counterfeit money with magic. After hearing about Sia's experiences, Claude breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Sia couldn't even afford a bowl of porridge, but it seemed things weren't so bad. Compared to Sia, Claude had lost a lot of weight, as if he hadn't been eating or resting well. Sia's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He claimed not to be her father, yet showed fatherly concern, as if he was worried she might be suffering outside. Sia couldn't help asking him, "Why are you asking these things?" Claude muttered something that Sia couldn't hear clearly. Claude didn't know why he was so conflicted either. Just seeing Sia inexplicably upset him, and looking at her expression made him even more annoyed. As he pondered, Claude's headache returned. He covered his forehead and dismissed Sia. "Go stay in the Emerald Palace." Claude's face turned pale, and Sia quickly called for Felix. Felix's expression was grave. He told the princess to return to the Emerald Palace first, and he would take care of His Majesty. After Sia left, Claude covered his forehead in great pain, struggling to say a few words. "Call her over." Felix immediately understood His Majesty's meaning. Claude wanted him to call Jenny over. At that moment, Sia was hiding by the door and heard everything. So she was the cause of her father's suffering, while Jen was the remedy. Little Princess Sia returned to the Emerald Palace, and the palace maids were happier than during the New Year. However, Claude's frequent summons for Jen also sparked gossip among the maids. That day, Jenny came to the Emerald Palace to visit Sia. She had helped Claude fall asleep successfully and came over to see Sia. Only after returning to the palace did Sia learn that her father could barely sleep except when he was with Jen. What should she say? Should she thank Jen? Sia asked Jen to sit down while she made tea for her. During this time, Sia's mind had been filled with thoughts about Claude. She really wished Lucas would return soon to cure her father's amnesia. The next second, Lucas's face appeared before Sia. "Why do you look like you're about to die?" This black-haired, red-eyed, handsome young man was indeed Lucas. Sia froze for a few seconds, then slapped Lucas hard across the face. "Lucas!" Sia's voice echoed throughout the Emerald Palace, nearly bursting Lucas's eardrums. She dragged Lucas by the hand to another room. Jen still didn't know what was happening. Lucas told Sia to calm down. "It's been a while. I know you're happy to see me." Before Lucas could finish, Sia pinned him against the wall. "Lucas, what took you so long? Do you know how long I've been waiting?" With Sia's face so close, Lucas blushed, quickly asking, "What's wrong with you? Isn't this too close?" Tears slowly rolled down from Sia's eyes. Lucas held Sia's waist, clearing his throat. What exactly happened? Sia poured out everything that had happened during this time. "Dad lost his memory. Dad hates me, so he imprisoned me. Dad even wanted to kill me, so I wandered everywhere." Lucas's brain couldn't keep up, and he asked Sia to slow down. Sia cried while being angry at Lucas. Lucas summarized, "So your dad bullied you, and that's why you're crying." Learning the truth, Lucas felt a little disappointed. So it was because of her dad. He thought she had missed him terribly. Lucas had recovered his magic and had happily returned, but now he inexplicably felt angry. He asked Sia, "Want me to teach your dad a lesson?" Sia slapped Lucas twice, "Idiot." "What lesson? I'm asking you to save him. Don't you dare bully my dad or I won't forgive you." Lucas rubbed his forehead, speechless. Jen, hearing the commotion in the next room, called out to Sia. Sia asked Lucas to escort Jen back first, as she didn't want to put on a facade in front of Jen. Lucas had finally returned to the palace, and little Princess Sia was extremely excited. She pouted and pleaded with Lucas. "Greatest magician in history, please help me! You've grown taller and become more handsome." Sia's flattery pleased Lucas. He was indeed handsome and wealthy. The next second, Lucas took Sia and teleported to Claude's side. "Let's deal with the important matter first." Claude was sleeping on the sofa. Lucas gazed at Claude's face from behind the sofa. His 2 long locks of hair brushed across Claude's face. Sia, concerned about her father, tugged at Lucas's braid. "Be careful, Dad has finally fallen asleep, don't wake him up." While scolding Lucas, Sia marveled. "This man's hair is so smooth." Lucas stared at Claude for a long while, detecting something unusual. Sia said Claude had lost his memories, but to Lucas, he was clearly heading toward death. Currently, the magic within Claude was in chaos. This wasn't just amnesia. Lucas extended his finger, lightly touching just above Claude's forehead. Claude frowned, seeming very uncomfortable. After a while, Claude's expression relaxed, and his complexion improved. Lucas tried to use his magic to deeply interfere with Claude's body, but was instantly repelled by another magical force. Sia stood by, not understanding what was happening. Lucas realized that Claude's condition wasn't something he could easily intervene with. It was related to Sia's magic. Her magic was very peculiar. Lucas had just used magic to heal Claude's body, but his memories couldn't be restored. Sia was very anxious. Wasn't Lucas an all-powerful magician? How could there be a problem he couldn't solve? Lucas explained that Claude was under a curse, similar to a punishment inflicted on those who use black magic. Involving black magic, Sia realized the seriousness of the situation. Lucas asked Sia a few simple questions. "Your father completely forgot you, wants to kill you when he sees you, and inexplicably becomes close to that imposter, right?" Sia related everything that had happened recently. Lucas believed that the imposter's magic was acting as a sedative for Claude. Sia still didn't understand. Lucas sighed. "I just got back. Can we sit down and talk slowly?" Back at the Emerald Palace, Lucas explained to Sia. Claude must have used black magic a long time ago. He asked if Sia could think of anything related. Sia reflexively thought of that dream. In the dream, Claude spoke tearfully to a fairy. But Sia wasn't sure if there was a connection between these two things, so she told Lucas she couldn't think of anything. Lucas's face darkened as he revealed to Sia, "It's the magic that erupted inside Sia that sent Claude back to a past time. Back to a period when black magic existed within him." Sia's mind became more confused. "How is that possible? I didn't do anything. How could time flow backward?" Lucas picked up his teacup and enlightened Sia. "Haven't you experienced it yourself?" This statement reminded Sia of her previous life. Could it be that Lucas knew her secret? Knew she was a transmigrator? Sia stood up abruptly, staring at Lucas, her heart churning with shock. Lucas had seen through everything and sat calmly on the sofa. After absorbing Little Black, Sia's memories of her previous life became clearer. Originally, the Sia in this novel and the so-called previous life in modern times were the same person. Now it was Sia's third life. After experiencing 3 cycles of reincarnation, Sia had returned to the starting point. Lucas used magic to cure Claude's headache, but the lost memories couldn't be recovered. Claude's amnesia was related to black magic. Lucas told Sia to stay by Claude's side for now. If Sia wasn't around, and Claude only stayed with that imposter, it would alleviate the pain, but wouldn't make the black magic disappear. Thinking it over, Lucas felt he was getting a bad deal. In the future, he would have to take care of not only Sia but also Sia's father, a huge loss. Sia, however, thought that letting Lucas stay in the palace was already a great compensation. Lucas considered that initially he only had to take care of Sia, but now the situation was much more complicated. And as soon as he returned, they put him to work, nearly exhausting him. Sia also secretly despised this petty fellow. What can a fallen princess like me offer? How about a kiss? Sia's offer of a kiss piqued Lucas's interest. Lucas leaned closer to Sia, eyes wide, asking, "Kiss where?" Sia hadn't expected Lucas to take her joke seriously. She reflexively answered, "How about on the cheek?" Lucas was very satisfied and brought his face closer to Sia, pointing to his cheek. "Go ahead." Sia was startled by Lucas's serious demeanor. "Hey, normal people know this is a joke, right?" In reality, Lucas closed his eyes, his face blushing, waiting for the princess's kiss. Sia was at a loss, her forehead beginning to sweat. "Oh well, there's no one in the Emerald Palace anyway." The next second, Sia gave Lucas's cheek a quick peck, like a chick pecking at rice. Lucas seemed to enjoy it, showing a blissful smile. Suddenly, Lillian opened the door with her needlework, witnessing this historic moment. Lillian was thunderstruck, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have, and her body went limp. Felix stood behind, supporting Lillian. "Lillian, what happened?" Felix thought something had happened to the princess and was about to rush into the room. Lillian tried to stop Felix, but it was too late. Felix opened the door, finding the princess sitting alone on the sofa, nothing amiss. Discovering Sia alone in the room, Lillian thought she had seen wrong. Had she hallucinated? At that moment, the great magician Lucas had already teleported to the garden, happily humming a tune. Little Princess Sia's relationship with Claude improved. After returning to the Emerald Palace, Sia would greet Claude every morning. Thanks to Lucas, Claude's condition had improved significantly. He could not only sleep on time, but also sleep soundly. Although Lucas said this was just a temporary measure, at least things had returned to normal. During breakfast, a maid wheeled in a trolley of refreshments for Claude, including tea and chocolate cake. Seeing her favorite cake, Sia's eyes lit up, but father didn't like sweets. Were these specially prepared for her? Sia glanced at her father, who still looked disgusted by these sugary confections. Felix explained that these were prepared according to His Majesty's usual instructions. Claude's face was filled with resistance. Sia almost felt embarrassed, so she picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea. It was lipper tea. Drinking lipper tea after so long was still so fragrant. Claude stared intently at Sia as she concentrated on savoring the tea. Being stared at so intensely by her father, Sia almost choked. To avoid awkwardness, Sia asked her father, "Why aren't you drinking?" Claude asked in return, "You like that tea?" Sia replied, "Yes, I do. It smells wonderful, like flowers blooming in your mouth when you drink it." These words reminded Claude of Diana. Many years ago, Diana had said the same thing. Recalling this, Claude's headache returned. The next second, Sia quickly stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth and happily chewed it. Sia's carefree demeanor instantly dispersed the killing intent that had just arisen in Claude. She had hoped to eat more while her father was distracted, but was caught. Sia's eyes widened like copper bells. Felix stood behind Claude, trying not to laugh. Sia picked up a small piece of cake and quickly stuffed it into Claude's mouth. Such a sweet food made Claude's skin crawl, but he forced himself to swallow the cake despite his disgust. After swallowing the small cake, Claude chased both Sia and Felix out. Father was angry. She was in trouble now. In the Ross Duke's mansion, Jen, the black-haired man, and the Duke sat on the sofa. The Duke told the black-haired man that the magician had returned early and had cured His Majesty's illness. His Majesty had recovered and begun handling state affairs. Hearing this news, Jenny was very happy. The Duke sent Jen away, wanting to discuss future strategies with the black-haired man. The black-haired man said that Sia had finally settled in the Duke's mansion, and he had wanted to take some action, but she returned to the palace so quickly. The Duke didn't understand. Living in the Duke's mansion? What do you mean? The black-haired man told the Duke that Princess Sia had been living in his home the whole time, and both his son and Jen knew about it. The Duke felt like he was hearing a science fiction story and exploded. "What did you say?" The black-haired man pretended to be nonchalant. "How could you not know about this?" The Duke was extremely shocked. He wasn't a magician. How would he know such things? Besides, the Duke's mansion was so large, he couldn't check every corner. Being concealed from by those he trusted most, the Duke was extremely frustrated. The black-haired man reminded the Duke that the most important issue now was whether Jenny could continue to be favored by His Majesty after the princess returned to the palace. Lucas had already returned from the World Tree, yet there was no news of Claude regaining his memories. Could even Lucas not handle this matter? Meanwhile, Lucas was walking in the darkness. He sensed someone discussing him. Returning to the Black Tower, Lucas found his belongings had been rummaged through. It turned out a mouse had come through. Claude had a dream. In the dream, he returned to his childhood, when Claude was still a little boy, running around the palace every day, looking everywhere for his brother Hughes to play with. Class was about to start, but Claude hadn't found his brother yet. As he crouched in the bushes, hiding from the passing guards, he discovered his brother standing by the railing. Claude was overjoyed and ran toward his brother on his short legs. The next second, Claude found his brother's expression blank, staring upward with hollow eyes. His brother's sapphire eyes gleamed with resentment, creating a very eerie scene. Claude took his brother's hand, and only then did Hughes notice Claude's presence. He asked his brother what was wrong. Claude said nothing. "Where is this place?" Hughes replied, "He feels like there was a cloaked man calling him." Seeing Claude's battered appearance, Hughes guessed that Mother had lost her temper with his brother again. He sighed helplessly. Claude urged his brother to hurry back to class. Hughes affectionately stroked Claude's hair. "Claude, let's skip class together." In reality, Claude woke from his dream. Recently preoccupied with family and daughter matters, he had unexpectedly had such a dream. Thinking of Sia's face, Claude snorted coldly, then tidied his bangs. A few days later, Claude and Sia were having tea in the garden. Looking at the back of her father's head, Sia seriously pondered. If his head suffered a severe impact, perhaps his memory would return. Golden statues, stones, vases could all serve as weapons, should I try? But father has protective magic. Maybe he wouldn't regain his memory, and Sia would lose her life. No. Sia's inner thoughts played out like a drama. Claude felt the fiery gaze behind him, turned around, and discovered Sia. Caught by her father, Sia immediately changed her expression, putting on a professional fake smile. Just then, Jen arrived too. Another 3-person tea party. Sia felt somewhat awkward, but Jen was very happy. Claude was still lost in thought, as if only Sia felt the awkwardness. Jen brought homemade chocolates from the Duke's mansion. The little foodie Sia was delighted and chose one with almond flavor. Sia stuffed the chocolate into her mouth. Last time Claude saw these sugary treats, he was clearly disgusted, but this time he showed no reaction. Was it because Jenny was present, so he was enduring it? While Sia pondered, she crunched the chocolate loudly. Jen looked expectantly at Sia. Sia gave Jen a big smile. "Delicious!" Then Jen pushed the chocolates toward Claude, asking him to try them too. Claude, expressionlessly, like a robot, picked up a piece of chocolate and put it in his mouth. Without even chewing, he swallowed it directly. Jen asked Claude, "Does it suit your taste?" Claude replied, "Very sweet." Sia was stunned by the scene before her. Claude hadn't frowned, hadn't sent Jen away, and had even eaten Jen's homemade chocolate. Was this blatant discrimination? Claude hadn't noticed Sia's jealousy. He asked Felix to bring more tea. Little Princess Sia was very unhappy. Claude had actually eaten Jen's homemade chocolate, even though he used to get goosebumps at the sight of chocolate. Sia lay on the sofa pounding the pillow with her little fists to vent her anger. This is too much! It's clearly discrimination. The differential treatment is too obvious. If he likes Jen so much, why not just summon Jen alone? Felix stood behind Sia, waiting for her to finish venting. Felix crouched down and explained to Sia, "It's not what you think. Miss Jen is a guest of the Ross-Duke family. His Majesty frankly shows his emotions in front of you because he feels more at ease with you. Although His Majesty hasn't regained his memories yet, he will get better soon." Sia suddenly understood and felt embarrassed of her attitude. While thanking Felix, "Thank you, Felix, I shouldn't have complained." A few days later, Isle came to the palace to visit the princess. Sia was in the Emerald Palace playing with the blue bird. Isle hadn't made an appointment in advance, saying only that he had urgent matters to tell the princess. After leaving the Duke's mansion, Sia hadn't seen Isle again. She asked the maid to invite Isle in. Actually, Isle didn't have any urgent business with Sia. He accompanied Duke Ross to the palace and simply asked if he could visit the princess. If he had to get permission through His Majesty, Isle might never see Sia again in this lifetime. Sia invited Isle to the reception room for tea and conversation. Seeing that Sia looked well, Isle finally felt relieved. While exchanging pleasantries with El, Sia secretly admired to herself, "El is so handsome, he looks more attractive each time I see him. I never took the time to appreciate him properly at the Duke's mansion." Currently, Isle wore a linen-colored formal outfit with an olive green bow tie, his pure white hair meticulously styled, his every movement exuding the aura of a young nobleman. Sia couldn't help but be captivated by El's appearance. She finally understood why Jen always had El's name on her lips. Upon hearing Jenna's name, Isle put down his teacup. He expressed to Sia, "Jenna is a kind child. I've always seen her as my own little sister." The atmosphere grew awkward, and Sia tried to smooth things over. "Speaking of which, you're also very polite and gentle with the servants. I was quite impressed by that while staying at the Duke's mansion." Isle's expression turned serious. No, he wasn't nice to everyone. Isle's determined and passionate gaze struck Sia's heart. In truth, Sia understood that El had always had feelings for her. His actions were too obvious. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and Sia didn't know how to respond. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Lucas burst into the Emerald Palace and walked straight towards Sia. "Excuse me for interrupting. Princess, it's time for our appointment, shall we?" "Appointment?" Sia instantly understood that Lucas had come to rescue her from the situation. So she stood up. "That's right, we have plans. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Lucas." Sia bid farewell to Isle. "I have other matters to attend to, so I must go now." Isle hurriedly stood up, wanting to escort Sia out. But Lucas extended his foot to block Sia's path, then arrogantly retorted, "That won't be necessary. I'm here." Lucas's gaze toward El revealed an air of authority. "Young master, please take your leave." Seeing El's apparent intentions toward Sia, Lucas's jealousy was unleashed. He rushed into the room and took Sia's hand. "We'll be late for class. Let's hurry, princess." Sia knew Lucas was telling a blatant lie, but fearing Isle's confession, she played along with Lucas's act. Then Lucas reached out and brushed Sia's cheek. "Your face is quite red. Do you have a fever?" Such an intimate gesture startled Sia. El was still present. What was he doing? Sia swatted away Lucas's hand. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit warm." Lucas was provoking Isle, asserting his claim. He stuck out his tongue and pulled Sia away. All right, let's go." As he finished speaking, Lucas shot a smug glance at El. Seeing Isle's angry expression, Lucas felt satisfied. The next moment, El quickly stepped to Sia's side, took her hand, and performed a perfect hand kiss. "Thank you for sparing your precious time to see me. We didn't finish our conversation today, so I'll come again another time." Isle glared fiercely at Lucas as if saying, "You may touch Sia's face, but I can kiss her hand." Lucas's face darkened with rage. Murderous thoughts toward El began to surface. After El left, Sia sat on the sofa braiding Lucas's hair. Lucas was confused by Sia's perplexing behavior, but Sia said doing this gave her mental peace. Lucas's hair was now decorated with small pink flowers, with pink ribbons tied at the ends. For Sia's happiness, Lucas endured it all. At this moment, Sia's mind was filled with thoughts of El. She hadn't expected that El still had feelings for her even now. Thinking carefully, Isle had always been very good to her, but El already had Jen, and in the original novel, those two were the true couple. Sia couldn't remember how El fell in love with Jen in that novel, only recalling that El often comforted Jen, would calm her down when she cried, and also, a strange memory flashed through Sia's mind. Jenna introduced him to Sia as her fiancé, but El's expression was extremely flustered. While Sia was lost in thought, her wrist was grabbed firmly by Lucas. Lucas stared at her with blood-red eyes and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sia came back to her senses and changed the subject. "Wow, your hair is so beautiful." Lucas got angry and yanked all the pink flowers out of his hair. Sia thought it was a shame. The hairstyle that had been so carefully braided was now ruined. Just now Lucas noticed an unusual magical fluctuation within Sia for the first time. He said to her, "Don't give up. Whether it's recovering your father's memories or anything else, I'll help you." Sia was confused, wondering why Lucas suddenly said these things. She hadn't mentioned giving up. Sia leaned back on the sofa and said, "1 IL is already enough to give me a headache. Don't say such strange things." Lucas keenly perceived that Sia had been thinking about IL earlier. Sia had let it slip, she hurriedly denied it, but Lucas was certain Sia had been thinking about that boy. Lucas brought his face close to Sia's. "You like that kind of guy, that fake gentleman, that hypocrite." Sia immediately retorted, "IL is not pretending to be refined, he's a true gentleman, he's polite and dignified unlike you." The word gentleman angered Lucas. He took Sia's hand and imitated Il by kissing the back of her hand. Then he smiled mischievously. "Is this what you call being a gentleman?" Lucas's action made Sia blush crimson. She screamed at Lucas to get out. Meanwhile, Claude was handling state affairs in the palace. He suddenly felt inexplicably annoyed, not knowing what had happened. Princess Sia was troubled about IL and sat on the sofa seeking advice from Lillian and Felix. "Lillian, Felix, have you ever received affection from others?" The two stopped what they were doing. They didn't understand what Sia meant. Sia quickly explained that she was just curious. Two people popped into Lillian's mind. Is the princess referring to IL or the magician? Lillian asked the princess, "Are you talking about affection from the opposite sex?" Sia nodded. Felix pondered thoughtfully. He often caught the gazes of women and was watched from afar. Sia's gossip mode instantly activated. She asked Felix if he had ever been confessed to. Felix said no, because he was always with His Majesty. Sia couldn't help but feel sorry for Felix. What a lonely soul. Then Sia asked Lillian, who hesitated a bit. Sia's eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for Lillian's story. Lillian said she often received gifts and letters and was asked to dance at balls. Felix stood nearby perking up his ears, not wanting to miss a single detail from Lillian. In others' eyes, Lillian and Felix were made for each other. Whenever Felix left His Majesty, Lillian would surely appear by Felix's side. The knights had urged Felix to confess to Lillian. But Felix was dense, never taking action. At social dances, Lillian would refuse all invitations and hide behind Felix. Yet Felix thought Lillian was using him as a shield. This steel-straight man remained resolutely single through his own efforts. Sia had wanted to consider the matter of IL and Lucas, but the conversation had gotten off track. Sia's goal had always been survival. She had never considered romance. When girls discussed romance at tea parties, Sia would distance herself from the conversation. Although Sia had read many romance novels, when someone actually expressed their affection, she didn't know what to do. With zero dating experience, Sia sighed. She waved her hand to chase away the two men who kept appearing in her mind. Finding her father's memories was most important now. Better to focus on what she could handle first. A few days later, Sia styled her hair anew. Wearing a light purple dress and carrying a large bouquet of lavender, she came to her father's side. "Dad, the weather is so nice. Let's go boating." Claude put down his pen and looked at Sia. After spending time together for a while, Claude no longer got angry when Sia called him Dad. Sia took the opportunity to call him Dad more often. In the past, Claude often accompanied Sia boating and viewing flowers. Now he was always working at his desk, which wasn't good for his health. Sia invited her father. "Will you come with me?" Claude's attitude was very gentle. He thought for a moment, then readily agreed. Sia was surprised. She had expected her father to tell her to go away, but he agreed so quickly. To be safe, Sia asked again. Claude claimed he had just agreed casually. Sia was bubbling with happiness. She asked her father if they should invite Jen. Claude looked confused. He had thought it would be a private outing with Sia. Sia was also confused. As long as Jen was present, her father wouldn't get headaches. Given permission, Sia happily said goodbye to her father. "Thank you, Dad." After Sia left, the palace fell silent. Claude asked Felix to remove the man-eating flowers from the lake in advance. Felix replied that His Majesty had already ordered them removed. Claude didn't remember giving such an order. He picked up his pen to hide his embarrassment. Felix asked His Majesty if he had any other concerns. Claude felt the lake was too large and deep. Felix didn't understand what this meant. Claude stared intently at the palace doors, and Felix finally understood. His Majesty was worried about the princess falling into the water. Having his thoughts exposed, Claude became a bit angry and told Felix to leave immediately. After Felix left, Claude recalled Sia's smile and couldn't help but smile to himself. Princess Sia invited Jen into the palace for boating. Claude prepared a massive boat. Decorated with silk and fresh flowers, it looked like a wedding vessel. Sia was shocked by the enormous boat. Isn't this too formal? Had her father's taste changed after losing his memory, becoming less modest? Actually, Felix had prepared the boat, and Claude hadn't found anything improper about it. But that didn't matter. Sia happily jumped aboard. She sat with Jen, and Claude sat across from them. Jen was captivated by the palace's beautiful scenery. The emerald water reflected the flowers on the shore. The scene was intoxicating. Claude rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the two of them. Sia and Jenny chatted under the parasol. Today Sia wore a pink strapless dress with pink and white flower accessories in her hair. This peaceful, tranquil afternoon made Claude drowsy. Accompanied by the sound of Sia and Jen's conversation, Claude fell asleep on the boat. Suddenly Sia's scream woke Claude. "Miss Jen." Jen was seen splashing in the water holding a parasol. "Dad, she fell in trying to retrieve my parasol. Please save her." Claude looked dazed, as if he hadn't fully awakened, staring blankly at Sia. Sia's face turned ashen. "What is this person doing just standing there? Hurry and save her." Jen, who had been struggling in the water, was now about to sink completely. Sia didn't know how to use magic to save someone from drowning. She could only stand anxiously at the edge of the boat. Seeing Claude's indifferent attitude, Sia decided to jump in herself. In the next second, Claude grabbed Sia's arm. "Sit down, you'll get wet." Sia was bewildered. How could he say such a thing at a time like this? Jen has fallen in. Hurry and save her. Although Claude was reluctant, he still rescued Jen. At the shore, Sia was very concerned about Jenny. "Miss Jen, are you all right? If you're not feeling well, you can go back and rest." Jenny said it was fine. His Majesty had used magic to dry her clothes, and the princess had helped warm her up. She was deeply moved. Claude sat under a large tree watching the two. Sia scolded Jen, saying she shouldn't have jumped into the water for a parasol and must never do such a thing again. Jen laughed, saying she didn't know where she found the courage. Then Jen thanked Claude. "Your Majesty, thank you for saving me." Claude showed no reaction. Sia frowned and reminded her father. "Dad, Miss Jen is thanking you." Claude replied with a simple, Jen sat nearby, observing the interaction between the two, secretly envious. The relationship between His Majesty and the princess is truly wonderful. Since Lucas had cured Claude's headaches, Sia's attitude toward Claude had become increasingly casual. In the Emerald Palace, Sia sat on the sofa eating grapes, thinking her father had improved a lot. But Lucas said that was only on the surface. There had been no real improvement. Sia thought that with her father's bad temper, the fact that he could still reject her meant his memory was recovering. Sia had been gloomy before, but now that Claude showed some improvement, she was constantly around him, calling him dad all day. "It's so annoying." Lucas was full of jealousy. "Do you like your dad that much?" Sia answered, "Of course." Lucas asked further. "Do you want to live with him forever?" Sia blurted out, "Yes." Lucas blushed. He took out a branch of the world tree, preparing to confess. "If I give you—" Before he could finish, Sia grabbed Lucas's hand, exclaiming dramatically, "Lucas, teach me magic!" Lucas hadn't yet reacted when Sia continued chattering. "I was so frustrated that I couldn't save Jenna when she fell in the water." Lucas hid the world tree branch. Sia demonstrated to Lucas that she could use magic to create money and gems, but they would disappear after a day. Though she could make objects float, that was the extent of her abilities. The next moment Sia used magic, the floating coins instantly cracked. Her magic level was indeed poor. Watching the coins turn to powder in Sia's hand, Lucas was speechless. He agreed to teach Sia. "I'll teach you." Actually, Lucas never easily accepted disciples. This time, he made an exception for Sia. Many years ago, Lucas was the strongest magician in the Black Tower. The Emperor of the Oya Empire brought his eldest son to become Lucas's disciple. Lucas glanced at the child. This guy looks like a weakling at first sight. Not only weak in magic, but his jewel eyes weren't clear enough. Lucas impatiently drove the two away. "Please get out immediately." After that, Lucas gave up his tower watch and began to sleep. Actually, that little boy who came to become Lucas's disciple became the strongest emperor in history. Sia thought Lucas was boasting. But Lucas found it funny. That kind of person. The strongest in history. Are we talking about the same person? Sia sat across from him, pouting. They say magicians can live for a very long time. If what Lucas said was true, how old was he exactly? Princess Sia became Lucas's disciple. This was Lucas's first lesson for Sia. First, start by preventing magic from leaking out wildly. Sia didn't understand. Lucas explained that it meant controlling magic to prevent it from flowing outward. Lucas asked Sia to try. Sia didn't know how to do it. Our genius magician demonstrated to Sia. First put your magic pow, then whoosh whoosh, then like this, and it's done. Lucas's abstract teaching left Sia confused. Is this guy messing with me? Seeing Sia's intelligent gaze, Lucas demonstrated once more. Sia was dumbfounded. This demonstration was exactly the same as before. Lucas told Sia to try quickly. Sia imitated Lucas's movements and expression, giving it her all to control her magic, and actually succeeded. It seemed Sia truly had a natural talent and was good material for learning magic. Lucas sat on the sofa believing his teaching methods were effective. Those fools in the Black Tower just weren't smart enough. That's why they couldn't learn. Sia asked Lucas to teach her levitation magic. But Lucas said such magic was too advanced. Better to practice preventing coins from cracking first. Sia was unconvinced, saying her father could do it easily. Lucas said Claude must have practiced desperately in private. In Lucas's eyes, Sia's serious note-taking appearance was exactly like her father, as if they were cut from the same mold. They were both hard workers. Sia widened her eyes. It was the first time she had heard the term hard worker. It felt novel to her. The next second, Lucas pointed at the sofa. The green sofa Sia was sitting on instantly floated up. Sia was frightened, her body tilted, and she couldn't hold her teacup steady. Then Lucas pointed at the teacup. The cup and the red tea inside were suspended in midair, as Sia floated with the sofa. Lucas made his own sofa float as well. Only a genius like me could learn this from the start. How about it? Am I cooler than Niall? Sia clutched the sofa with an ashen face. Fine, 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 you're amazing! Could you give me a warning next time? Put me back? Lucas pretended not to hear, picking up Sia's teacup and drinking from it. Sia was furious. That's my teacup, give it back. At the Ross Duke's mansion, Isle was reading a book. Jenna told Isle about her boating experience. Magic is so cool, it can instantly dry clothes and provide warmth. Jen wished she could use magic too. Iel agreed. After the princess left the Duke's mansion, Jen and Iel had been like two pillars of salt, often waiting by the window. If they could use magic, they wouldn't have to wait passively. Suddenly, Iel's expression became serious. He confided in Jenna. Now the princess is the most precious person in my life. More precious than anyone, can you understand? Jen looked at her brother who had always doted on her, at a loss for words. Il apologized to Jen. I'm sorry, Jen. Meanwhile, a black-haired man stood upstairs, witnessing Jenny's heartbreak firsthand. Recently, Claude had been very kind to Sia, accommodating and caring for her in every way, just like before, but Claude still hadn't recovered his memory. In the study, Claude was handling state affairs. Sia was reading a book nearby, looking at Claude's serious profile. Sia recalled Lucas's assessment. You father and daughter are both hard workers. Thinking carefully, her father didn't have a single assistant. Despite being busy, her father never neglected anything, and never missed any banquets. Sia had only known her father was a great ruler, but if asked what kind of person her father was, she couldn't really answer. Sia stared at her father, lost in thought. Her fervent gaze caught Claude's attention. Claude turned and asked Sia what was wrong. Sia made up an excuse, saying she encountered a problem in her studies. Claude took the book from Sia's hand, carefully read the question in the book, and patiently explained it to Sia. Claude said, "You're so young. You don't need to learn these things." But Sia said learning is fun. She liked being praised by others. Sia's answer made Claude recall his childhood. When he was young, he also studied hard advanced knowledge because of others' praise. In Sia's eyes, her father seemed to know everything, she told her father. She had been learning magic from Lucas because she wanted to become as strong as her father. Then Sia demonstrated her recent progress to her father. She stared hard at the book on the desk, using magic to make it float. The next second, the book scattered in the air. All the pages fell out. Looking at the papers fluttering everywhere, Sia nervously apologized to her father. Claude glanced at the scattered white papers, understanding that Sia had made the same mistake he once did. So he taught Sia on the spot, don't infuse your magic into the object. Instead, wrap it with your magic and slowly lift it up. Her father's guidance enlightened Sia. She tried again and this time really succeeded. Sia smiled at her father, saying, "Dad, I did it." Claude smiled back. Well done. This was the first time since Claude lost his memory that he had smiled at Sia. Sia was stunned, but the next second, another bout of severe headache swept through Claude. Claude clutched his head, asking Sia to leave first. Sia was frightened and quickly ran out. That night Claude drank alone in his chambers. He still couldn't remember anything. He didn't recognize Sia, and had no desire to recognize her. To erase all emotions, Claude had resorted to forbidden magic. But no matter how many times he pushed Sia away, she never retreated. That unrestrained manner was exactly like Diana's. Princess Sia stood on the balcony waiting for Lucas. That afternoon Claude's headaches had suddenly flared up. Sia had asked Lucas to check on her father. After a long wait, Lucas finally appeared. Your father is asleep. Hearing this, Sia finally felt relieved. Lucas told Sia to go to bed soon. Actually, Claude was in very poor condition, but Lucas hadn't told Sia. Lying in bed, Sia couldn't fall asleep. Her father may be cold. But he was definitely not the tyrant described in the novel, at least not the father Sia knew. Why did her father want to kill Sia in the book? Was it because of black magic? Lucas had said the curse on her father was related to Sia. Her father had also said that just seeing Sia's face made him uncomfortable. But in the novel, did her father feel the same way when he saw Sia? He was so close to Jen. Was it because Jen could alleviate the pain caused by black magic? He never liked Sia, so when Sia was falsely accused of poisoning Jen, he executed her without hesitation. That would explain everything if that was the case. Then the Sia in the novel never knew why she was hated, never knew why she wasn't loved, and died all alone. The more Sia thought about it, the more tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She sat up and wiped away her tears, but the next second, the tears kept flowing. Sia was heartbroken. She strongly identified with the Sia in the novel, as if she had experienced it herself. The next day, Sia's eyes were swollen like slits. After thinking all night, Sia was certain her assumption was correct. Sia had a dream before, a dream about the story after the novel ended. Claude died because of black magic. A golden-haired man took Claude's place, which meant that in the original novel, Claude's ending was still tragic. But who was that suspicious golden-haired man? He felt both familiar and strange. After breakfast, Sia lay on the sofa pondering these things. Lucas came to the Emerald Palace and found Sia especially ugly today. Sia told Lucas her deductions, Lucas said. When he was repairing Claude's magic before, he discovered Claude had used more than one type of black magic, judging from the chaotic magical state. It seemed Claude had simultaneously used black magic to erase emotions and memories. Black magic was powerful but also very risky. People usually only used one type. Claude probably had someone in his heart he particularly didn't want to remember. Seeing Sia's shocked expression, Lucas felt that Sia had already guessed who Claude wanted to forget. Claude had used black magic to forget Sia's mother Diana. Sia knew that Claude truly loved her mother, because the mother she saw in her dreams was from her father's memories. Previously, Sia had thought Claude was a cold-blooded, emotionless person. She never expected him to suffer so much because of her mother. Even wanting to use black magic to erase the memory, Sia couldn't hold back her tears. Thinking of her mother, she felt inexplicably sad. Lucas told Sia not to cry. Your father isn't about to die. It turned out Lucas thought Sia was worried about Claude, and that's why she couldn't control her tears. Lucas's unusual expression aroused Sia's suspicion. She pressed Lucas. Tell me quickly, what is my father's condition now? Lucas scratched his head. Symptoms that would normally confine someone to bed. Sia was alarmed. Her father had been accompanying her boating and reading these days. She thought he was gradually recovering. She never expected his condition to be so serious. Lucas said he had told her before Claude was approaching death. Sia thought Lucas had been trying to scare her before. Her mind was in chaos. What could she do to make her father recover? Lucas told Sia to focus on practicing magic first. If they could figure out the nature of Sia's magic, they might find a solution. Sia understood Lucas was right. The only clue now was magical power. If they could understand the nature of magic, they would definitely find a breakthrough. In the Duke's mansion, Jenna lay motionless in bed. She seemed to have been rejected. For as long as she could remember, Jen had thought she would marry Isle. Although Duke Ross never said it explicitly, Jen had always considered Isle her fiancé. Isle must have sensed it too. That's why he pushed Jen away that afternoon. Ever since Duke Ross told Jen she was also a princess, Jen had regarded Isle as her prince. In fairy tales, the prince and princess always live happily ever after. But unfortunately, Jenny wasn't a fairy tale princess. The fairy tale princess should be like Princess Sia. The more Jenny thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She lay in bed, curled up in a ball. Princess Sia was both intelligent and beautiful. She had lived with His Majesty since childhood. In comparison, what was Jen? In this world, it seemed only Jenny was isolated. She felt endless loneliness and solitude. Princess Sia, Claude and Jen were having tea in the courtyard. The afternoon sun was glaring. Sia suggested moving the tea set indoors. Just as Sia got up to go inside, the ribbon on her braided hair caught the teapot on the cart. The next second, the teapot fell, about to scald Sia's leg. At that moment, Claude quickly grabbed the hot teapot with his bare hand. The sound of the teapot lid breaking attracted Sia's attention. She saw Claude expressionlessly holding the teapot. The scalding tea had all spilled onto his palm. Claude, ignoring his scalded hand, said to Sia gently, "Be careful." Sia was shocked. "Dad's hand is burned. Quickly call Lucas." Sia held her father's hand, demanding to know why he grabbed the teapot with his bare hand. Claude answered, "Because it was falling." Sia was angry. "So what if it was falling? Why would you do such a thing when you're not well?" Claude said this minor injury could be easily healed with magic. Sia held her father's hand, shaking her head vigorously. "No, let's wait for Lucas." Actually, Jen was also very concerned about Claude. She stood behind Sia and carefully asked, Is His Majesty not feeling well?" Sia didn't want Jen to know about her father's condition. She told Jen to leave first. Before Jen could react, Sia had a palace maid escort Jen out. Just then, Lucas arrived. He came to Sia's side and examined Claude's burned hand. Sia, Claude, and Lucas, they seemed like a family. Jen stood aside out of place. No one paid attention to her. Then the palace maid led Jen out of the palace. Jenna's dispirited appearance caught Lucas's attention. Was she always like this? Back at the Duke's mansion, Jen was very sad. She had been genuinely concerned about His Majesty, yet felt like she had been driven away. The black-haired man sat beside Jen, listening to her troubles. Isle saw this scene from the window. That black-haired man has been clinging to Jen lately. What conspiracy is he plotting? In the morning, Jen had planned to visit the palace. She wore the lucky bracelet Princess Sia had given her. Just as she was about to leave, the black-haired man stopped her. Although I don't want to use the same method twice, this bracelet was bought by the princess herself in the market. Even if it fails, it can't be traced back to him. The black-haired man reached out and lightly touched Jen's bracelet. Jen didn't notice anything unusual and got into the carriage as usual. After Jen left, the black-haired man revealed a meaningful smile. "It's a pity I can't see Claude being cursed in person." That night, the black-haired man was sleeping in bed. An urgent knock on the door woke him up. The black-haired man opened the door to find Jen's tear-stained face. "His Majesty?" That afternoon, Jen, Sia, and Claude were sitting in the garden having tea as usual. Before long, Claude suddenly vomited blood and fainted. No one knew the reason. Sia kept vigil by Claude's bedside, her eyes swollen from crying. Lillian and Felix urged Sia to go rest, but Sia refused to leave. Just then, Lucas came to Sia's side. He had something to tell her. In Lucas's view, there was no reason for Claude's condition to worsen. Someone must be trying to assassinate Claude. Earlier, Lucas's black tower had been broken into. Someone had shattered all the artifacts and absorbed their magic because he had been caring for Claude. Lucas had forgotten about this. Now it seemed Claude's magic was rampaging. It must be related to that person. Sia couldn't help sobbing. Who would want to assassinate her father? She had to do something or her father would really die. Seeing Sia cry, Lucas promised her he would definitely protect Claude's life. Sia hadn't slept all night. She should rest for a while. Sia tearfully said she wanted to find a solution with Lucas. The next second, Lucas used magic to make Sia fall asleep. He changed Sia's formal dress into pajamas and moved her to the large bed in the Emerald Palace. "Good night, princess." In the Duke's mansion, the black-haired man informed Duke Ross that Claude was about to die. Duke Ross couldn't believe it. If the black-haired man wanted to kill the king, why act now? The black-haired man said previously Claude had been healthy, his body impenetrable. At that time, the black-haired man's body hadn't assimilated well, and his power was insufficient. Assimilation? The Duke didn't understand what this meant. Most importantly, the black-haired man wanted the Duke to enter the palace. Was he trying to involve the Duke in the rebellion? The black-haired man was a dead person? Who would believe he had been revived? Who could prove his identity? The black-haired man was unfazed. His black pupils gradually changed to jewel eyes. Does royal blood need proof? Seeing that Duke Ross was unwilling to cooperate, The black-haired man lightly touched the Duke's forehead. "Thank you for your hard work during this time." The Duke's pupils instantly turned red. His soul had been taken, becoming the black-haired man's puppet. The news of Claude's serious illness was deliberately spread. The nobles were in turmoil. Sia received many letters from nobles, probing Claude's condition. As the saying goes, you can't hide the truth. The nobles knew that His Majesty had fallen ill, with no one managing state affairs. In this situation, someone needed to act as the king's proxy. The Oya Empire's legal code did indeed have such a provision. The proxy for the king's duties was the first heir to the throne, namely Princess Sia. Back at the Emerald Palace, Sia told Lucas about this. She had become a candidate for regent. Felix said Sia was the only princess and would surely become regent without a problem. Days later, the Oya Empire's regent meeting was about to be held. Sia dressed up in a magnificent gown representing her status. In Sia's view, this meeting wouldn't take long. She just needed to greet the nobles and sign the documents in turn to conclude it. Lucas was at Claude's bedside helping Sia take care of her father. He told Sia to go ahead with peace of mind. Sia was also a bit worried. To help her father recover soon, she needed to work harder at learning magic. She didn't know if she would have time to handle state affairs. Lucas smiled at Sia and said, "At the meeting you can do whatever you want. If anyone makes you unhappy, you can reject everything. After all, you have me." It was getting late. Sia bid Lucas farewell. She arrived at the council hall under everyone's watchful eyes. All the nobles bowed to Sia in unison. "We pay our respects to the star of the Oya Empire, Princess Sia." Such a solemn occasion made Sia extremely nervous, so this was the pressure her father endured every day. Sia asked the nobles to rise, then went to her designated seat. With dignity, she announced to everyone, "His Majesty is mentally and physically exhausted, so he has decided to temporarily set aside his work for rest." According to the Oya Empire's legal code, Princess Sia applies to become regent, to share His Majesty's governmental duties. Then Sia had the nobles sign one by one. Once they signed, the meeting could end. Suddenly, a strange man's voice interrupted Sia. "Princess, forgive my boldness, but recently I have heard some strange rumors." This person was a well-known anti-royalist, daring to interrupt Sia's speech at a formal occasion, which meant openly disrespecting the princess in front of everyone. Sia's jewel eyes emitted a gloomy blue light. This type of person usually wouldn't dare raise his head to look at her father, but now he dared to. Sia spoke severely to the man. "Duke Cario, I didn't give you permission to speak, did I?" The man trembled. This cold tone was exactly like Claude's. He didn't dare say another word, meekly signing the document. Other nobles signed one after another indicating their agreement. They silently mocked Duke Cario for his rude behavior. Just then, Duke Ross raised his hand. He questioned the princess. "Is there another reason His Majesty isn't present? Actually, there's no need to trouble the princess to convene the elders. His Majesty could just issue the order himself. Or is it as the rumors say, something has happened to His Majesty?" Duke Ross's statement caught Sia off guard. The Duke Ross, who had always been close to the royal family, had he gone mad now? Then Sia remained calm and collected. She said to Duke Ross, "Father doesn't like complicated procedures. To avoid disturbing Father's rest, I decided to convene the Elder Council. There's no procedural problem with this approach." The nobles were satisfied with the princess's response. They had worried the princess was too young to shoulder such responsibility. Now such concerns seemed unnecessary. Sia asked Duke Ross, "Do you have any other questions?" Duke Ross continued, "Your Highness, if His Majesty is unwell, I would like to know what illness he has." The Duke's bold question caused the nobles to discuss among themselves. Sia was beginning to feel uneasy. Had Mr. Whitey gone mad? What was happening today? In reality, Sia emphasized again, His Majesty is exhausted from long-term government work. Even without the Elder Council's signatures, she could exercise proxy authority. This meeting was convened only to show respect to the heads of the families. Duke Ross interrupted Sia. "There are some things I must confirm." Sia felt an ominous premonition rising in her heart. The nobles looked at each other. Duke Ross slowly spoke. "I heard. His Majesty cannot govern because he used black magic." With these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Felix spoke first. "Duke Ross, I never knew you had such a vivid imagination. Do you understand what you just said? If you make baseless accusations, the princess will hold you accountable." At this point, Sia sat in her chair with her mind in chaos. How did Mr. Whitey know about Father using black magic? Why did he bring up such a thing at this important occasion? The family heads had already begun to doubt. She couldn't remain silent now. Sia frowned and warned Duke Ross word by word. "Spreading such rumors about His Majesty is incomprehensible. I will investigate the source of these rumors and impose severe punishment. This meeting has lost its original purpose." Sia wanted to end the meeting, but a man's laughter caught everyone's attention. That man in a black cloak standing behind Duke Ross slowly removed his hat. "Seeing my niece so clever fills me with pride." This person had golden hair and blue sapphire eyes symbolizing royal status. He was Claude's brother, the former King Hughes. Sia didn't know Hughes's true identity. She only knew this person was the black-haired man who had been staying at the Ross Duke's mansion. Suddenly, Felix spread his arms to shield the princess. He told Sia to hide well. Felix recognized Hughes. He drew his sword, vowing to protect the princess's safety to the death. Hughes wore a relaxed smile on his face. He greeted the nobles before him. "Long time no see, everyone." And Claude's loyal knight. At the regent meeting held by Princess Sia, former King Hughes suddenly appeared. That That person was the black-haired man who had been staying at the Ross Duke's mansion. The person who had been especially close to Jen. And Sia seemed to have seen him in her dreams. Looking at Hughes's jewel eyes, Sia was certain this man was her father's older brother. Hughes had died at Claude's hands many years ago. Why did he suddenly appear now? Sia's mind was in chaos. Felix stood in front of Sia, confronting Duke Ross. Was it you who brought him into the palace? Do you think His Majesty will forgive such a thing? Hughes spoke coldly to Felix. Put away your sword, Felix. Who do you think I am? The nobles gathered around Hughes, whispering among themselves. They were already calculating which side they should take. Among those present, Sia held the highest status and had to step forward. Sia asked Hughes, "May I ask why you've returned to the palace?" In Sia's view, Hughes wanted to use their father to seize power through black magic. Or perhaps he was the culprit who had placed the curse on their father. Hughes secretly admired Sia's quick grasp of the situation. He had thought Sia would be trembling in fear, hiding behind Felix and crying. Hughes answered with a smile, saying he was once a forgotten man, but upon hearing that Claude was gravely ill due to black magic, he returned out of a sense of responsibility. Sia frowned and asked, "You're referring to Duke Ross's absurd claims just now?" Hughes smiled and replied, "Yes, a monarch using black magic. This matter cannot be simply dismissed." Felix gritted his teeth. This man dared to slander His Majesty in public. Sia reached out to hold Felix back, signaling him not to act rashly. He strode toward Hughes. "Duke Ross, uncle, do you two dare to take responsibility for these allegations? Speaking of black magic, it's actually you, uncle, who..." Just as Sia was about to reveal Jen's background, she hesitated when thinking of Jen's innocent smile. If she revealed everything about Jen, who was born through Hughes's black magic, the girl would surely meet a terrible fate. Sensing the princess's hesitation, Hughes continued his deception, bringing up how Princess Sia frequently experienced magical outbursts in the past, suggesting the current emperor might have used black magic to create her. Hughes's words caused an uproar among the nobles, reminding them that Sia's mother was a dancer, and questioning why the emperor would approach someone of such low status unless black magic was involved. At this point, Sia's anger reached its peak as she confronted Hughes. "You not only appear suddenly, but insult both His Majesty and me like this. Are you prepared for the consequences?" Hughes responded calmly, "If this isn't true, why not have Claude personally prove his innocence? Go inform Claude. Even if he were sleeping, he'd rush over immediately if he knew I was here." Former Emperor Hughes was causing chaos in the palace, relying on the fact that Claude was unconscious, challenging Sia to bring Claude for a direct confrontation. The nobles whispered among themselves, "Why hasn't the princess informed His Majesty about this situation? Could the rumors be true?" Seeing the unfavorable shift in public opinion, Sia pretended to be troubled. "His Majesty has finally gotten some rest. And you want me to be an unfilial daughter? Guards, go request an audience with His Majesty, and bring the court magician as well." Hearing court magician, Hughes became somewhat fearful. In Sia's view, Lucas would certainly devise a solution. Sia's composure impressed the nobles, causing their opinions to shift. Awakening the dead is truly the forbidden magic. Hughes could hear the nobles' discussions, and needed to avoid meeting Lucas here, as Lucas might recognize his true identity. Sia noticed Hughes's unease. Doesn't Hughes really want to see father? Either way, this farce needed to end quickly. As the standoff continued, Hughes spoke first. "It's natural for the princess to have doubts. If you're willing, I can provide detailed testimony here and reveal the truth." Hughes's statement made Sia extremely nervous, not knowing what he might say, and needing to prevent the nobles from hearing his words. So Sia commanded, "The meeting cannot continue. It's temporarily suspended, please withdraw." Hughes laughed. Sia is still too inexperienced, allowing herself to be frightened into dismissing the nobles. In fact, his goal had been achieved. He had already planted seeds of doubt in the nobles' minds. After the nobles left, only Sia, Felix, Hughes, and Duke Ross remained in the empty hall. Felix still stood guard before the princess with his sword drawn. Hughes had nothing more to say to Sia, and since the nobles had left, it was time for him to leave as well. Sia realized she had been tricked, as Hughes had deliberately spoken those words to make Sia clear the room. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the nobles were discussing among themselves. "The princess hastily dismissed us, which is very suspicious. Could there be some enormous secret that cannot be revealed?" Sia quickly moved to block Hughes, not knowing what else he might do after leaving, and needing to stop him. Hughes glanced at Sia with disdain and said, "Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. That day Claude pierced my heart. I collapsed from blood loss in the Great Hall. Then Claude left. My body was moved somewhere, and after being unconscious for a long time, I woke up and escaped. That's all." Hughes was describing what happened the day Claude personally killed him. But Sia couldn't make sense of it. Unconscious, awakening, escaping, just that? Former Emperor Hughes revealed the secret of his rebirth on the day he was killed by Claude. His body was possessed by Lucas's nemesis, the strongest emperor in history, but Sia didn't understand. Seeing Hughes trying to leave the hall, Felix attempted to capture him to lock him up again. The former emperor's magic was weak, and subduing him should have been effortless for the Blood Knight Felix. Hearing Felix's intent to capture him, Hughes turned back with a sinister smile, his body radiating boundless magic. The oppressive pressure of that powerful magic making Sia feel suffocated. Sia grabbed Felix's waist. "Felix, don't go. The elders of the Senate are still in the palace. We can't cause a commotion." In fact, Felix had also noticed that the magic emanating from Hughes was completely unlike that of the former emperor he knew. Felix obeyed the princess's command and backed down, reasoning that if he died trying to stop Hughes now, there would be no one left to protect the princess. Felix sheathed his sword and warned Hughes, "If you dare cause more trouble, you won't be spared." Hughes shrugged and taunted, "What a loyal subject indeed." Sia called out to Duke Ross, staring at his face and saying one word at a time, "I will always remember what happened today." The Duke bowed to Sia and then left with the former emperor. After they departed, Sia's legs trembled uncontrollably. All her previous calmness and composure had been an act. She had actually been terrified. Her body went limp, collapsing to the floor with a thud. Felix supported the princess's waist, and Sia, shaking all over, told Felix between sobs, "I can't stand up anymore. I don't know if what I just did was right, or what to do next. Regardless, we need to see Lucas first." Meanwhile, Lucas sat beside Claude's bed, using magic to suppress the curse within Claude's body. Claude's skin was breaking down in large patches, and although Lucas was doing his best to contain it, this condition made it impossible to hide the fact that Claude was cursed. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Felix entered carrying Princess Sia. Seeing this scene, Lucas's jealousy flared up again. "What's going on? Why are you carrying her in?" Princess Sia recounted everything that had happened at the Regency Council meeting to Lucas. Lucas was exasperated. "I let my guard down for just a moment, and those rats throw the palace into chaos." In Lucas's view, he could kill the Duke and Hughes, along with all the nobles who sided with them. Sia looked up with pitiful big eyes and asked Lucas, "Can you really do that?" Lucas thought Sia had finally understood, realizing the easy way to live. Mere nobles with determination can all be killed. As for royalty, though slightly troublesome, it's still doable. Sia interrupted Lucas. "No, killing everyone is absolutely unacceptable." Lucas sighed, knowing Sia was stubborn. Sia's mind was in disarray. Recalling how the nobles had discussed her mother's background to her face, something she'd never heard before, so father had been protecting her all along. A few days later, Sia collected herself and discussed the matter seriously with Lucas. She anxiously bit her fingernails. How could Duke Ross do this? As one of the pillars of the royal family, he's actually rebelling. Sia was torn. Duke Ross mentioned black magic. "If I send soldiers to arrest him, the nobles will surely say Sia is framing the Duke for rebellion to cover up royal secrets." Lucas watched the overwhelmed Sia and thought to himself, "The same old power struggle again. Isn't it exhausting?" But Sia was different. Despite knowing Lucas's abilities, she never thought of using his power. Sia saw through Lucas's thoughts. "You're thinking we should just kill them and be done with it, right?" Sia explained that impulsively killing people would be unresolvable, and she didn't want her father to become a villain who killed family members twice. Lucas suddenly remembered, what's going on with that imposter from the Whitey family? Lucas hadn't been interested in Jenny before, but now found her suspicious. Lucas questioned Sia, "Don't you have something to explain to me?" Sia broke into a cold sweat, knowing there was no point in hiding it anymore. So she told Lucas Jenna's true identity. Jenna's biological father is former Emperor Hughes. Lucas thought Sia was foolish, knowing that, "You still let her into the palace?" Sia stammered an explanation. "Jen treats her like a sister, and she couldn't bear to hurt Jen." Who knows how Jen would feel upon learning the truth? After causing chaos in the palace with Hughes, Duke Ross returned to his mansion and told Jen everything. Jenna was worried about the princess's condition, and also worried that the princess might hate her because of this. The Duke told Jen to think clearly. "Your real family is Hughes. Princess Sia knew your true identity all along. She's been using you." Just then, the lucky bracelet on Jen's wrist suddenly broke, a gift from Sia when they had visited the market together. Looking at the broken bracelet, Jenna felt an irreparable rift had formed between her and the princess. In the Emerald Palace, a maid served Felix a cup of tea, with a letter hidden beneath the cup. Felix picked up the letter sent by El. That night, El, wearing a black cloak, arranged to meet Felix outside the palace. Having important news to share with Felix, El first asked about the princess's recent condition, his affection for the princess evident even to Felix. Then El told Felix that his father had been acting strangely lately, behaving very differently from usual, as if he were being controlled. The next day, Felix relayed El's words to the princess. In Sia's view, the Duke being controlled seemed plausible, as Duke Ross had always sought good relations with the royal family and had no reason to support the former emperor's rebellion. Finally, Felix told Sia that Jenny was worried about her. Sia was deeply touched. Jen is in a confusing situation herself. Yet she's still concerned about me. Sia wanted to see Jen again, but guessed it wouldn't be possible anytime soon. In the Duke's mansion, former Emperor Hughes was completely at ease with Jen. But Jen felt awkward. Suddenly discovering her biological father was someone else left Jen unsure how to respond. That evening, Jen sat on a chair reading a history book that documented many of the former emperor's tyrannical acts. Could her father really be as bad as the rumors said? Jen couldn't make sense of it and wanted to talk with the princess. Looking at the broken bracelet on the table, Jen's mood sank to rock bottom. Suddenly there was a knock, and Duke Ross opened Jen's door. telling her to prepare to accompany him to the palace. And so former Emperor Hughes brought Jen to the palace to confront Sia. Jen revealed her gem-like eyes symbolizing royal lineage, causing the palace ministers to whisper among themselves. Hughes stated that Jen especially missed Princess Sia, so he brought her to the palace to visit. Duke Ross took the opportunity to announce to everyone, Jenna is the former emperor's daughter, who has been hiding her identity, living at Ross Mansion. Now that the former emperor has returned, there's no need for Jen to conceal her identity anymore. Princess Jen intends to formally enter the palace with her royal status. Jenny moving into the palace? Sia thought she'd misheard. But Hughes smiled treacherously, explaining to Sia, I hear Princess Jen and Princess Sia have a deep friendship. Princess Jen grew up outside the palace and is unfamiliar with palace rules, so I hope the princess will teach her well. Sia's face turned ashen as she glared at Hughes, unable to speak. From today onwards, Hughes would live in the palace with Jen. Hughes was a prince by birth, leaving Sia no grounds to refuse. In front of the ministers, Sia felt worse than if she'd swallowed a fly. But she agreed to Hughes's request. As things stand, keeping him in the palace will make it easier to monitor his activities. After Sia left, Hughes poisoned Jenna's mind. Princess Sia isn't even acknowledging you. When you greeted her just now, she didn't say anything. Recalling Sia's resentful gaze, Jen felt dejected. Hughes stood beside her, continuing to stir trouble. The princess didn't even look at you. This time, Jenny didn't object. Hughes told Jen to rest well. Soon there will be a state council meeting, and Jenny will attend that meeting. Jen didn't know what the state council meeting was for, and Hughes explained it was a meeting attended by the highest-ranking nobles in the Oya Empire, where he intended to formally introduce Jenny to everyone. Jen panicked. Can she really attend such a meeting? Hughes replied, Why not? You're destined to be Empress someday. Meanwhile, Sia was reviewing ministers' memorials. Recently, the ministers had grown increasingly presumptuous, lecturing Sia at every turn with thinly veiled insults. The upcoming state council meeting would also be quite challenging, with too many issues to address. Suddenly, Sia remembered that in her panic earlier that day, she hadn't even greeted Jenna. Now that Jen was in the palace, she should find Jenny and have a proper talk. Princess Jen had moved into the palace, experiencing for the first time such a spacious room and soft bedding. Due to her insecurities, she had specifically requested a small room at the Duke's mansion. Recalling Sia's resentful gaze, Jen sat curled up on the bed. If these events cause her to grow apart from the princess, Jen would be very sad. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Princess Sia appeared before her. Sia smiled warmly, greeting Jen. Jen, it's been a while. I've missed you, so I snuck over. Just moments ago, Jen had worried Sia would ignore her, but now Sia appeared before her. Jen was overwhelmed with emotions, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She confessed to Sia. The first time she met the princess, she wanted to tell Sia she was also royalty, but instinct told her not to act rashly. This morning, Jen was scared too, so she didn't greet the princess properly. Seeing Jen looking both guilty and panicked, Sia felt terribly sorry. She apologized to Jen. This morning, I didn't consider your feelings either. Sia carefully asked Jenny. The former emperor hasn't done anything bad to you, has he? Jenny said no, the former emperor hasn't done anything. Thinking Sia was angry at the former emperor, Jen defended him. Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. She thinks the former emperor is a good person who wouldn't harm princesses or his majesty who share his bloodline. Sia instantly realized Jenny had been deceived, and grimly told Jen, I find it hard to believe someone who lies and frames others. Jenny was shocked. Sia dislikes the former emperor that much? She changed the subject, asking Sia, why is his majesty ill? Sia froze, stammering her reply. Because of overexertion. The atmosphere grew awkward, with Jen sensing Sia was hiding something. Sia questioned Jen. Do you believe his majesty used black magic? Jen gathered courage to confess to Sia. My father has already told me everything. But princess, you won't share any of your true feelings with me. Sia didn't know how to respond, and returned to the Emerald Palace dejected. She confided in Lucas about what had happened. Lucas was still watching over Claude. I thought Jen was a fool, but it seems she's not foolish at all. Sia had a headache. Of course Jen isn't foolish. After all this time, Jen must have sensed Sia was hiding things and lying, but was probably afraid of putting Sia in a difficult position, so she didn't say anything. Sia sat by the bed, looking at her unconscious father, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She couldn't tell Jen that father's illness was caused by the former emperor. Couldn't say that in her dreams she saw father and Jenna becoming unhappy. Claude's eyes remained tightly shut, having slept for a long time. After so many days without eating or drinking, Sia feared her father would become malnourished. Lucas sat nearby comforting Sia. Don't worry, I've been regularly using restoration magic. Suddenly, Lucas noticed something strange about the blue butterfly hairpin Sia was wearing. He asked Sia, where did this hairpin come from? Sia replied, Jen gave it to me. I deliberately wore it when I went to see Jen. Lucas detected small traces of magic on the butterfly hairpin, with a magical aura very similar to the curse on Claude's body. This butterfly hairpin might be the medium for the curse. Could Jen be an accomplice of former Emperor Hughes? However, besides former Emperor Hughes's magic, there was also another person's magic on the hairpin. This trace of magic was familiar to Lucas, belonging to the strongest emperor in history, Nitas. Sia's mind was in chaos. The strongest emperor in the history books lived in a very distant era. How could he be involved in this? Lucas explained, he slept in the tower for a long time, and when he awoke, all his magic had disappeared, because his magic was stolen by former Emperor Hughes. Sia was even more confused. How was it stolen? The timeline doesn't make sense either. Lucas explained to Sia, I couldn't figure it out before, but after seeing this butterfly hairpin, I understand. Nitas stole Lucas's magic, which was then inherited by the former emperor. The rat that recently sneaked into the Black Tower must have been the former emperor. This means the curse placed by the former emperor contains both Lucas's and Nitas's magic. Lucas sat on the sofa feeling a headache coming on. To think he was brought to such a state by that incompetent. Even Lucas was at a loss, and despair welled up in Sia's heart. Does Jen know about these things? The former emperor had only one purpose in bringing Jenny to the palace: to support Jenny's ascension to the throne. Whatever happened, Sia had to prevent this. Just then, Sia suddenly remembered. Could the world tree's fruit cure father? At the mention of the world tree, Lucas thought it might indeed be possible. Hearing this, Sia excitedly stood up. Then she must find the world tree and use its fruit to save father. Lucas stated, last time he found the world tree, there wasn't a single fruit, and it would take at least 100 years for the next fruiting. The newly kindled hope extinguished again, and Sia's eyes lost their light. The room fell silent for a moment, then tears spilled from Sia's eyes. Lucas couldn't bear to see Sia cry, so he took out a branch of the world tree he had been treasuring. Although there's no fruit, I have this. The world tree branch slowly grew larger in Lucas's palm, its radiant light illuminating the entire palace. Sia was frightened, seeing the world tree for the first time, with seemingly limitless energy contained in the small branch. Before Lucas could explain how to use it, Sia grabbed the world tree, and the next moment, her consciousness was transported before the world tree. Facing the towering crystal-clear world tree that reached into the clouds, Sia made a wish. After being unconscious for a long time, Sia finally woke up on the sofa, with Lucas keeping watch by her side, having draped his coat over her. Sia sat up groggily, feeling like she'd had a dream but couldn't remember what happened upon waking. Lucas stood nearby, scolding Sia. The world tree is dangerous. How could you grab it without understanding it first? Sia seemed possessed, grabbing Lucas's arm. Lucas, bring the world tree, I can heal father. Lucas told Sia to calm down first. The world tree isn't omnipotent. After repeated emphasis from Lucas, Sia finally calmed down. That night, Sia had a dream. Where the Oya Empire was destroyed by war, everything burned to nothing. After waking, Sia could still smell the scent of gunpowder and ashes. Was that a prophetic dream? If father doesn't wake up, will all this become reality? The next day, Sia told Lucas about what happened in her dream. The entire Oya Empire was burned down. If we fail to save father, will the former emperor start a war? But he still needs to govern the country, so he couldn't burn everything, right? Lucas scratched his head. That dream was indeed prophetic. But it wasn't the former emperor starting a war. After Sia's death, Lucas, in a rage, killed everyone and burned the entire country, reducing everything on Earth to ashes as a funeral offering for Princess Sia. Sia couldn't wait any longer. She needed to use the world tree to save her father. Lucas refused again, not wanting Sia to take the risk, but Sia had made up her mind. After so many days apart from the world tree, Lucas had no better solution. Now they could only gamble on the world tree. A strange feeling welled up in Lucas's heart. The thought of Sia dying made Lucas feel sick. He warned Sia, if you die, everything is lost. You've struggled all your life to survive, and now you want to give up? And what about that imposter? Aren't you worried about her? Are you going to let her continue living under the former emperor's control? Sia had actually considered all of Lucas's concerns, which is why she had met with Jenny before finding Lucas. This time, Sia opened her heart to Jen, sincerely apologizing. I pretended not to know Jen's identity before, because I feared Jen would enter the palace and take the position that belonged to Sia. Hearing the princess's heartfelt words, Jen couldn't help but sob. So the princess had been bearing so much alone, while she knew nothing and acted spoiled toward the princess. And so, the two embraced and cried on the balcony. Sia and Jen were once again as close as before. Princess Sia, against Lucas's objections, firmly decided to use the world tree to heal her father. Lucas regretted showing Sia the world tree. But it was too late for regrets. No matter how much Lucas tried to stop her, Sia wouldn't listen. Even at the risk of her life, Sia wanted her father to wake up. Before leaving, Sia said goodbye to Felix, who knew how dangerous the world tree was and asked the princess not to go. Sia stated, "This is the only way to save father. No matter how dangerous, I must go." To avoid worrying Lillian, Sia asked Felix to keep it secret from her. If she doesn't return alive, then give the prepared letter to Lillian. The letter contained everything Sia wanted to tell Lillian. At the same time, Sia also wrote a letter for Aiel, entrusting Jenny to deliver it. Having taken care of everything, Sia encouraged herself. Good, now let's go. I'm going to save father. The next day, Lucas transformed back into his adult form. Using magic to transfer Claude's body to a safe place, he took out the World Tree branch again. The World Tree is dangerous. One misstep and Sia might never return. Directly touching the World Tree allows Sia to place her consciousness into the essence of the World Tree, like putting a drop of water into the ocean. If her will isn't strong, Sia's soul will be lost in that ocean forever. Lucas had repeated these words to Sia hundreds of times, and he reminded Sia again, "Remember your magic, your soul, and who you are." Lucas took Sia's hand and gave her the World Tree branch. The next moment, a flash of golden light passed through Sia's mind. Countless pieces of information flooded into her brain. Sia found it overwhelmingly noisy, feeling like her mind would explode. Lucas stood nearby reminding Sia, "Tell me, what's your name?" Hearing Lucas's voice, Sia found herself again. She is Sia, Princess of the Oya Empire. Suddenly, Sia's wrist was grabbed, and a beautiful woman pulled Sia's consciousness before the World Tree. Seeing this, Lucas was utterly shocked. No wonder Claude could hold out so long against the curse. So that's why Princess Sia used the World Tree to heal her father. As Sia's consciousness entered the essence of the World Tree, Diana appeared. This was the first time Sia had seen her mother in person. Diana had long golden curls, ruby-like eyes, a kapok flower ornament in her hair. More beautiful than in dream images. Seeing Sia's adorable little face, Diana broke into a radiant smile. Next, Diana kissed Sia hard, then kissed her forehead, then her left and right cheeks. Sia was dizzy from her mother's shower of kisses. Waving her hands to interrupt Diana, "Wait, please wait. You're my mother, right?" Diana calmed down, staring at Sia's face with increasing delight, unable to resist pulling Sia into her arms again. Sia's face turned red from her mother's affectionate gestures. Diana held Sia's face. "Please understand, you're so cute, but I've never been able to hold you." Sia couldn't believe it. In her previous life, she was an orphan. And in this life, she had never seen her mother since birth. Sia asked again, "Are you really my mother?" Diana nodded. "Yes, my daughter." Hearing those words, tears burst from Sia's eyes. Diana gently said to Sia, "Don't cry, my child. Bearing all this alone must have been so hard for you." Sia cried louder and louder. Having endured too many changes and suffered too many grievances these days, Sia had always pretended to be strong because with father gone, she was the highest authority in the palace. Now seeing her mother, Sia could finally let down her disguise. Diana's soul fragment had been with Sia all along. Her soul had been reborn somewhere on the continent. But she was so worried about Sia and his majesty that she left behind a trace of her consciousness. Sia dried her tears and apologized to her mother. "I'm sorry, Mom. We finally met and I want to talk with you longer. But I must go. Father is very ill. I must save him." Diana held Sia's small hand, smiling as she said, "It's okay, His Majesty is fine now. Since His Majesty fell unconscious, he's been with me. He knows everything happening outside, including Sia's situation." Hearing her father was all right, Sia was overjoyed. "Can father really recover?" Diana smiled and said, "Of course. Isn't that why Sia came here, to help father recover? Such a filial daughter coming here to save your father. His Majesty is very touched." Diana's eyes also welled with tears as she held Sia's hand. "Though I'm anxious to leave. Seeing Sia so brave and composed, I can go in peace." Diana gently caressed Sia's face, asking Sia to give her the World Tree branch, about to say goodbye to Sia. Diana asked Sia to thank Lillian and Felix for her when she returned, for taking care of young Sia. Sia didn't know that when Diana took the branch. She was using her soul fragment to help Sia save Claude. From now on, this trace of soul fragment would disappear forever. Diana hugged Sia, reluctant to part, whispering in Sia's ear, "Although Mother couldn't raise you in my arms. From the moment I sensed your existence, Mother loved you every instant. I love you, Sia, my daughter." After sleeping for so many days, Claude finally woke up. Princess Sia had used the World Tree to break the curse within her father. Hearing a sound like shattering glass, Lucas turned around excitedly. However, only Claude woke up smoothly. Seeing that Sia was still unconscious, Lucas feared something had happened to her. The next moment, Claude put his finger to his lips, signaling Lucas not to wake Sia. Sia was now dreaming of her father's childhood. Father had a fever, and former Emperor Hughes sat by his side, the brothers appearing very close. Hughes helped Claude take fever medicat ion, and used his cool little hands to lower Claude's temperature. Sia realized her dream was her father's past memories. Several years later, Hughes seemed to become a different person, no longer close to Claude, even frequently verbally attacking him. Hughes didn't even visit once when Claude's mother was gravely ill. Later, Hughes stole Claude's fiancé, Roper. Betrayed by his own brother, Claude felt sad, despairing, and angry. After the former emperor ascended the throne, Claude staged a coup, personally killing Hughes in the Great Hall to take the throne. As emperor, Claude felt endless loneliness and isolation every day. Until one day Claude met a woman outside the palace who illuminated his life, Diana. Diana had an angelic face and a smile that could purify the soul. Thus, Claude and Diana fell in love, spending a beautiful, happy time together. After meeting Mother, all of Father's memories became colorful. Sia wanted to look more closely at those happy moments, but the scenes flashed by quickly. Suddenly, Sia's consciousness went dark. After Diana's death, she could see nothing. Only feeling a stabbing pain in her heart. This is father feeling grief, as if his heart was about to be torn apart. After a while, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. So this was black magic. Father couldn't endure the pain of losing mother, so he used black magic to erase all emotions. From then on, Claude's world turned gray, filled with boredom and irritation every moment. Years later, Claude encountered Sia in the garden. Sia's sweet smile cracked Claude's frozen memories. From childhood, Sia always affectionately called Claude Daddy. At age 5, Sia accidentally fell into water, and Claude jumped in to rescue her. Logic told Claude that Sia must disappear, but emotionally he always wanted to spend more time with Sia. At age 7, Sia vomited blood for the first time due to magical outbursts, and Claude felt utterly panicked inside, afraid of losing Sia, just as he feared losing Diana. In Claude's heart, he hoped Sia would never fall ill, always remaining healthy and happy. As long as Sia was happy, he was willing to do anything. A few months ago, Sia's magic went out of control in the royal garden, and Claude rushed into the magical vortex without hesitation. Diana's words echoed in his mind. "This is our child, I'll protect her even at the cost of my life." Claude hadn't understood before, but now he finally did. In reality, Sia woke up with tears in her eyes. Claude sat beside the bed, and seeing her father safe and sound, Sia smiled through tears. "It's been a while, Dad." In the morning, Claude watched over Sia's bedside. As soon as Sia woke up, Claude couldn't help but scold her. "Why did you do something so dangerous? What if you never woke up?" Sia countered. "Then why did you rush into the magical vortex without thinking?" Claude answered. "Because I wanted to save you. If I had known I'd lose my memory upon waking and activate the curse, I would have chosen to die more thoroughly back then." Recalling how badly he treated Sia while amnesiac, Claude said, "I don't know what I was clinging to, but in the end I made you suffer so much." Lucas eavesdropped on the father-daughter conversation outside the door, nodding in agreement. "That's right." During the time Claude was cursed, he was clearly aware of what was happening outside. Sia could have abandoned him and used the magician's power to turn the situation around, rather than suffering so much to save him. Sia sat up in bed, attempting to interrupt Claude. Claude changed the subject, saying he had told Diana the same thing, but Diana got very angry. Sia was surprised. Mother scolded father for this? Claude mentioned Diana like a hen-pecked husband. The Emperor's imposing manner instantly gone. There were other issues too. Anyway, Diana was very angry. Seeing the Emperor looking so small, Sia couldn't help imagining. Father must have been scolded terribly by Mother. When entering Father's memories, Sia had sensed that Father always felt he wasn't worthy of being loved. Mother's soul fragment revealed this to Sia, surely wanting Sia to do something about it. Sia opened her heart to her father. "During this time I've been deeply hurt. I was truly devastated when you pushed me away." Claude said, "You can hate me. I'll agree to whatever you want. Those who have hurt you, I will kill them all without exception." Sia grabbed her father's arm. "That's not what I want to hear. Doesn't father have anything else to say to me?" Claude looked panicked, stammering an apology. I'm sorry." Sia pressed further, and Claude lowered his head, looking both confused and helpless. "I shouldn't have treated you that way. Will you forgive me?" As he finished speaking, tears involuntarily streamed down Claude's face. Diana knew Claude was a fool who feared rejection and couldn't ask for forgiveness, so she had Sia witness Claude's life. After hearing her father's words, Sia cried even louder. Claude held Sia in his arms, comforting her continuously. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have mistreated you or ordered them to kill you. I'm sorry, Sia. Please stop crying." Sia understood that her father, just like her, feared rejection, so he had built thick walls around his heart, always waiting for others to approach him first. When Felix discovered Claude had awakened, he cried with excitement. This became a source of amusement for Claude, who asked Felix to keep it secret from the outside world. The nobles had been demanding Claude prove his innocence regarding black magic, and Claude planned to deal with them personally. Sia posed a soul-searching question. "How will father handle them? Surely you're not planning to kill them all?" Claude looked around evasively, refusing to answer the question, telling Sia not to worry as he would take care of it. Sia grabbed her father's arm to stop him from leaving. She had a good idea that could solve the problem without killing anyone. They could have Lucas step forward. Sia introduced him to her father. "Lucas is the great Black Tower magician." Claude had already guessed Lucas's identity. After all, world trees aren't something you just find on every street. Sia explained, "Since father's curse has disappeared, Lucas no longer needs to look after you." If Lucas were to reveal his identity in an official setting and help clear father's name, the nobles would have nothing more to say. Sia's proposal was peaceful, but Claude, Lucas, and Felix all disliked it. In Felix's view, everyone who had been arrogant and disrespectful to the princess, including the former emperor, deserved punishment. Sia fell into contemplation. Many things happened while father was away. Those nobles aren't afraid of me at all and mock me both openly and secretly. If that's the case, let's leave it to father and Lucas to deal with them. Felix was somewhat concerned and asked Lucas, "I heard Black Tower magicians never interfere in royal matters. Why are you helping us?" Lucas glanced at Felix. First, he has a grudge against Nidus. And second, if the continuation of the Oya Empire is at risk, Lucas has a duty to protect it. Sia recalled her prophetic dream again. The Oya Empire being destroyed by a great fire. We must prevent this from happening. Seeing Sia's worried expression, Claude lovingly patted her head. Don't worry, leave this to me from now on. Lucas was determined, then let's go. Those with grievances will be paid back, and those with grudges will be settled. At this time, the former Emperor Hughes was plotting his next move at the Duke's mansion, but he didn't know that his good days were about to end. This was the first time Lucas and El fought side by side. At that moment, El arrived at the palace and knocked on the door of former Emperor Hughes's chamber. He reported, Duke Ross is ill, and he hopes to take the Duke to a sanatorium to rest. Hughes thought the Duke wanted to part ways with him, while Il explained that the Duke's health was deteriorating rapidly and he could no longer maintain his daily activities. Hughes told Il to withdraw first, and after he finished investigating Claude's use of black magic, he would give the Duke time off. Il clenched his fists and questioned Hughes. How do you intend to conduct this investigation? Hughes's face darkened, naturally, by dropping Claude's blood into a magic array. If there are traces of black magic, the array will react. The next second, Hughes sensed magical energy emanating from Il's body, and noticed that the ring on Il's hand was a magical artifact. Could it be that Il wanted to assassinate him? Hughes used magic to knock the ring off Il's hand, then grabbed Il's chin. How dare you attempt to assassinate a royal in the palace, aren't you being too bold? Il was choked by Hughes and couldn't speak. Hughes attempted to brainwash Il. Unexpectedly, Il reached out and gripped Hughes's wrist. Magical array patterns appeared on Il's body. Hughes had fallen into a trap. A few days earlier, Sia had asked Il to enter the palace, and she had Lucas plant a magic array inside Il's body. Once Hughes made contact with Il, the magic array would activate. This was dangerous, but only with Il's involvement would Hughes not become suspicious. In recent days, Il had been in poor condition, because Duke Ross, after being brainwashed by Hughes, was gradually losing his vitality. The former emperor had used Il's father and his family. Il was furious and wanted to do his part to stop the former emperor. Lucas discovered the magic ring on Il's hand. If Il wore such a thing, Hughes would certainly notice it, but Il said he wore it specifically to be discovered, so Hughes would lower his guard. Sia stood nearby praising Il, as expected of you, young master. Lucas became jealous and told Sia to shut up. Then Il thanked Princess Sia. Thanks to the princess's trust in him, he has made it through until today, and he must repay the princess. In reality, the magic array activated, and countless chains appeared out of thin air, surrounding Hughes completely. Hughes struggled desperately, and the entire hall erupted with intense crackling sounds. The next second, Lucas jumped out from the magic array. Hughes's barrier had already developed flaws, and he could have killed Hughes directly. But the princess had asked Lucas to keep him alive, so Lucas put in some extra effort. Lucas raised his foot and stepped on Hughes, smiling like a major villain. You know who I am, right? Possessing a descendant and committing evil like a demon, don't you find it shameful? Nitas feared Lucas's power, so he secretly slipped away from Hughes's body. Lucas had already obtained what he wanted. He pulled up former Emperor Hughes and brushed off the dust on Hughes's body. Next, we have more important things to do. Lucas invited the nobles to gather in the Black Tower, and the former Emperor Hughes was also brought in captivity. Sia stood on the second floor and announced to everyone, the reason for gathering everyone in the palace this time is to address the verification of the Emperor's use of black magic. Uncle Hughes brought up some unpleasant issues in the previous meeting, so this time Sia and the former Emperor will jointly clarify things for everyone. After hearing Sia's speech, the nobles below began discussing among themselves. The man who had opposed Sia at the Regent Emperor meeting was the first to speak up again. He once more questioned the truth of Sia's words. I don't believe it! Suddenly calling us here! Aren't you just trying to gloss over things? Lucas used magic to repel this disrespectful fellow, and indicated to everyone, if you cause trouble in my tower, beware that the magic might go berserk. Hearing Lucas refer to the Black Tower as my tower, the nobles instantly understood Lucas's identity. So he was the legendary Black Tower magician. The Black Tower magician had been in seclusion for several hundred years. Now suddenly reappearing, could it be that the Black Tower magician was openly supporting the princess? Hughes stood on the stage, not daring to make any rash moves, because whatever he wanted to do, Lucas would stop him immediately. Sia performed the blood dissolution ceremony in front of everyone. If there were traces of black magic, the magic array would react. She emphasized again, His Majesty is resting, and I hope no more unpleasant rumors will spread in the future. As there is now concrete evidence of my uncle's slander against His Majesty, does anyone else have objections? The crowd below was silent. No one dared to raise any objections. Then Sia announced Hughes's crimes to everyone. Being a royal yet desecrating the royal family's honor is a serious offense. Additionally, Sia reported to the nobles that it was the former emperor who had used black magic. Subsequently, under the witness of the blood dissolution ceremony, the magic array emitted waves of black smoke, shocking the nobles. The former emperor is too vicious. After explaining everything, Sia passed sentence on the former emperor. From this moment on, former Emperor Hughes is a criminal, and those who support him will be regarded as followers of black magic. The former emperor will be fitted with magic shackles and temporarily imprisoned in the underground prison. After the meeting ended, the nobles left the Black Tower. After returning, they would certainly try their best to spread the contents of this meeting. Those who had openly supported the former emperor now had trouble. Those fence-sitters were now calculating how to please the princess to avoid retribution later. Sia let out a long sigh and asked the former emperor, "Before you're taken into custody, is there anything else you want to say?" The former emperor remained silent. Sia turned around and whispered to Lucas, After you finish your business, please imprison Uncle. Didn't you say you had a personal grudge against Nitas? Lucas glanced at Hughes. He had no grievance with Hughes, then snapped his fingers, teleporting Hughes to prison. Former Emperor Hughes was imprisoned by little Princess Sia. These days, Claude's life was very leisurely, drinking tea and reading books in the royal garden every day. Claude praised Sia for doing well. Sia thought her father would immediately kill Hughes, but Claude deeply respected Sia's ideas. In Claude's view, Sia had managed the state affairs in perfect order. Being praised by her father, Sia's face turned red, and she quickly said, "I learned it all from Dad." Claude sat up from the sofa and solemnly told Sia, "You're amazing." Sia choked up slightly. "Because I'm your daughter, of course I'll do well." Claude showed a fatherly smile. "You have strong adaptability, a good political mind, and you've worked hard on this matter. Thank you." Having her efforts recognized by her dad, Sia was moved to tears. She had tried her best. The next day, the Emerald Palace was filled with gifts sent by nobles. Sia was speechless. News travels fast. Those nervous fence-sitters were all sending gifts to curry favor with Sia. The letters that came with the gifts mainly fell into two categories. One type pledged loyalty, the other type denounced Duke Ross. How to deal with Duke Ross gave Sia a headache. The nobles hoped to treat Duke Ross as an exemplary case of a villain, and they were also calculating how their families could take his place after the Duke fell. Generally speaking, a family that betrays its lord should be exterminated, but Duke Ross had been possessed by the former emperor, and DL had always been loyal to Sia. Sia decided to first summon IL to the palace, and also have Lucas take a look at Mr. Whitey. There should be a solution. Suddenly Jenny's voice sounded from behind Sia. The Emerald Palace is in chaos. Sia asked Jen to talk in her room. Hughes had been imprisoned, and Jenny was in a bad mood. She wanted to visit Hughes. But Sia thought this was too dangerous. Yet Hughes was Jen's father, and Jen couldn't ignore him. Seeing Jen's melancholy appearance, Sia softened, and promised Jen to take her to see Hughes. Just then, Sia noticed that Jen's ribbon accessory was crooked, and her hair was tangled. How could the maids responsible for royal grooming make such a basic mistake? Could it be that the maids were deliberately bullying Jen? A thunderbolt struck in Sia's mind. Why hadn't she thought of this? As the former emperor's daughter, Jen's position in the palace was very delicate, and being bullied was quite normal. Sia asked Jen to go out with her. She linked arms with Jen and walked around the palace several times. Sia wanted the palace staff to know that she and Jen were close, so no one would dare to slight Jen. This day, little Princess Sia and Claude discussed state affairs in the royal garden. Claude had retired early, and all memorials were now reviewed by Sia. Sia asked her father, "The ministers want to know when you will resume governing?" Claude responded, "We'll see." In the past, Claude was a hard worker, but now he had become so leisurely. After checking the documents Sia had reviewed, Claude lay down on the sofa to rest. This pace of life feels like a vacation. Sia thought her father was not feeling well. Claude interlaced his fingers, his expression lazy. "I'm not unwell, just a bit slow to react," allowing someone with ill intentions to get so close. It turned out that Nitas, who had slipped away from the former emperor's body, had possessed a nobleman. This man was the one who had openly opposed Sia at the regent-emperor meeting. At this moment, this man secretly approached Claude, wanting to destroy the emperor completely before he fully recovered. Sia detected the man's shadow and stood in front of him. "Ducario, what brings you here?" Black magic energy emanated from the man's body. He moved eerily like a zombie, muttering to himself, "Don't ignore me, don't mock me!" The man's expression and tone reminded Claude of Hughes when he was young. Hughes had said the same words when he was a child. Sia reprimanded the man to stay back. The man immediately changed his tone. "You little brat, one slap from me will make you tremble in fear." Hearing this, Sia was thunderstruck. In her previous life, she had been humiliated in the same way. Sia clenched her fists, trembling with rage. The next second, Claude placed his hands on Sia's shoulders, telling her to hide behind him. Sia was very worried about her father. "Dad has just woken up. Won't using magic aggravate his old injuries?" Claude pushed Sia back. "I can handle this small matter." Claude used magic to knock the man to the ground. What the man had just said made Claude very unhappy. The man felt that the magical power within Claude was like a mountain, pressing down so hard he could barely breathe. Claude kicked the man fiercely in the chest. "You dare insult my daughter with that filthy mouth, how ignorant!" The man was kicked by Claude until he coughed blood. Then Claude questioned the man. "Which dirty hand did you want to use to hit my daughter? This one?" Claude stepped on the man's arm. Seeing that the man was about to be tortured to death by Claude, Sia hugged her father from behind. "Dad, don't do that, he'll die." Claude told Sia to step back. The following scene is not suitable for children. Lucas heard the commotion and rushed to the royal garden. He recognized Nitas, who had possessed the man. Since Nitas left the former emperor's body, Lucas knew he would return. Seeing Lucas, Nitas slipped away again. To keep the Cario family out of trouble, Lucas deliberately let him go. He's going to catch him somewhere else. So Nitas returned to the former emperor's body. The former emperor was with Jen, and Jenny was in danger. Sia was very nervous. Claude still didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand why the strongest emperor in history, Nitas, was suddenly mentioned. Lucas stepped forward to explain. The former emperor was possessed by Nitas, and the nobleman just now was also possessed, which is why he behaved that way. Claude asked, "What do these two possessed people have in common?" Lucas shook his head. "I have no clue about this point." But Lucas can sense the darkness in their magic. That kind of emotion filled with hatred, suspicion, or inferiority. Claude was silent for a moment. Sia quickly added, Emperor Nitas was originally a useless person, only becoming strong after using black magic. He hated Lucas and became an evil spirit. Dad's curse and Sia's magic going berserk were all Nitas's doing. Sia's rapid-fire explanation made Lucas feel speechless, yet Claude somehow understood. Claude asked Lucas to step forward and answer him. If possessed by Nitas, what personality changes will the possessed person undergo? Lucas indicated they would coexist with Nitas, recalling the hateful eyes of the nobleman and Hughes. Claude understood they hadn't lost their minds. Nitas's presence only amplified the evil in their hearts. Hughes's actions were his own will. Sia tugged at her father's sleeve, urging him to quickly go with her to find Jen. Lucas was somewhat unhappy. Why does Sia always revolve around Jen? She's just an imposter, yet Sia is exceptionally nice and gentle to her. Lucas's sudden questioning made Sia a bit flustered. She stammered in response, that's because she's similar to me. Lucas didn't understand how they were similar. Sia answered, we both never met our mothers, didn't have our father's care, and grew up alone. Hearing this, Claude became displeased and stared directly at Sia. Feeling her father's fiery gaze, Sia instantly changed her expression. There's one difference, I met Dad when I was 5. Lucas helped Sia out of the awkward situation. Let's go quickly, time is of the essence. Actually, what Sia was thinking was that Jen was like her previous self, longing for family and yearning for love. Seeing Jen was like seeing her once lonely self. There was another thing Lucas was worried about. Nitas was a dead person, and Lucas wasn't good at dealing with soul-like entities. Souls cannot be killed, so Lucas planned to seal Nitas while he was in the former emperor's body. So the former emperor would die along with Nitas. Only by stopping time and permanently sealing Nitas would be the best strategy. Several days passed, and former Emperor Hughes prepared an ambush feast for Claude. Hughes dressed formally and set a table full of delicious food. Even though it wasn't mealtime, Hughes earnestly invited Claude to sit down. Lucas thought Hughes was trying to act cool. He cooperated with Hughes by changing Claude into elegant formal attire, and also changing Sia into a gorgeous ceremonial dress. The brothers met again, sitting at opposite ends of the long table. Claude was imposing as he questioned Hughes. Your revival is because of Nitas. Hughes interlaced his fingers, a composed smile on his face. The scene was so peaceful that Sia stood by, feeling awkward, unsure whether she should sit down or not. To prevent Nitas from escaping again, Lucas raised a barrier. Claude mocked Hughes, always hiding like a rat. Aren't you tired? Hughes replied, is that all you came to talk about? Why not just kill me? After all, you've done it once before. It wouldn't be hard to do it again. Tensions flowed invisibly through the palace as Claude and Hughes engaged in a battle of wills. Sia stood beside her father. Even if Hughes kneeled and begged for mercy now, it wouldn't help. How dare he still provoke with words? Claude stood up. All along, he had one doubt. And now Claude finally understood. When Hughes died years ago, it really was Hughes himself who lunged at him. Claude had always believed that his brother's childhood kindness was out of a hypocritical sense of superiority, and his adult behavior was his true nature. Afterward, Claude no longer trusted anyone. He used black magic to murder all emotions, until he met Sia. Claude once again questioned his brother's death. His brother was sometimes normal, sometimes agitated, despite the huge disparity in magical power. He kept provoking, as if he was a madman seeking death. Claude harbored an illusion that Hughes did so to resist Nitas's will. In reality, Claude approached Hughes step by step. Hughes's expression changed instantly, and he threw Jen at them like a human bomb. Hughes planned to perish together with everyone. He had kept Jen by his side all along for this purpose. Although Jen couldn't use magic, she was still royalty and could be useful at critical moments. At this moment, Hughes seemed to become a different person. His sapphire eyes flashed with red light. This was the mastermind who had tormented Sia and Claude all along, Nitas. Emperor Nitas, the strongest in history, was Lucas's little fan. After being mercilessly mocked by Lucas, he went insane and became an evil spirit causing havoc everywhere. Sia had an idea for Lucas. He admires and likes you so much. You went to mock and belittle him. If it were me, I would be hurt too. Sia wanted Lucas to have a good talk with Nitas. If Lucas apologized to him, perhaps he could lay down his butcher's knife and achieve enlightenment. In reality, Nitas threw Jen like a human bomb towards Claude. Lucas saved Jen, and he found Sia's apology suggestion disgusting. But to make Sia happy, Lucas put on a cool expression and apologized to Nitas. I'm sorry. This reversal left everyone on the scene confused. Lucas stated, had I known you were so persistent, Nitas, I should have taken you as my disciple back then. You're actually quite capable. Lucas's attitude didn't sound like an apology at all, but rather seemed to imply something else. Sia broke into a cold sweat, silently criticizing in her heart. Hey, is that an apology? You're deliberately antagonizing him, aren't you? Lucas gave Sia a proud smile, completely unaware of what was wrong. The next second, Nitas said grimly, after such a long time, you're still so arrogant. Lucas had a big question mark above his head. He had already apologized. How was he still being called arrogant? The atmosphere calmed down, and Lucas seized the opportunity to ask, do you want to remain an evil spirit forever? You also know that this dying body won't last long. If you promise not to cause trouble in the future, I might let you go. Actually, everything Lucas said was a lie. He just wanted to trick Nitas into falling into his trap. To make it more convincing, Lucas extended his hand to Nitas. Next time we meet, perhaps I'll take you as my disciple. Hearing this, Nitas wavered. Lucas pressed his advantage and approached Nitas step by step. You were weak back then, but not essentially bad. You don't want to be like this now, do you? Nitas lowered his head, his psychological defenses crumbling. After being rejected by Lucas, he had been living in hell. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Lucas was speechless. Just because of a few words, you harbored such hatred. How obsessed are you with me? Besides, was I really that harsh with my words back then? Sia signaled Lucas to comfort him more. Lucas approached Nitas. Come, let me help you escape from suffering. As Lucas's fingers waved, Nitas emerged from Hughes's body as a plume of black smoke. Lucas was very annoyed inside, hundreds of years old, and still needs to be coaxed like this? After a while, Hughes fell to his knees. Nitas transformed into a wisp of black smoke, floating towards Lucas. Sia stood behind Lucas, full of admiration. He really came out. It's simply... Lucas wanted to temporarily seal Nitas. Unexpectedly, the next second, a blinding light flashed, and Nitas escaped from Lucas's hand, possessing Jen again. After Nitas possessed Jen, her eyes emitted a red glow, and her body was surrounded by black energy. Nitas had almost been tricked by Lucas's sweet words. But now, nothing would work. He would never easily forgive Lucas for turning him into this. Lucas had a bitter complaint. How did this become my fault? Nitas chose this form himself. So many people have been ignored, but only Nitas became an evil spirit. Lucas was furious, pointing and cursing at Nitas. Nitas was enraged and told Lucas to shut up. It's all Lucas's fault for abandoning him. That's why things turned out this way. Lucas's blood pressure skyrocketed. Claude stood in the back row, becoming a spectator, and asked Lucas if he needed help. Lucas said no. Actually, Nitas had planned to possess Jenny from the beginning, so no matter what Lucas said, it wouldn't have worked. Sia stood nearby, very anxious, fearing that Jenny would be hurt. Nitas was absorbing Jenny's magical power. If her magic was drained completely, Jenny wouldn't survive either. Lucas planned to seal Nitas inside Jen's body. Sia asked Lucas to wait. The black smoke circled around Jenna but didn't fully enter her body. Nitas whispered in Jenny's ear. Look, the princess wants to kill you. She's been eyeing an opportunity all along. Jenny's consciousness was being eroded bit by bit. To stay awake, Jen cut her arm with her nails, struggling fiercely. Princess is not that kind of person. Seeing that Jen was still conscious, Nitas became anxious. Hughes knelt in the corner, recalling his moments with Jenny. Hughes believed in his daughter. Jenny is not that weak. The next second, Sia rushed towards Jen, calling Jen's name and hugging her tightly. The princess's trust and support broke through the darkness in Jen's heart. A flash of light, and Nitas was ejected from Jenny's body. At this critical moment, Sia shouted Lucas's name. Now, seal Nitas? Lucas was completely shocked. This works too? I really don't understand girls' friendship. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nitas attempted to return to Hughes's body. Hughes was prepared. As soon as Nitas returned, he would perish with this evil spirit. Seeing through Hughes's thoughts, Claude stood in front of Hughes. Want to die again? I didn't know you were so fond of suicide. Claude heroically protected his brother and told Lucas to act quickly. Lucas once again revealed his villainous, crazed smile. He clenched his fist and activated the sealing magic array. A shrill scream echoed through the hall, and the evil spirit Nitas was finally sealed. Lucas sealed the evil spirit Nitas. After so many busy days, everything was finally settled. Facing the obsessive Nitas, Lucas was quite disgusted. Jen fainted from exhaustion. Hughes knelt in the corner, gazing at the smoke-filled hall. Sia was full of emotion. It's over, what a desolate ending. Noticing her father standing next to Hughes, Sia was stunned. What do we do now? How should we deal with the former emperor? Not long after, Felix rushed into the hall with a group of guards. Felix had arrived late to save the emperor and knelt before Claude to admit his guilt. The guards looked around at the badly damaged hall, the severely wounded former emperor, and mentally constructed a dramatic scene. Claude announced to the guards, "This person attempted to assassinate the princess and me. Arrest him immediately!" The next second, the guards rushed forward in unison and took Hughes away. It turned out that Claude had called the guards precisely to have them witness this scene, both to clarify rumors of his illness and to let news of the former emperor's arrest spread. A few days later, Claude ended his vacation and officially returned to the throne. The nobles seemed to have been eagerly awaiting this moment and immediately rushed up to flatter him. Rumors about the former emperor's arrest also spread quickly. It was said that when the soldiers entered, the former emperor was already kneeling, offering no resistance, and walked into prison of his own accord. This became a laughingstock for everyone. Just like the rumors of Claude's illness before, people discussed it extensively. If there was any difference from before, it was that people could now talk about it openly. Claude wasn't surprised by this. The nobles have always been like this, picking on the weak, excelling at the trick of pushing a falling wall. They only follow whoever is in power. Then all the families that had previously supported Hughes were exposed, and all those who had provided help to Hughes were also arrested. During this time, Jen visited Hughes in the underground cell every day, and Claude didn't stop her. Sia was also concerned about Jenny's condition and often had heart-to-heart talks with her. Soon, former Emperor Hughes was sentenced to death, and according to law, he should be beheaded in public. Jenny was found not guilty due to Sia's testimony. Duke Ross's life was spared, but some of the Ross family's property was confiscated, and Il inherited the position of family head. Former Emperor Hughes was secretly executed at night, but the person who died was actually a fake created by Lucas's magic. Meanwhile, Jen left the palace with the former emperor. Little Princess Sia rushed to see them off. Jenny hadn't informed Sia of their departure time. Seeing Sia rush over, Jen was both surprised and delighted. Sia held Jen's hand reluctantly, giving Hughes a glance. Hughes had dyed his hair back to black and was leaving the Oya Empire with Jenny. The day Hughes was imprisoned, Jen knelt before Claude and pleaded, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. My father did not act out of his own will. If you can forgive him, I am willing to give up my royal status and never set foot in the palace again. Claude left the decision to Sia. Of course, Sia hoped Claude would spare Jen, and also hoped Jen would continue to live in the palace. Sia sensed that the hatred between her father and Hughes wasn't deep. So she had tried to ask Claude, "Can you reconcile with Hughes?" Claude remained silent on this question. Until Jen left the palace, Claude had never visited Hughes. Although Dad allowed Jenny to stay in the palace, Jenny still decided to leave the Oya Empire. Jenny said that after leaving, she would often write to Sia and so on. She was going to a port city and would occasionally return to visit the princess, or Princess Sia could also visit her. Sia felt that Jen was genuinely happy. Finally, Jen asked Sia to change her jewel eyes. Jewel eyes originated from the innate magic of the royal family. Lucas removed Jen's magic power, changing Jen's pupils to green. When she was young, Jenna thought her jewel eyes were the only proof that she had a family. But now it seemed that even without jewel eyes, it wouldn't change the fact that she and the princess were sisters. Jen hugged Sia tightly. "Everyone is safe and sound, she's really happy. You must take care of yourself, goodbye, princess." Hearing this, Sia couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. "Take care too, Jen." Claude sat in his dark chamber, using magic to spy on Sia and Jen as farewell. Sia had asked if he could reconcile with Hughes, but Claude felt that his relationship with his brother could never return to how it was in childhood. Jen boarded the carriage. If they were to leave the country, they had to depart immediately. Once they reached their destination, Jenny would contact the princess. Hughes sat in the carriage, resting his chin on one hand, looking out the window. Suddenly, Hughes saw a familiar figure. Claude, wearing his nightclothes, had rushed over breathlessly. Dad's sudden appearance made Sia wonder what he wanted to do. Hughes also instantly became tense and got off the carriage to confront Claude. "Do you regret not killing me? I can barely stand now, it's a perfect opportunity. Let's become reconciled. Have a safe trip. See you next time." Since Nitas disappeared and Jen left, the imperial city had returned to its former state. On this day, Princess Sia had a dream. In the dream, Diana lifted Sia high in the air. Claude stood behind Diana, and the couple looked at Sia with adoration. Dad and Mom were both well, accompanying Sia as she grew up happily. But this was just a dream. Soon after, Lillian called Sia to wake up. Sia opened her eyes groggily. Lillian drew the curtains, and the morning sunlight shone on the blanket, marking the start of an energetic day. Lillian asked Sia what dream she had, as Sia had been smiling all along. Sia rubbed her eyes. She had a super beautiful dream. Lillian remarked that if she had known, she would have let the princess sleep a bit longer. But Sia had to pay respects to her father, so she got up drowsily to wash up. Lillian helped the princess dress, and the maids of the Emerald Palace took turns greeting Sia. Sia wore her hair in twin tails and hopped along to Claude's chamber. This peaceful and happy time seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Knock, knock, knock. Sia knocked on the door of her father's chamber. Claude told Sia to come in. Today, Sia was late. Claude handed Sia the ceremony process document, telling her to memorize it all. Sia glanced at the process. "So complicated," Claude said solemnly. "Did you think becoming the imperial crown princess would be simple? The clergy will pray for an auspicious date soon, and after the date is determined, we'll need to plan the budget for the coronation ceremony." Claude planned to confer Sia as the crown princess. Everyone thought this was natural, but Sia was somewhat uneasy. To help Sia quickly familiarize herself with government affairs, Claude asked Sia to help review memorials. Sia cheered herself up internally. "I've been the regent emperor. Being crown princess is nothing to panic about." Sia returned to the Emerald Palace when suddenly Eel called out to the princess from behind. Sia turned around. After a long absence, Eel had grown taller and more handsome. He bowed to the princess. Isle had now become a duke. Sia politely greeted Isle. Isle took Sia's hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Duke Ross's health has improved somewhat. He discovered that his treasured wine had been secretly drunk by Hughes, which made him curse loudly at home. Sia laughed at Eel's words. "The Duke seems a bit lonely after Jen left. He's been corresponding with Jen constantly." During the conversation, Isle didn't let go of Sia's hand, making Sia feel uncomfortable. Only then did Eel release her hand. Previously, to capture Nitas, Lucas had injected magic into Isle's body, causing side effects. After trapping the former emperor, Isle fell ill, but now Isle had finally recovered. He patted his chest and told Sia, "As you can see, very healthy." Sia felt somewhat guilty about this. Just then, Lucas appeared. Rivals meet and eyes redden. Lucas's jealousy was about to flare up again. Lucas questioned Sia, "Aren't you very busy every day? How do you still have time to chat idly here?" Sia was speechless. She was indeed very busy, not even having time to appreciate flowers or drink tea. Isle felt that he might be disturbing the princess, so he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Isle once again took Sia's hand and, in front of Lucas, gave her a hand kiss. Isle had a hidden dark side, using a challenging gaze to stare at Lucas, as if saying to him, "What can you do about it?" Looking at Isle's handsome face and gentlemanly behavior, Sia's face turned red. But Lucas was internally calculating how to kill Isle. After Isle left, Sia said goodbye to Lucas, leaving him standing there in a daze. A few days later, Lucas used magic to create an immortal blue rose. Earlier, Sia had said she had no time to appreciate flowers, so Lucas gave the rose to Sia. Sia thought this rose was from the palace garden. The next moment, Lucas transformed a single blue rose into a large bouquet and conjured many blue butterflies to dance around Sia. "Didn't you say you don't even have time to appreciate flowers? Keep these in your room and enjoy them." Sia held the roses, bringing the bouquet close to her nose. So Lucas had remembered what she said, and specially created everlasting flowers to please her. Lucas ran off after giving her the flowers, leaving Sia standing there alone. Back at the Emerald Palace, Sia shared her girlish thoughts with her ladies-in-waiting. Lucas seems to like me more than I thought. The ladies, eager for gossip, perked up their ears. Sia only realized this now? And Duke Aiel also had feelings for the princess. Sia felt that Lucas had always teased her, calling her stupid and ugly, so she thought Lucas didn't like her. The ladies all exclaimed. Those were obviously the opposite of what he meant. When you were little, your highness, his majesty also used to say your face was chubby. The ladies grew more excited. Princess Sia was absolutely angelic as a child, incredibly well-behaved. The ladies who had grown up with Sia now had children of their own. Their children were always crying and disobedient, none of them as well-behaved as the princess had been. The ladies suggested, why don't we take out the image stones from when the princess was little and have a look? Sia was completely opposed to the idea. No way, those are all my embarrassing moments. That day, little Princess Sia was trying on a new floral dress in the palace. A lady-in-waiting reported to the princess, a letter has arrived from the city where Jen lives. This is the third letter Jen has sent to the palace, recording her daily life since leaving the palace. She's doing well and misses you very much. Jen had grown up in the Duke's mansion, so it was surprising that in such a bustling port city Jen could be so full of life. Sia brought the letter close to her nose, detecting a faint floral scent. I really want to visit Jen. I wonder if I'll have time. At noon, Sia went to see her father as usual. Claude was sitting at his desk reviewing documents. The crown princess's coronation ceremony was just 6 months away. Considering the schedules of foreign delegations and local nobles, time was actually quite tight. If Sia became empress without holding a coronation ceremony, it would cause gossip. So Claude wanted to make it magnificent for Sia. Claude had been in a great mood lately. Since he hadn't ascended to the throne through proper procedures, he never had a coronation ceremony. To prevent his precious daughter from experiencing the same, Claude was doing everything he could to pave the way for Sia. Understanding her father's good intentions, Sia let him have his way. One day, Sia cautiously brought up that she wanted to go to the city where Jen lived to visit her and her uncle. Hearing this news, Claude didn't even look up and coldly said, "He's not dead yet?" Sia silently complained in her heart, "You were the one who let Uncle leave." Claude rested his chin on his hand with obvious reluctance. Fine, you can go. Hearing this, Sia was overjoyed and celebrated with dancing. Since seeing her mother, Dad's emotions had become much more stable than before. Dad used to like sleeping on the sofa, but now he no longer did that. Books say that emotionally troubled people seek security in confined spaces. Could this be the power of Mom? Most importantly, Dad used to hate when she left the palace, but this time he readily agreed. He really had improved a lot. Claude suddenly spoke up, interrupting Sia's thoughts. I haven't gone on a long trip with you yet. Sia paused. Dad wants to go too? Claude stated matter-of-factly, it's too dangerous for you to travel abroad alone. Of course I'll accompany you. Now it was Sia's turn to be flustered. Dad, you're the emperor. The palace can't be without you. Claude didn't care about this at all. It's not uncommon for a father to tour the realm, even if the journey is a bit far. Seeing her father's mind was made up, Sia's face darkened. Wasn't she a magician recognized by Lucas? Couldn't she travel alone? Claude's gaze questioned Sia, as if asking, you don't want me to come? Seeing this, Sia could only nod repeatedly and put on a professional fake smile. Sure, let's go together. Perhaps Dad's overprotectiveness had long since become ingrained. Anyway, she had never gone out to play with Dad before, so this was a rare good opportunity. Recently, Princess Sia suspected Lucas had developed Prince Syndrome. Ever since Lucas dressed more elegantly once and Sia complimented him. Every day after that, Lucas dressed dazzlingly with silk, jewels, brooches, and cufflinks. The more extravagant, the better. Every time they met, he dressed like a true prince, until the 5th day when Lucas still appeared gleaming with brilliance. Sia finally noticed something was off. Had this person developed Prince Syndrome? That day, Lucas invited Sia for a walk in the courtyard. Sia suddenly seemed to remember something. Lucas, don't you need to find the world tree? Previously, Lucas had mentioned wanting to use the world tree, but the branch he brought back had been used by Sia. Since then, Sia had felt guilty about it. If possible, she would definitely help Lucas find it, but she didn't know where to start. Lucas casually replied that it wasn't necessary, that branch from the world tree was meant for her use anyway. Originally, Lucas had wanted to use the world tree to make Sia immortal, to live together forever. In the end, Sia used the world tree to save Claude, but since Sia's body had already absorbed the world tree, she would definitely live for a very long time. The phrase live for a very long time left Sia dumbfounded. People with magical powers naturally aged more slowly, like Dad and Felix. If someone like Lucas, who had lived so long, said this, how long could she actually live? Sia felt scared and didn't pursue this topic any further. Lucas changed the subject. Meeting the world tree is also troublesome. It's always ordering people around. Ordering people around? Sia didn't understand. Lucas briefly explained. It would send me to places with disease outbreaks or disasters. I found it annoying and ignored it. Several large question marks appeared above Sia's head. It wanted you to save people, right? But Lucas dismissively said, that's so troublesome. Why should I go? Sia had been curious for a while about what kind of person Lucas was. His personality and abilities were so unique. So she couldn't help but ask, what are your parents like? Lucas casually replied that he had no parents. Sia thought he must have been born from the essence of heaven and earth, springing out from a rock crevice. Lucas recalled his childhood. His earliest memory was of a magic tower where someone was constantly chattering beside him. Seeing Sia listening to his story with great interest, Lucas suddenly realized, "You seem very curious about me." Sia boldly guessed, "Could you be a child of the gods?" During their conversation, Lucas reached up to tug at the jewel attached to his collar. The jewel was a bit tight around his neck, and he wanted to pull it off. Seeing Lucas's rough handling, Sia instinctively reached out to help him. "You'll tear it like that. Let me help." Their faces were so close that they could hear each other's breathing clearly. At that moment, Lucas's heartbeat lost its rhythm. In the afternoon courtyard, Sia's expression was serious as she patiently helped Lucas undo his necktie. Her sapphire eyes, as clear as a lake, and the faint fragrance emanating from her body made Lucas unconsciously lean closer. When Sia successfully undid the necktie, 2 strands of Lucas's long hair lightly brushed across the back of her hand. When she looked up and met Lucas's gaze, Sia's face also turned red with embarrassment. Under the dappled tree shadows, Princess Sia and Lucas looked into each other's eyes. Sia felt shy under Lucas's gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lucas suddenly brought his face closer, his nose almost touching Sia's skin. "So you like my long hair?" This ambiguous statement confused Sia, who instinctively stepped back. Her heart had already lost its rhythm. Lucas rested his chin on his hand and persisted, "Or perhaps you like my face?" This flirtatious couple-like teasing made the little princess's face turn as red as a cooked tomato. Pretending to be angry, she turned and walked away. "Stop talking nonsense, I'm busy, goodbye." Lucas didn't know what he had said wrong and followed behind Sia. She was still clutching his ribbon. The teased princess didn't look back and simply tossed the ribbon to him. Lucas caught the floating ribbon with one hand, still closely following behind Sia. Annoyed, Sia turned back to question him. "Why are you following me?" Lucas handed her the ribbon. "There's no mirror here, help me tie it." Though it could easily be fixed with magic, he was using the mirror as an excuse. Sia seemed reluctant, but still dutifully turned back to help this man, who was a head taller than her, tie his necktie. The two were very close, creating a perfectly ambiguous atmosphere. Sia tied a beautiful bow for him and then gave it a pat, saying irritably, "There! Is that good enough now?" A breeze blew past, and Lucas's jet-black long hair danced in the air. Petals scattered around, highlighting Lucas's gentle smile. The scene was breathtakingly handsome. He felt deeply satisfied, smiling like a smug cat as he followed Sia back to the palace. The next day, Sia sat at her desk reviewing documents. Isle had been invited to the palace. Now a Duke of Ross, he was summoned by Sia to consult on official matters. The Ross family's declaration differed from last year's, and even after reviewing the property declaration, Sia couldn't understand the reset section and temple tax. Isle stood before the desk, thoroughly reporting the situation to the princess. Because of the recent incident, some territories had been returned to the palace. Princess Sia suddenly remembered that something like this had happened. She had been negligent. Watching the princess work so hard, Ael felt she was pushing herself too much. These tasks didn't need to be handled so urgently. Sia explained with a smile that she had been so focused that she accidentally completed things ahead of schedule. She wanted to lighten her father's burden a bit. Hearing this, Ael boldly invited the princess. "May I take up a bit of your time for tea?" Ael had studied abroad before, and Princess Sia took the opportunity to ask if he had been to the country where Jenna was. Ael had been there. It was a romantic port city permeated with the scent of the sea. The marketplace was large with a wide variety of goods. He thought the princess would definitely like it there. Just listening to Ael's description, Sia began to look forward to it. After the crown princess's coronation ceremony, "I must go there to see Jenna. I've never left the palace before. I'm so excited." The phrase "never left the palace" startled Ael, who immediately contradicted her. "But you have been out of the palace." Ael recalled how, as a child, Sia had fallen into his family's courtyard like an angel. With a sly smile, he asked again, "You've never once stepped outside the palace, right?" Sia's face darkened. Ael continued meaningfully, "I hope I'll have the chance to invite you to visit the Ross Manor. Even if you visit just once, it would be my greatest honor. The mansion's back garden has beautiful flower fields. It's especially quiet there, so peaceful when you're alone. Sometimes things even fall from the sky." Seeing Sia speechless, Ael realized, "Have I made you uncomfortable?" Sia mentally complained, "You know it, so stop talking." Seeing Sia's cute expression, the handsome Duke Ael smiled like a flower. That dazzling smile made Sia's heart pound wildly. If it had been Lucas, Sia would definitely have told him to stop teasing. But faced with the refined and elegant Ael, Sia could only sit opposite him, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. After a moment of silence, Ael opened his heart to the princess. Since childhood, everything in his life had been planned out. From a certain moment, he felt life was very boring. Then one day, he finally had a secret that belonged only to him. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, his heart raced as if he'd played a prank. That was because he and the princess shared a secret. He forgot his position and at some point developed feelings for the princess. Ael stated these confession-like words calmly, only to realize afterward that he had overstepped his bounds. "I apologize for my disrespect." Sia told Ael not to worry about it, she wasn't displeased. Ael placed his hand on his chest and bowed to the princess. "Thank you, your highness." At that moment, Sia was once again dazzled by Ael's radiant charm. After Ael left, Sia sat on the sofa deep in thought. She was always being toyed with by these two men. It seemed she had no resistance to handsome men at all. Inside the palace, Lillian and Felix were arranging palace items. Sia stared at Felix's handsome profile and unconsciously muttered, "Felix is also very handsome." This comment made the two working people freeze. When Felix realized what she'd said, he jumped in shock, his face burning red. Sia then realized how impolite she had been to suddenly comment on someone's appearance. So she quickly apologized to Felix. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to..." Felix, bewildered by the compliment, stammered, "Your praise is my honor, but please don't say such things in front of His Majesty." Other palace maids also began to tease Felix, saying he was truly a handsome man, and asked if he was planning to get married. Felix awkwardly scratched his head, explaining that he had always lived with knights and didn't know how to interact with ladies. The maids clearly didn't believe him. Saying such a cliché answer meant he definitely had someone in his heart. The palace echoed with the laughter of the maids as they encouraged Felix. "You'll definitely find that person who makes you happy just by being together. That's what's most important." The maid's words enlightened Sia, who had been conflicted. Just being happy together, so that's how it is. Princess Sia had been thinking about love lately and was somewhat distracted even when discussing state affairs with her father. One day, Sia suddenly asked her father, "What do you like about Mom? Were you happy when you were with her?" Claude's eyes were sharp. "Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Sia rested her chin on her hands, eyes wide with an expectant expression. Talking about Mom, Claude was unusually shy. "There are many things I like about her, like her optimism and brightness." As he spoke, Claude's expression paused. He turned his head and questioned, "Why are you asking these things?" Sia's heart skipped a beat and she stammered, "I'm just curious." The atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped, and Claude's expression turned serious. His eyes seemed to gleam coldly. He changed the subject and began discussing work with his beloved daughter. Sia breathed a sigh of relief. She thought her father had become more tolerant and was tacitly acknowledging that she had reached the age for romance. The reality proved that Sia was overthinking. Claude handed her a thick stack of documents. "You need to verify all these files." The Emperor smiled on the surface but was actually like a cobra, showing its venomous fangs. He patted Sia on the head, leaving with the words, "I'm very busy, and you seem very free, so I'm leaving this to you," before standing up and leaving. Belatedly, Sia sensed her father's displeasure. Dad did this certainly because of what she had just said. What's this about? Looks like he's still the same, always overprotective. Recently, Sia's life had been peaceful, which made her curious about what exactly the lovely princess novel was. She could now be certain that the world she was in was definitely not the world in the book. In the evening, Sia sat on her bed handling the documents her father had left her, grumbling as she reviewed them. The maid Lillian heard the princess's complaints and couldn't help but laugh. "Seeing your highness troubled because His Majesty loves you too much makes me happy." From childhood, Lillian had witnessed all the hardships Sia had endured, so she was satisfied with the current situation. Sia confided in Lillian, "But Dad doesn't seem to want to give me time for romance." Lillian covered her mouth and laughed helplessly. She could understand His Majesty's feelings well. The princess was so beautiful that even she feared the princess might be taken away by some bad person. Sia felt a bit embarrassed at the compliment. It was very late, and Lillian, as usual, took care of Sia, turning off the lights for her to sleep. In the dark night, Sia lay in bed recalling various past events. Not long ago, she had dreamed on this very bed of the Oya Empire turning into a sea of fire. Now everything was stable. Dad had recovered, Jen no longer needed to hide, and she had met her mother. Moreover, she had gained some understanding about her previous life. Was it because her previous self thought Jen resembled the princess in the book, so after rebirth she regarded her previous life as a book? The little princess lay in bed lost in thought before finally entering a sweet dream. Because Princess Sia had doubts about her previous life, she immediately sought out Lucas to confide in when she woke up. Lucas nodded as he listened. "That's right, you finally get it. It must be that in your subconscious there existed a will to return to the beginning and start over, so you were reborn. Without realizing it, you used your ability to make rebirth possible." Sia listened in confusion. "How did I do that?" Lucas shrugged. "Maybe it's innate." To dismiss such a serious question with a simple innate left Princess Sia speechless. Rather than this, Lucas was more concerned with, "Would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" This sudden invitation caught Sia unprepared. She mentally calculated her schedule for the day. If she worked quickly, she could finish before dinner, so she gladly agreed. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Lucas vanished in a flash, his attitude mysterious. By evening, Lucas had put on his most gorgeous clothes, adorned with dazzling jeweled cufflinks. He had prepared a cruise boat as the dinner venue, laid a red carpet in the banquet hall, and decorated the sides of the carpet with lilies and daisies. On the boat's table was a carefully prepared candlelit dinner. Lucas stood politely by the lake welcoming the princess, seemingly having prepared for today's dinner for a long time. Princess Sia wore a light purple dress with lavender hair accessories. Thinking it would just be a casual meal, this grand setup startled Sia. He seemed to have come well prepared. Lucas extended his hand gentlemanly to help the princess onto the boat. The ambiguous atmosphere felt like a date between lovers. The little princess blushed as she placed her hand on his palm. Lucas elegantly bowed to the princess. "Thank you for accepting my invitation, Your Highness." Looking at the twinkling stars surrounding them and the meticulously prepared exquisite meal, Sia couldn't help but feel nervous. She exclaimed in surprise, "You prepared so much after we parted." Lucas's tone was extremely polite, as if he had become a different person. "Yes, Your Highness. You look especially beautiful today." Sia didn't know how to respond to this. The Lucas opposite her revealed a cunning smile and snapped his fingers. The next second, countless wisteria flowers appeared above the boat. The evening breeze blew wisteria petals across the princess's cheeks. This dreamlike scene and romantic atmosphere both surprised and delighted Sia, who couldn't help but gape. This was Princess Sia's first date with Lucas. The two sat on the cruise boat having dinner together. Lucas stared at Sia's captivating jewel-like eyes and couldn't help but compliment, "Your Highness's eyes are as brilliant as gemstones?" The little princess froze on the spot. She didn't feel happy, only speechless. If she answered that it was because they were jewel eyes, would it ruin the atmosphere? What should she say? Thank you? Suddenly, the little princess had an inspiration. "Lucas, are you imitating eel?" This question turned Lucas to stone on the spot. The next second, he jumped up angrily. "Imitate him? Are you crazy?" Sia timidly replied, "You're different from usual today." Hearing this, Lucas plopped back into his chair. I knew it wouldn't work. Seeing Lucas finally return to his normal self, the little princess also breathed a sigh of relief. Lucas slapped a romance novel on the table. This was a love story that Sia had read before. Lucas thought she liked it, so he acted like the male lead in the novel. Learning that Lucas was imitating scenes from the novel, Sia burst into laughter. "That's why I thought you were like IL. IL is the embodiment of the romantic novel's male lead." She suddenly found Lucas very cute. To cater to her preferences, he had specially read the novel, so she couldn't stop laughing. Lucas didn't understand what was so funny and, embarrassed, told Sia to stop laughing. Sia couldn't stop, waving her hand and responding, "You're already very handsome without doing all this." This statement made Lucas's heart incredibly satisfied, as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Forget it, her laughing like this is much better than when her father was half dead and she wore a bitter smile. And so, Lucas and Sia's first date ended hastily amid Sia's laughter. Sia stood on the balcony in her nightgown, deep in thought. On one side was the refined and elegant young nobleman El. On the other was the handsome and straightforward magician Lucas. Sia had been caught between their advances for too long. She couldn't go on like this. Moreover, neither of them hid their affection, and even the maid sisters had noticed. Lillian called to the princess from inside the room, "It's too late, go to bed. You'll catch a cold if you stay on the balcony." The little princess really couldn't understand what they liked about her. One day, Sia was reading a newspaper with her father in the courtyard. Sia suggestively began, "Dad, if someone says they like you..." Claude, without looking up, instantly replied, "Sia, you're still a child." Sia hadn't said anything, yet Claude seemed to understand everything. His expression blank as he stared at the newspaper. "You're still a child, it's too early." Sia hadn't even asked anything, and besides, was there such a big child? Dad's cold attitude made Sia increasingly troubled about what to do. It seemed she could only confront the issue directly. The irritated Sia suddenly stood up. Somewhat defiantly, she told her father, "I'm leaving first," then marched away with large strides, leaving Claude bewildered in the wind. Felix, seeing the princess run away angrily, immediately went to console his majesty. The princess has grown up now, blossoming into a graceful young lady. She's reached the age of being troubled by love. The furious Claude crumpled the newspaper in his hand, his brows furrowed, his pupils filled with barely suppressed anger. Felix, completely lacking tact, continued chattering. Previously, the princess showed no interest in the opposite sex. Recently, under the influence of Duke Ross and the magician, she has finally awakened. I wonder who will be so lucky as to win the princess's favor. Claude slowly stood up, then lunged forward to Felix in one stride. He grabbed Felix's collar and said viciously, "Stop the nonsense and get to work." Seeing Claude's gritted teeth, Felix helplessly pointed out, "My job is to assist your majesty." Claude was almost driven to tears by Felix's stupidity. This red-haired guard still hadn't figured out why he had been placed by Sia's side. He turned around and angrily scolded, "Useless fellow, can't even chase away a fly." Felix was innocently caught in the crossfire. It was truly unfair. As a palace guard, what power did he have to prevent the princess from falling in love? Claude was now like an angry child, turning his head away from Felix. Poor Felix cried inwardly, "With you around, would the princess ever be able to marry in this lifetime?" Since her boat date with Lucas, Princess Sia's heart had been restless and unsettled. When she saw Lucas again, she didn't even know how to begin talking to him. If she directly asked, "Why do you like me?" it would sound strangely out of the blue. Princess Sia secretly watched Lucas in the courtyard. Lucas was talking with an unfamiliar magician. Upon noticing Sia's figure, Lucas gave her a gentle smile. That handsome smile made Sia's heart pound fiercely. The next second, Lucas's face changed instantly as he quietly told the magician in front of him to get lost. The frightened magician disappeared with a whoosh. Sia didn't understand why he suddenly chased the person away. Lucas casually explained, "He'll come back later. They should be grateful that I'm willing to help them." Princess Sia felt that Lucas was very popular. Lucas smugly smiled, "Of course magicians worship me." In fact, Lucas was friendly to ordinary magicians. He just didn't like nobles. Nobles were greedy like devils and could even be blinded by desire. Seeing those nobles made him feel sick, he hated them the most. These words left Sia frozen in place. So that's what Lucas thought. But her identity was also that of nobility. Sia pointed at her face, looking innocent. "I'm also royalty." Lucas was amused by her silly look. He just said those things with Sia as the exception. Even if she acted like a noble, it was fine. "As long as you want to, I'm fine with anything." These words, akin to a confession, made Sia blush again. If he had said you're different from others, Sia would definitely have felt that she shouldn't be like those nobles and would have thought about changing. But he said, you can be however you want. Princess Sia fidgeted nervously with her fingers. Lucas suddenly leaned closer, staring at her face and teasing, what kind of expression is that? It's so ugly. This comment immediately broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Sia pouted dissatisfactorily. Why do you always say I'm ugly? Only you're handsome. Only you're amazing. Is that right? She turned and left, irritated. Seeing that Sia was genuinely angry, Lucas quickly reached out to explain, I was just joking. Unexpectedly, Sia turned back with feigned indifference and asked, so you're saying I'm beautiful? This stunning turn, combined with a coquettish tone, now made Lucas's face flush and heart race. He answered in a very straightforward male way, not bad, I guess. Sia persisted, stepping forward to ask, so you like me because I'm beautiful? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sia blurted out what was on her mind. Why do you like me? Lucas stood across from her with a blushing face, stammering his reply. I just do, I don't know why. You're the only one I truly want to protect, and when I'm with you, I feel happy and joyful. The atmosphere became ambiguous and delicate. Seeing Lucas bare his heart, Sia also revealed her thoughts. That day when you invited me to dinner, everything felt so beautiful it made my heart flutter. Previously, Sia had always considered Lucas a friend, so it was difficult to respond immediately. If Lucas saw her as more than a friend, Sia would view him that way too. Lucas, who had lived for hundreds of years, now resembled a pure-hearted young man. Usually talkative, he couldn't utter a word, and the scene fell into a long silence. Sia felt extremely awkward. Why isn't he responding? So she quickly changed the subject. It was fun when we went to the village together before. Let's go there for a date again sometime. Surprised by Sia's sudden date proposal, Lucas agreed immediately. Let's go now. His eagerness startled Sia. Now? I don't have time right now. Meanwhile, Ross Duke's manor received a letter from the palace. Seeing it was from the Emerald Palace, Isle was extremely excited and hastily opened the envelope in front of his father. His father, observing Eil's behavior, knew that he still had feelings for the princess. However, winning the princess's heart wouldn't be easy, and would involve political considerations between the royal family and the duke's household. Isle understood everything his father mentioned, but his feelings for the princess were uncontrollable. Seeing Isle's determination, his father crossed his arms with an annoyed expression. It was a pity that his excellently trained son was like this. The princess was still young, and it was too early to discuss marriage. Even if Isle and the princess shared mutual feelings, he didn't want to get involved with the royal family again. In reality, Isle brought the letter close to his nose, inhaling the princess's fragrance. His father sighed. I hope this sentimental boy doesn't get hurt. After little Princess Sia and Lucas confessed their feelings to each other, they began interacting like lovers. Early this morning, Lucas selected a bouquet of gorgeous red roses from the courtyard and delivered them to Sia's office. Upon entering, he found Sia scratching her head in frustration, clearly in a bad mood. Seeing Lucas bring her beautiful flowers, Sia felt a little better. Lucas was about to sarcastically say, why do you look ugly again? But before finishing, he realized Sia didn't like that approach. So he changed course. No, you're unhappy. Is it because of too much work? Sia was surprised by Lucas no longer being sarcastic. But what troubled her wasn't work-related. She couldn't remember the World Tree's revelation. When she had stood before the World Tree, she clearly heard it say something, but now she couldn't recall anything. Lucas looked exasperated and couldn't help mocking. You're probably the first fool to forget the World Tree's revelation. When visiting the World Tree, Sia's emotions had been complicated, and she was completely confused. Her mind was filled with desperate thoughts, with no room for anything else. Lucas remembered that during that period, Sia had been very depressed, only gradually regaining vitality after meeting the World Tree. Whatever the World Tree said must have been positive. She should try to remember it. How can someone who memorizes documents so well forget something like this? A troubled Sia scratched her head repeatedly, utterly frustrated. Seeing her like this, Lucas couldn't help but grab her wrist. Stop scratching your hair. It won't kill you if you can't remember. You're getting ugly. Your hair is all messy. Sia secretly fumed, always calling me ugly. But the next moment, Lucas kissed her fingertip. Sia froze in shock, her face burning red. Lucas, however, smiled mischievously as if his prank had succeeded. He cleared his throat and invited Sia to lunch, but she had already made plans with her daddy. Then let's have dinner, Lucas said before running off, leaving Sia standing there stunned. Now Princess Sia's mind was filled with thoughts of Lucas. After their recent heart-to-heart conversation, Lucas's attitude toward her had changed. This made Sia think about him no matter what she was doing. Lucas was handsome, and though arrogant and impolite, he was kind to her. During lunch with Daddy, Sia was still thinking about Lucas. Claude sensed something was wrong with Sia and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sia blurted out, "Lucas is..." Before she could finish, Sia nervously covered her mouth. She had just mentioned another man in front of Daddy. Claude frowned slightly, pretending to be calm as he picked up his teacup, but his gaze was sharp as knives, staring directly at his beloved daughter. Little Princess Sia, scrutinized by her father, began sweating nervously and explained, "No, nothing." Her father sighed and put down his teacup. He didn't want to reproach Sia or see her so nervous because of his words. So he leaned back in his chair and said, "You don't need to be so mindful of me. Though you're still young, I won't stop you from doing what you like. In this world, whatever you want, Daddy will help you achieve it. Such indulgent words filled Sia's heart with warmth. However, Claude was visibly grinding his teeth, clearly displeased. Although reluctant, Daddy still respects my wishes. At moments like this, Sia always felt that her father truly loved her. Finally, Claude added, "Of course, you're still young, there's no rush for many things, just focus on preparing for the coronation ceremony now." Sia was amused by her father's awkward expression, and to comfort her jealous father, she fed him a piece of cake. Time flows like water, and peaceful days always pass quickly. Before long, it would be the Crown Princess's coronation ceremony. Tomorrow would be the long-awaited Crown Princess coronation ceremony. Little Princess Sia had made thorough preparations for this day. The custom-made formal attire was ready, and the guest list had been repeatedly confirmed. Little Princess Sia reviewed the procedures with her father once more. Should be all good, right? Sia confidently clenched her fist and promised her father, "I'll rest well tonight and greet tomorrow in my best condition." Claude nodded silently, showing neither joy nor sorrow. After a moment of silence, Sia couldn't help asking, "Daddy, what's wrong?" Felix also stood nearby, observing His Majesty's mood, fearing something might go wrong. Looking at his grown daughter, Claude smiled gently, his eyes full of tenderness and love. Sia was confused by her father's inexplicable smile, cold sweat forming on her forehead as she swallowed, anticipating her father's next reaction. "I feel a bit reluctant." Sia was surprised by her father's words. She froze, reluctant. About what? The doting father stood up from his chair. He hadn't touched his breakfast today, and just wanted to return to his chambers to be alone. Not wanting to continue this topic, or let his daughter see his vulnerability, he told Sia to rest soon, as tomorrow would be busy from early morning. He extended his hand and instructed Felix to escort the princess back to the palace. A puzzled princess walked in front, with Felix following behind toward the Emerald Palace. Sia was anxious and sought Felix's help. "Felix, why is father feeling melancholic?" Having grown up with His Majesty, Felix understood Claude's thoughts best. His Majesty is just reluctant to see his daughter grow up and eventually leave him. But Felix didn't reveal everything, instead smiling and suggesting the princess ask His Majesty herself tomorrow. Meanwhile, Claude's lonely figure walked in the opposite direction from Sia. "My daughter has grown up, and as a father, it's time to let go." Today was the Crown Princess's coronation ceremony. Little Princess Sia woke up early to groom herself. 5 maids took turns helping Sia bathe and apply makeup, busy for several hours. Dressed up, Sia shone like a bright star, wearing formal royal attire and adorned with precious jewels. Sia now radiated brilliance, shedding her immaturity to become a worthy heir to the throne. The maids, looking at their masterpiece, shed tears of excitement. "The princess is so beautiful!" Never imagined that after the social dance we'd help the princess with such a major event. Lillian approached to secure the princess's crown, kindly asking, "Does any part of your body feel uncomfortable?" The princess smiled and shook her head. After draping a royal cloak similar to Claude's over the princess, the maids stood at the Emerald Palace door to see her off. Just then, a familiar voice called, "Sia." It was Claude, waiting to escort his precious daughter. The maids, seeing His Majesty, all showed smitten expressions. "His Majesty looks so handsome today." Claude usually dressed casually with unkempt hair. Today, however, his hairstyle was meticulously styled. And he wore an imposing formal attire. Moreover, he wore a string of rubies on his chest matching those on Sia's crown. Standing together, the well-dressed father and daughter radiated such brilliance that it nearly blinded the maids. Little Princess Sia smiled and complimented her father. "Daddy, you look very handsome today." Claude lowered his gaze and softly told his beloved daughter, "You are beautiful too." Being praised by her father made Sia genuinely happy. Today was an important day, and she had put in great effort to look her best. As the coronation ceremony was about to begin, Claude extended his hand. "Let's go. The guests have arrived." In the banquet hall, nobles from the royal court arrived one after another. Seeing such grand decorations, they exclaimed, "The scene is so magnificent. One might mistake it for an enthronement ceremony. The Emperor of Oya Empire truly adores the princess." The maids mentioned that later, precious wines and foods would be served. Nobles who had never met the princess began speculating, "What kind of person is the princess? I've heard that although she possesses extraordinary beauty, her character isn't as delicate as a flower, and sometimes she disobeys the emperor and runs away from home. I've also heard that the princess is unparalleled in beauty, a once-in-a-century genius." Lucas, standing in the banquet hall, felt somewhat embarrassed. The princess's image is quite peculiar. Adored by the emperor, rebellious, beautiful, intelligent, adorable, everyone's talking about her like this. He had thought that if he heard any unfavorable rumors, he would erase those people's memories, but now it seemed unnecessary. Meanwhile, Isle also stood among the crowd looking around. His father noticed his son's distraction and couldn't help asking what he was doing. A well-dressed Isle replied, he wanted to see the princess before the coronation ceremony. The crown princess's coronation ceremony was about to begin. The little princess, arm in arm with her father, walked toward the banquet hall. Looking at her father's sharp profile, Sia voiced her confusion. Daddy, what did you mean by a bit reluctant yesterday? Claude hadn't expected his daughter to care so much, stopped walking to look at his daughter's curious face, then averted his gaze unwilling to answer. I said it casually. Forget it. Sia felt awkward, as she really cared about this. So she persisted. What exactly did you mean? Please tell me, father. Under his daughter's questioning, Claude turned his head and reluctantly said, I just feel that you've really grown up. It seems like just yesterday when you were learning to walk, following behind me. Images of young Sia flying into Claude's arms, acting cute and coquettish with him, flashed through his mind. But now, Sia was a dignified crown princess. Before I knew it, you grew up and are now having a coronation ceremony. When you grow a bit more, you'll soon meet your partner. By then, I'll be all alone. Claude lowered his eyes, those sapphire eyes becoming dim and lusterless. It feels somewhat lonely, and a bit reluctant. Hearing her father speak like this for the first time, little Princess Sia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Coming out of his melancholy, Claude realized he shouldn't be saying such things on a happy day. Following behind His Majesty and hearing these words, Felix felt deeply moved. His Majesty has really changed a lot. Originally, His Majesty would never let others see his vulnerable side, but now he can honestly express his feelings and even learn to apologize. The next moment, little Princess Sia was touched by her father's words, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want to leave her father, she wanted to stay by his side forever. Seeing the princess cry louder and louder, Claude asked Felix to call the Emerald Palace maids to fix the princess's makeup. We're about to enter. If you keep crying like this, your makeup will be ruined. At this moment, Lucas and Aiel both rushed over upon hearing the news, and these rivals glared at each other. Seeing each other, both their expressions soured as if they had stepped on something unpleasant. Lucas took the initiative to question Aiel. What are you doing here? Aiel responded disdainfully. I came to see the princess. Any problem with that? Meanwhile, Claude was comforting the emotional Sia, while Lucas and Aiel looked ready to fight at any moment. As her father's only relative, she had never considered that her father might have such thoughts. To prevent her father from feeling sad, Sia exclaimed while nestling in Claude's arms, Daddy, I don't want to get married! The words don't want to get married echoed through the palace, causing the previously confrontational Lucas and Aiel to freeze in place. Claude was also shocked by his beloved daughter's bold declaration, What's going on now? Lucas, whose relationship with Sia had been warming up recently, glanced at Aiel, only to find Aiel smiling contentedly, asking him smugly, Did you hear that too? Lucas put on a disgusted face. What are you smiling about? It's really annoying. Apparently, Aiel had thought he had no chance left, but now it seemed there was still hope. Lucas angrily reminded him, You won't even live to 100. What chance do you have? But Aiel remained optimistic. As long as I have breath left, I'll keep trying. Felix stared at the two secretly competing men, wondering, were these two always this temperamental? Meanwhile, Claude was patiently comforting the crying, Sia, I'm very satisfied that you think this way. Watching the little princess act coquettishly and cry in her father's arms, Felix smiled. How cute! Princess is usually mature beyond her years, but now I see she's truly a young girl at heart. Sia emphasized again that she really didn't want to get married. She wanted to stay by her father's side forever. Felix quietly asked the guards outside to fetch maids from the Emerald Palace. Although the princess's words were somewhat childish, His Majesty would definitely be pleased. As Felix turned to look at Claude's face, he found that His Majesty's gloomy mood of many days had completely disappeared, his face beaming like the sun. Claude promised Sia, Since you think so, I have no choice. You can do whatever you want. Felix, who knew His Majesty would be happy, was still shocked. I didn't expect His Majesty to be this happy. He's practically blooming. He squatted down and held Sia's wrist. I understand your feelings. Don't cry anymore. The coronation ceremony is about to begin. Sia lowered her head and wiped away her tears. Suddenly, the Emerald Palace maids burst in, thinking the princess had been bullied when they saw this scene. They started to call out before realizing servants shouldn't interrupt royal conversations. So they covered their mouths and rushed forward to check on the princess. The little princess's makeup was ruined by tears, and the maids supported her on both sides to the restroom to fix it. Lucas and Aiel stood behind the princess, completely ignored from beginning to end. Felix poked his head out to say, Mr. Magician, Duke Aiel, please return to your positions. Both men bid farewell to His Majesty, and Claude nodded seriously, contemplating the quarreling figures of Lucas and Aiel as they walked away. The victorious Claude arrogantly remarked to Felix, their expressions were priceless. Felix was quite embarrassed. Your Majesty's expression was also quite remarkable just now. In the restroom, the maids carefully fixed the princess's makeup. Claude waited patiently at the door. After her makeup was fixed, Sia once again radiated brilliance. Emerging with a smile, Daddy, I'm ready! Claude stared at Sia's delicate and adorable face, momentarily lost in thought. Abruptly saying, Little birds must eventually leave the nest. But in my eyes, you'll always be a child. Standing behind, Felix found His Majesty's metaphor quite inappropriate. The princess is having her coronation ceremony. Is she still a child? Claude let out a prideful cold snort without looking at Felix. He bent down and reached out toward Sia, his overflowing fatherly love surrounding him like a rainbow. "Shall we, my princess?" Sia was mesmerized by her father's dazzling and handsome appearance, taking a moment before coming to her senses and smiling in response. "Yes." Dressed in finery, Sia held her imperial father's hand, creating a scene worthy of a world-famous painting. As the doors slowly opened, melodious and majestic music echoed through the palace. The nobles in the audience eagerly awaited the little princess's entrance, like pilgrims. Il and Lucas's seats were next to each other, and for once, the two weren't arguing but coexisting peacefully. The little princess walked down the red carpet, glowing in the sunlight. From a Sia who only wanted to survive to today's crown princess, the little princess had truly grown up before everyone's eyes. As the high priest loudly announced, the crown princess coronation ceremony of the Oya Empire now begins. The little princess pressed her hands together and closed her eyes. After today, she would be the most powerful woman in the Oya Empire. The crown princess coronation ceremony officially began, with little Princess Sia standing in the Great Hall, hands pressed together, devoutly listening to the priest's proclamation. On such a beautiful day, it is an honor to hold the coronation ceremony for the crown princess. For hundreds of years since the founding of the country, our lives have been filled with peace, thanks to the will of the great founding emperor of the Oya Empire. The observing nobles in the audience couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Is this the princess's first public appearance since the social ball? The princess seems more mature, her posture as elegant and beautiful as an elf, filled with royal aura from head to toe. And those crystal-clear eyes, those gem-like eyes, just like the symbol of the Oya Empire. The nobles speculated about what might be going through Sia's mind at this moment. Actually, our little princess's mind was blank, somewhat confused and secretly complaining, "Why is this blessing so long?" It seems that no matter which world, blessings are equally boring, just piling up fancy words into long speeches. Summarized in one sentence, it's simply, "Thank you." Anyway, it's too long. While Sia was distracted, the priest finally finished his lengthy speech. The great Emperor Claude has designated an heir to continue the glory of the Oya Empire. Claude sat on the throne atop the steps, head lowered and expressionless, staring at Sia. "Now we begin bestowing the crown princess crown." As the priest finished speaking, little Princess Sia looked up, meeting eyes with her imperial father on the throne. Claude stood up and walked down the steps, first removing the ruby crown from Sia's head, placing it on a tray held by the maid on the right. Then he solemnly took the crown princess crown from the tray on the left and steadily placed it on Sia's head. The crown princess crown was embedded with many colorful gems, with a huge dazzling diamond in the center. The exchange of crowns represented the transformation of identity. Lucas and Il, watching from below, simultaneously showed gratified smiles. After placing the crown, Claude embraced Sia, patting her back gently as if comforting a baby. After Sia stood up, Claude extended his hand to the crown princess. "Announcing before everyone, I declare that Princess Sia is now the official crown princess of the empire." Little Princess Sia officially became the crown princess under her imperial father's proclamation. As soon as Claude finished speaking, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. "Hail the son of the Oya Empire! Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live Crown Princess Sia!" The applause echoed through the palace as people chanted Sia's name, "Long live Princess Sia!" Crown Princess Sia smiled as she surveyed the crowd below, spotting Lucas and Yell, as well as the girls from the tea party. These people now wore identical smiles, celebrating Sia becoming the noble crown princess. Claude held Sia's hand, going to the highest viewing platform of the palace to celebrate with the people. A breeze blew by, tousling Sia and Claude's hair, while streamers from below were carried upward by the wind. The people raised their arms in jubilation. "Long live the crown princess! May you enjoy supreme glory!" Sia was clearly shocked by the huge crowd below. Claude considerately leaned close to Sia's ear and softly asked, "Are you afraid?" The last time Sia appeared before the public was during the social ball. At that time, Sia was very nervous. Her face turned pale with fear, and she even stepped on her father's foot. Recalling her previous embarrassment, Sia awkwardly replied, "I'm fine." Claude lovingly assured, "That's good. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, feel free to tell me, and we can cancel all the remaining ceremonies." Sia was shocked by her father's domineering statement after months of preparation, even with foreign envoys arriving. He'd just cancel everything? That's too imperious. So she lowered her head and smiled, looking down at the crowd. "That won't be necessary. I think this is good. Everyone gathered here to celebrate me. I'm receiving blessings from thousands. Besides, I have my reliable father by my side." Sensing his beloved daughter's words came from the heart, Claude finally relaxed. Deep within Sia's heart, there had always been a void. It contained loneliness, detachment, and sadness. These might have been emotions accumulated from Sia's previous life. She had thought these emotions would remain solidified, never dissipating, but now they melted away in the warmth, disappearing without a trace. Another breeze blew by, and Sia tidied her windswept hair. Claude appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes keenly watched his beloved daughter's every move. Sensing her father's concern, Sia smiled brilliantly and told her father, "I'm truly happy. This dazzling smile struck the old father's heart. Realizing he was being overly anxious, Claude turned his face away, coughing lightly with a clenched fist. That's good, as long as you're happy. Little Princess Sia was officially crowned as the Empire's crown princess. She sat in a flower carriage touring the civilian areas with her imperial father. On this day of national celebration, citizens waved flags and held flowers along the carriage's route, creating a lively atmosphere filled with cheers and laughter. A drunk who had just woken up asked, "Why are there so many people on the streets today?" A man standing beside him explained, "How can you be so out of touch? Today is the princess's crown princess coronation ceremony." The drunk finally understood, the one the emperor loves dearly? As they spoke, the crown princess appeared in splendid attire, holding her imperial father's hand. Accompanied by the orchestra's melodious music, Sia's flower carriage tour officially began. Sitting in the flower carriage, Sia radiated brilliance, smiling happily and waving to the citizens. The citizens applauded and cheered, each hoping Sia would look their way. Girls stood in the front row, scattering petals and streamers, their cries of "Long live" resounding to the sky. Additionally, some noticed Claude sitting nearby and discussed animatedly, "His Majesty is still as handsome as a statue. How can he be so handsome?" Felix, guarding His Majesty's side, also received comments from the public. "Is that red-haired one the Blood Knight?" Hearing this embarrassing title, Felix wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Sia also joined in praising her father. "Daddy, did you hear? Everyone says you're very handsome." Claude turned his head away, responding arrogantly, "Nonsense." Sia could tell her father was somewhat embarrassed. "The citizens all respect and love you. It seems today they'll offer all the city's flowers to you." Claude closed his eyes and didn't engage. "These flowers are all for the crown princess. They have nothing to do with me." Sia's little mouth was as sweet as honey. "It's because father governs the country so well that everyone congratulates me." After receiving such flattery from his daughter, the proud Claude blushed and coughed into his fist to hide his embarrassment. Suddenly, Sia glimpsed a familiar figure in the crowd. That girl held up a rose, smiling at Sia. When she saw the person's face, Sia's heart skipped a beat. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Sia doubted her eyes. But as the flower carriage passed in front of the girl, seeing the girl's brown hair and hearing her familiar voice, Sia finally believed Jen had come. As the carriage moved forward, Sia couldn't help looking back. She was shocked and said to Claude, "Father, just now." Claude made an affirmative sound. "I know." Sia couldn't believe it. Looking at her father's profile, "Did father for my sake?" While Sia was immersed in her greatest joy, Lucas used teleportation magic to send Jen and Hughes back. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Claude, to make Sia happy, had secretly arranged for Jen and Hughes to attend the coronation ceremony. This deeply moved Sia. Having experienced several rebirths, it wasn't until this life that she understood a principle. A family member's outward appearance is not their entirety. People don't automatically develop feelings just because they are family. No matter how close the distance, no matter how long they've been together, if hearts don't connect, family members might be more distant than strangers. After years together, Sia understood. Family members need intimacy, spiritual communication, and enough time together to truly connect hearts. In reality, Sia thanked him with a choked voice. "Father, thank you." Suddenly, white paper-like flakes began falling from the sky. Citizens tried to catch them, but upon touching skin, the white flakes instantly disappeared. People thought it was snowing, but this wasn't the eastern continent. How could there be snow? Lucas's eyes brightened. He recognized these as leaves from the world tree. Sia's palm continuously emanated leaves from the world tree, those leaves scattering in all directions, just like snow. Last time Sia went to see the world tree, but she forgot what it told her. What exactly did the world tree tell her? She had always been curious about the world tree's revelation. Now, as the world tree appeared again, Sia's palm burst forth with dazzling white light. Before her eyes, the world tree's figure appeared once more, that familiar voice telling her, "Persist in the path you believe in." During her previous low period, Sia had constantly doubted herself. Had she chosen wrong? So that's what the world tree had told her then. After completing its task, the world tree's light gradually receded. Seeing this, the citizens erupted, declaring, "The crown princess has received divine favor. This is holy light." The coronation ceremony's parade reached its climax with the world tree's appearance. Everyone was in a frenzy, raising their arms to celebrate this historic moment. In the citizens' eyes, this scene was worthy of being passed down through generations, deserving eternal remembrance. Lucas and Il, like enemies meeting, were blocked by guards on one side, still bickering. "Don't talk to me!" The imposter rolled back. "You go away too!" Il didn't want to engage with him. He came to see the princess, and this position offered the best view. Crown Princess Sia was immensely happy at this moment, continuing this grand parade with her imperial father. And so, the lovely princess, this novel officially concludes. Sia ascended to the throne, eventually becoming a wise ruler recorded in history. The princess and all who loved her lived happily ever after.